You are listening to 48 Hours a Day by Little Bleary Zhao. Novels from Novel Fire. Thanks for listening. Hope you enjoy the story. Chapter 251, Correspondence. Chapter 251, Correspondence. Short on weapons and personnel, they had no idea if Nadia was dead or alive. Now, they faced the risk of Wallace and his men barging in at any moment. Leah had never met with such a dangerous situation before. That very moment, thoughts flooded her mind, and she recalled what Lola told her. Despite it all, she didn't have the slightest bit of regret saving Daisy and Nadia. Instead, she felt guilty that her insistence had plunged Lola into the precarious situation she was in. Lola's jaws were clenched, and with indignance written all over her face. She knew there was no point complaining now. She squeezed the dagger in her hand and hissed, "Don't say I didn't warn you. You don't want to know what will become of you if you're caught. The best thing for us now is to die together. Dying beats getting caught." Leah felt a chill run down her spine, but she nodded anyway. With trembling hands, she shoved some gunpowder into the flash pan. Another loud gunshot rang outside the door. Everyone inside the torture chamber held their breaths for what was to come. Nevertheless, Wallace and his guards didn't force their way in. Leah realized that the guards must have come across someone else. Before the whole thing started, the entire team split up. This meant the group in charge of causing a commotion had returned. Among them were the remaining maids and a good number of well-built male slaves who had joined in halfway. When they saw Wallace and his guards surrounding the torture room, they immediately stormed into action. Leah and the others in the room didn't let the opportunity slide. As the chaos brewed, they made their way out of the room, led by a male slave with a pitchfork in hand. She rushed to where Nadia had fallen and found his chest smothered in blood, and he was no longer breathing. Her chest tightened with grief. Fewer and fewer of her brothers and sisters were still alive and breathing. Even so, there was no time to grieve. In a few minutes, another 2 slaves were shot dead. Wallace and his men reloaded their guns. Leah knew that they had to leave right now, but Lola, the one leading the pack, suddenly stopped. She stood where she was, frozen in place. Then, when the others caught up, she handed Daisy over to another maid. Leah followed Lola's gaze and saw that she was staring at Wallace. There were flames raging in her burning eyes. Other than the sole instance where she showed her scars, Lola never talked about how she got them or who did it to her. But by how she glared at Wallace right now, Leah had a good idea. Don't do anything stupid. They have 5 guns with them. Even if you kill them, you'll probably get killed yourself. Leah pleaded. The others were way ahead of them now. Lola hesitated for a moment. Suddenly, without so much as a warning, she grabbed the gun in Leah's hand, aimed at Wallace, and pulled the trigger. With over meters between them and no training, Lola naturally missed. The bullet deviated from her target and hit the arm of another guard. Grimacing with frustration, Lola understood that was no time to ponder over anything. Just as they were about to leave, Wallace was done reloading, and he began shooting again. Leah watched in horror as a bullet tore through the cheek of a maid running toward the both of them. Then, the group hastily retreated with the wounded, and Wallace stopped pushing forward since there were only 5 of them. One of his men was also shot in the arm. They wouldn't stand a chance against a mob of famished and tormented slaves. As a result, Wallace had to let them go, watching on in vexation as the slaves disappeared into the night. Meanwhile, Layli was already the gate of the manor with the carriage. Koshi and the few colored men had all hailed from different places. There was a sailor, a fisherman, and even a slaughterhouse owner. They all had one thing in common. All ex-slaves that either escaped or joined pirates, subsequently regaining their freedom. The similar horrors they all shared caused them to sympathize with their own people, where they were all brought to the plantations against their will. Koshi even established a secret organization to grant assistance to the plantation escapees. So, when Layli approached this organization with the plan in mind, they readily expressed their willingness to help. Since they were all employed and had proper jobs on the island, their faces were covered tonight to avoid retaliation. With Koshi taking point, they swiftly eliminated the guards at the gate. Then, as if on cue, Leah and the others arrived. Layli was taken aback by the number of people with her. When the chaos broke out, he knew that a massive riot was about to happen, but upon seeing the group, he realized that there were a lot more people than initially planned. Thankfully, they prepared 2 extra carriages in the event of such a situation. For good measure, the slaves in the stables also sneaked out 2 of Malcolm's carriages amid the chaos. However, the guards were catching up to them. Koshi and his men jumped down the carriage and shouted to Layli as they took cover. "You go first. I'll buy you some time. I'm not a slave of this manor. We'll just get to somewhere secluded, and once we get rid of our cover, then they won't be able to recognize us." Another slave, a sailor on a pirate ship, exclaimed, "I am a crew of the Lion. If they touch a single strand of hair on me, they will face my brother's revenge." This wasn't a time for formalities. It wasn't just the manor's guards, but their reinforcements were also approaching fast. Layli nodded at Koshi and his people as a gesture of thanks. The appointed time was here, and although some had still not arrived, Layli could wait no longer. He pulled the reins with all his might, and all 6 carriages carrying the slaves broke through the night toward the direction of hope and freedom. Zhang Heng didn't go to the beach. Instead, he chose to stay with and Karina and waited for news of the operation. He had done everything he could. Now, the rest would have to depend on Layli. Of course, Zhang Heng didn't bet everything on the gladiator and was prepared in the case of failure on Layli's end. This, however, made things slightly complicated. Apart from that, Zhang Heng also noticed that Karina seemed a little absent tonight. "Didn't you rest up in the day?" I couldn't really sleep." Karina stammered as she managed to smile. Zhang Heng handed a cup of coffee to her. She thanked him and accepted the drink. Just as she was about to say something, the messenger came running in. "Captain, Mr. Billy has received the group. Jackdaw is already leaving the port. They also wanted me to give you this." The man panted as he took out 5 letters from his coat. Chapter 252, The Dust Settles. Chapter 252, The Dust Settles. Lately, one after another major incident kept occurring in Nassau. 6 of the island's most potent ships were led by Black Prince Sam to plunder the invincible Spanish treasure vessel. After a long and arduous fight, they finally managed to sink it. However, the Navy ambushed them after that, and eventually, only Jackdaw survived the battle, hauling home more than half the gold bars back to Nassau. Not too long after that, a riot erupted at Malcolm's Terrace Manor. It was a rough night to say the least. The plantations around the mansion sent their men as well, hoping to assist Malcolm in dealing with the descent. Some slaves were killed in the battle, and a few were recaptured. Just when speculations about Terrace Manor suffering great losses began to gain traction, news of Malcolm framing Norman started spreading throughout the entire island. After 3 years, Eugene finally mustered enough courage to tell everyone that Malcolm made him frame Normand. He admitted working with a few captains to accuse Normand of taking bribes, the main reason why the first Black Market Alliance was disbanded. After that, Normand left Nassau quietly. Eugene even made public the letters between him and Malcolm. This shocking news impacted the black market merchants of Nassau significantly. Though Normand had left Nassau for a couple of years, he was still quite influential amongst the merchants, with more than half of the alliance attending his funeral when he died. However, once Malcolm's secret was exposed, enormous pressure fell upon his shoulders. The next afternoon, Redmond made an official announcement on behalf of the Black Market Alliance. On the surface, it seemed as if he was trying to calm everyone down, but whether he wanted it or not, his true intentions were soon revealed. He told everyone that he was going to investigate this incident. Of course, Malcolm knew Redmond's ultimate goal, and if he was the one investigating this incident, he already had the outcome in mind. However, Malcolm made no excuses to stop Redmond from immersing himself into this matter, his influence helping him to open up a desirable path. Considering the fact that Redmond was Normand's close friend and leader of the Black Market Alliance, he was the best person to dig into this matter. Until now, Malcolm still couldn't find a way to dismiss the accusation. On the other hand, 3 days were almost up, and he was slated to meet up with Karina. Malcolm had high hopes for the meeting, seeing that his situation was deteriorating by the minute. He also needed new allies to overcome this crisis. The terms he offered Karina were still negotiable, and he was prepared to sacrifice some things on his part in convincing her to take his side. The day eventually arrived, but Karina was nowhere to be seen in the coffee shop. He waited at his favorite table for the entire afternoon until the sun went down. Then, just as he was about to leave, he finally heard someone walking into the restaurant. It was Wallace. Something happened again? Malcolm set the cup of cold coffee down. He lifted his head and frowned. Rumors about you spreading all over the island like wildfire. They say that you have something to do with Mr. Fagan's incarceration. Many knew that he disagreed forming of the Black Market Alliance before he went to jail. Ms. Karina is with Redmond right now, hoping that he would help her uphold justice, said Wallace. To his surprise, Malcolm's face remained stoic and unmoved. It appeared as if he'd expected Karina to side with Redmond. I got it, Malcolm replied calmly. The investigation regarding the riot at your manor has come to an end. Leah started the whole thing. She led a large number of slaves to the beach, boarded a ship, and left Nassau. I have checked all the ships leaving port yesterday and the day before that, and guess what I found? Jackdaw set off early this morning with a ship full of supplies. It's possible they returned to port when it was dark. So what? I believe the riot has something to do with them. There's a high possibility that Leah was the one who stole all those letters. Regarding this, we should inform all the other powerful landlords on this island. I'm certain they don't want the same thing happening to them someday. We'll also need to force Jackdaw to surrender the slaves to us. Malcolm did not respond to that. Instead, he pointed at the seat in front of him. I remember that we messed around every day when we were kids. You used to steal baked potatoes for me. After I went to school, we no longer had meals together. In fact, you're the one who hired this restaurant's chef. Yes, you're right. He's called Alfonso, a Spaniard. He has a terrible temper, and he hates pirates to the core. I had to spend an entire week and 2 times the usual salary just to convince him to work here. I remembered that after he hung a large "No Pirates Allowed" sign outside the restaurant, someone almost strangled him to death that night. I see. I have to admit that his coffee and fried eggs are pretty darn good. Anyway, we should eat. Let's have a meal together since you're here. After that, can you ask Alfonso and see if he is willing to leave Nassau with us? Wallace was worried about Malcolm. Don't worry about me. I came here 4 years ago, empty-handed. Within that period, I have made more money than most can make in a lifetime. The wealth is still mine even if I leave this place, but I have lost this fight. That said, I'm not the kind of person that won't admit my mistakes. I can always move somewhere else and start all over again. There are tons of ways to make money. Remember that I came with nothing and now I leave with everything in my hands. With all this money, I believe that I'll be able to forge a new path. Besides, Redmond's not going to last long in Nassau. The moment he underestimated Karina, he was doomed from the start. You appear to have high hopes for her. I'm the one who opened Pandora's box and released her inner demons. Now, she can finally inspect her own ambitions and desires. I know she's a good student, but how fast she grew exceeded my expectations. Just not too long ago, she blamed me for destroying her whole life. Now, she can take stock of her emotions and make decisions that only benefit her, even going as far as teaming up with the person responsible for putting her father in jail. This is starting to get really interesting. I made her who she is today, and yet, she had to be the one to destroy my career on this island completely. I guess we are even now. Her relationship with Redmond is very fragile. We can always tell Redmond that she knows who really put her father in jail. No, we are not going to do anything about it. Redmond is no idiot, and I won't turn my back against Karina before I leave Nassau, either. At this age, I won't allow emotions to govern my decisions anymore. Why would I do something that won't benefit me? I'm guessing that Redmond is drowning in victorious joy right now. However, he doesn't know that he has a ticking time bomb by his side. It's best to leave her with him. Consider it a parting gift for my old friend. Chapter 253, A Walk. Chapter 253, A Walk. Zhang Heng looked at Billy, not expecting to see another person on board Jackdaw when he returned. The helmsman shrugged. It wasn't my idea. She wanted to come back. It was her decision. Leah held her luggage with both hands and requested politely, "Can you please take me in? I can do lots of things." "I could do that, but why didn't you leave with your people? You fought so hard to escape that manor. Wasn't it so you could live a life of freedom?" I respected Laley very much. He united us in our most difficult time and led us out of a miserable life. He's surely a better chief than his father, but I don't agree with him on some things. I don't think the deserted islands are a way out for my people. Zhang Heng cocked his eyebrow. We may be able to live a peaceful life on that island for a while, but sooner or later the slave traders will find us again. Just like what happened back home, they'll kill the old and the weak first, then separate the mothers from their children. If we can't find a secure way out, It will happen again and again until every black man and woman will become a slave. Zhang Heng was astounded by how someone of Leah's age would consider such things. Although she was simply a teen at this point, she saw further into the future than Layli when it came to certain things. Zhang Heng looked earnestly at her and asked, "What do you think should be the way out then?" "I really don't know." Leah shook her head. "I'm still searching for it. One thing for sure, I know my talents and skills won't be very useful on the islands, which is why I want to live in the civilized world and fully utilize my potential. This isn't a very civilized place. I've already recruited enough sailors, and you're not even a sailor and you're a girl." Zhang Heng trailed off, thinking hard. Then he looked at Karina. "Do you need anyone on your side?" Karina nodded and turned to Leah. "I heard that you know how to read. It just so happens that I have a grocery store in Boston that is about to open. You can go there to help me keep the accounts, and I will provide you with lodging. You will be paid £1 each month. Once the business picks up, I will increase your salary accordingly." Leah beamed at the prospect. After Leah's issue was settled, Karina continued their interrupted conversation. She gave Zhang Heng a brief account of her private encounters with Redmond and the agreement between them. When they were done, she suggested that they take a walk. Zhang Heng nodded and followed Karina out of the house to the field. It was a fine day, the sun blaring down its bright rays and a gentle sea breeze was blowing. An excellent day for a walk. Karina had no destination in mind, so she just walked in a random direction. Zhang Heng simply followed her. All the way, neither Karina nor Zhang Heng spoke a word. It wasn't because they had nothing to say to each other. They were simply enjoying the rare calm. It had been 3 weeks since the riot broke out at Terrace Manor, and so many things happened during this brief period of time. Nonetheless, for the time being, the situation had stabilized itself, and Malcolm's defeat was imminent. Malcolm reacted to the situation accordingly, immediately listing and selling various assets on the island. Without Malcolm's specialty, Redmond, on the other hand, was unable to continue managing operations of the Black Market Alliance. Although no formal statement had been issued, everyone knew that the dissolution of the Black Market Alliance was inevitable. Soon, there would be a major reshuffle of powers among the black market merchants on the island. The situation would return to what it was when the competition was fierce. Recently, the black market merchants had been the move again, contacting the pirates they previously worked with and looking for anybody to spy on their competitors' prices. While this meant a loss of income for some, it also meant opportunities for others. In the past, Malcolm used the first black market's dissolution to quickly climb up the ladder, and now, many were eager to reproduce his success. In a case like this, Malcolm was clearly on the losing end. Even though Redmond lost the position as the president of the Black Market Alliance, his reputation rose to a whole new level thanks to him seeking justice for Normand and Fagin. As a result, he had almost caught up to Normand. With a good reputation and strong connections, many powerful pirate gangs in Nassau had already expressed their willingness to continue working with Redmond even after the Black Market Alliance was dissolved. However, as long as he sat on the throne, he couldn't respond to those rumors. Nonetheless, everyone believed that Redmond would have more pirate ships than before after the disbanding. The next beneficiary of this was Karina. Despite being fairly new on the island, she responded well to the enormous pressure that Malcolm and the Black Market Alliance imposed on her, and at the same time, letting her extraordinary flair for business shine. Her pawnshop also won the praises of the smaller pirate gangs. On top of that, Malcolm had deliberately sent a wave of powerful pirate ships to her. If she could handle it successfully, she would become the second most successful black market merchant after the alliance's dissolution. But that was still a long way to go. Right now, she wouldn't think too far ahead, wanting to savor her victory first. The pair eventually ended up on the beach. After the long silence, Karina decided to speak. "I'm sorry. I've been actually hiding something from you. Are you referring to the time Malcolm talked to you in private?" Zhang Heng asked. Karina's eyes widened in surprise. "Please don't misunderstand me. I didn't send anyone to monitor you, but it was the day of the operation and I was keeping tabs on Malcolm's movements. In fact, I can guess what he said to you," confessed Zhang Heng. "When I thought about it, there were just too many coincidences in Eugene's case, and he was simply too cooperative. I did have my doubts on Redmond, and afterward, when I saw how distracted you were, my theory was confirmed in some way. Since Eugene's case was related to Redmond, then there's a good chance Redmond also played a part in your father's case. We were prejudiced at first. When we saw the letter Leah stole, we believed that Malcolm had framed your father, but the truth was, from the contents of those letters, Malcolm was obviously investigating the matter. You didn't tell me because you feared that I wouldn't have given you a choice in this matter. From my point of view, I would have suggested that you use the opportunity to get rid of our biggest threat, Malcolm. Then you would lose the chance of joining forces with him to avenge your father. Why? Why didn't you warn me if you knew? Because the choice is yours to make, said Zhang Hong. Even though I have a share in your pawn shop, this is your enterprise at the end of the day, and it was your father who got framed and subsequently imprisoned. You and you alone must make the choice. Then do you think that I'm cold-blooded for not avenging my father and instead sleeping with the enemy? Karina asked. This time, Zhang Hong did not answer her directly. He simply said, one day, you will defeat Redmond and become the most powerful merchant in the black market, just like how you defeated Malcolm. But when that day comes, would I have changed so much that I won't even recognize myself anymore? Karina smiled bitterly. Perhaps you've never really known yourself in the first place. Chapter 254, The End. Chapter 254, The End. Have you heard of his story? Whose story? Asked the aristocrat with a silver wig to the man sitting across him. The nobleman seemed increasingly nervous as he talked. The story of the Caribbean king. This part of the ocean belongs to Scotland, and there's only one king in England. King George is his name. The aristocrat valiantly defended his country, but the bearded man opposite him knew that he wasn't too confident. Ignoring the aristocrat, and like a graceful whale cruising the oceans, he said, he goes by many names. The slaves from the New World call him the freedom fighter. That's because he attacks slave ships and sets the slaves free. When he plunders merchant ships, he would only take their possessions but not hurt a single soul. Some merchants even complimented his ways. The Royal Navy deems him their worst nightmare. In these 10 years alone, he's sunk in at least a dozen Navy battleships, and he's even managed to evade a coordinated attack between the Navy and pirate hunters. Oh, before I forget, the pirate hunters call him the pirate hunter killer. Whenever they see his black flag, even the bravest pirate hunter goes into hiding. The man then paused for a while. Do we have any liquor here? The aristocrat was ungratified that the bearded man had dominated the conversation. Even though 4 muscular bodyguards were behind him, he still felt as if he was trapped in a cage with a ferocious beast. After a while, the aristocrat loosened his collar, his face looking pale and nervous. He wanted to remind the bearded man that he was merely a criminal here. However, he quickly changed his mind. Get him a glass of tawny port. 7 years ago, he led his men in an attack against Nassau's Roger Wood. During that battle, he managed to destroy Roger Wood's ship and turn Nassau into a land of the free. Land of the free? We reclaimed the place 3 years ago. The aristocrat smirked, finally finding something to gain the upper hand in the conversation. You are right. The Navy provided immunity to all the pirates of Nassau except for him. You guys even tried to convince a mighty black market merchant, which was also his most trusted ally, to betray him. I must say, the real reason why the Navy won the battle was because the man gave up in the end. The aristocrat was speechless. Roger Wood was a good friend of the royalty, and even though he was rescued from a battle 7 years ago, his life had turned for the worse since then. Whenever the name of the person was mentioned in front of him, he would start shivering in fear. 3 years ago, Roger Wood was asked to become the Navy's consultant for a reconquest of Nassau. However, he had a grim outlook about the future. He once told the royalty that even if the Navy managed to reclaim Nassau, they would have paid a hefty price for it. However, Jackdaw left Nassau the night before the battle broke out. With Karina's help, the Navy managed to reclaim Nassau without shedding a single drop of blood. Roger Wood was appointed the new Governor-General of Nassau, and Karina became his special consultant. I heard his achievements have spread as far as London, Paris, and even all the way to Lisbon. He has become the talk of town. King George even hired someone to learn more about this legendary figure. What about you? What kind of person do you think he is? The bearded man lifted his head and looked at the aristocrat seriously, who quickly looked away, trying not to make any eye contact. In that split second, the aristocrat realized that his actions only indicated that he was the weaker one here. To protect the royalty's honor, he quickly looked back into the bearded man's eyes. Only fools and plebeians will address him as the Caribbean king. Some are even dumb enough to believe that he's under the protection of Thetis herself, the goddess of the ocean. They also say he has the ability to control storms, and that he's actually immortal. To me, he's just another rotten pirate. When he's sent to the gallows, I will watch him struggle for dear life. By that time, I will know if he is truly immortal or not. After the aristocrat was done talking, his face turned grave all of a sudden. Captain Zhang Hong, I now officially arrest you for crimes not limited to piracy, murder, plunder, assaulting the navy, and contempt of the King of Scotland. You will be tried in London. You will not be represented in any way whatsoever. After that, the aristocrat stood up and waved his men over to apprehend Zhang Hong. I don't think I can wait that long. Zhang Hong calmly glanced at his watch. The hour hand had completed 102 cycles, which meant he had been in this world for 3,900 days. After all these years in the game, he could no longer differentiate between the real world and the constructed one. I have asked many people about you. Everyone said that you're from the most powerful family in the new world. Good. I'll need you to tell everyone what you're about to witness. My request is very simple. I would like you to drop all charges against Anne and Jackdaw's pirates. You'll also have to promise me that the Navy will no longer deem Jackdaw as a target. Otherwise, I might just enter your bedroom at night without you realizing it. Do you the slightest idea of what you are talking about? How dare you threaten me when I'm about to arrest you? I was only so polite because of my good upbringing, but it doesn't mean I can't play the bad guy too. Once the royalty was finished, he signaled his two guards with the eye. Like mindless androids, they put their guns away at the same time and walked towards Zhang Hong with curled fists. On the other hand, Zhang Hong was still sitting calmly on their chair. However, right before the guards could land their punches on him, he disappeared into thin air. Zhang Hong's vision blackened, and he heard an echo. It was the sound of a familiar voice. Your time to return has come. The mission is complete. You have completed Black Sail, your 4th round of the game. You will now be sent back to the real world. Hee, you look like shit. Just like the other player. The bartender poured a glass of whiskey with her masterful hands and pushed the drink over to Zhang Hong. I like what you are right now. It looks like you have lots of stories to tell me. I must say that it's hard for a woman to resist a man like you. Zhang Hong grabbed the glass, gulped down its contents, and asked, what time is it now? His current voice and younger body took him by surprise, and he wasn't used to it. Welcome back to 21st of January, the year 2018. You can check your phone if you don't believe me. Or, tomorrow morning's news will tell you anyway. Chapter 255, Dinosaur That Trespassed the Chicken Coop. Chapter 255, Dinosaur That Trespassed the Chicken Coop. Zhang Hong checked his phone and found that the date displayed matched the bartender's statements. If it was right, Zhang Hong had spent a total of 3,900 days in an 18th century Caribbean. However, he had only been gone for 2 hours in the real world. It seems you've taken a long trip this time. The bartender lady leaned over the wine cabinet and stared at Zhang Hong with a sparkle in her eyes. As he sipped his whiskey, he unconsciously tried to wipe away the foam on his beard. Suddenly, he realized that he no longer had a beard. All he had was his bare, smooth chin. After a short pause, he asked the bartender a few questions. What's the longest a player has ever stayed in the game? No one knows. I heard of a player who stayed in his quest for a total of 6 years. This is the longest known time a player has spent inside the game. Also, the world he was in wasn't much different from the real world. After his quest was completed, he had to spend a long time telling apart real and fictional events that he had gone through. So this is just a game? Why? Why would you ask something like that? I have a solid foundation in world history, and I have done extensive research about it as well. So far, every event that I've experienced in the game is no different from real history. Of course, with my involvement, the game's history differs slightly to the real world. Zhang Hong then took out his cell phone, clicked on his Baidu browser, and typed in the keyword, Nassau. He discovered that Nassau's history didn't change at all. In the year 1718, Roger Wood had been appointed by George I of Great Britain to become the Governor-General of Nassau. He also led the navy to New Providence and reinstated order there after driving out all the pirates in the area. Not long after Blackbeard Teach assaulted Charleston, he was killed by the navy. They also captured Anne, causing her father a great deal of money just to give her back her freedom. She died of old age in the colony. He realized that everything about him had been wiped out of history. Logically speaking, this was impossible. After the Mannerheim quest, Zhang Heng had a plan inside his head. During the Black Sail quest, he deliberately made his name known in as many countries as he could during his last few years in the game. Once he left the quest, he wanted to verify his speculation and eventually found the answer that he wanted. During my second quest, I was wondering if I had traveled through time, but the possibility was simply too slight. The bartender cocked her head. Because in a dynamic system, even the smallest change can spur a long-term chain reaction in the system. It's called the butterfly effect. The bartender snapped her fingers. Yes, if all the players are really being sent back to the past, our world history would have turned into a mess. During the last auction, around 4,000 to 5,000 players were present, and I can say for certain that there are at least tens of thousands of players in the system. With so many wings flapping, the changes it would bring to history would be unimaginable. Perhaps those living in their countries don't even know that their nation's borders have changed, shrugged the bartender. That is a possibility, but I've left many marks on the script this time. It's impossible that the real world had remained the same, and I clearly remember 2 different periods of history. Wow, it seems like you've done many great things this time, exclaimed the bartender. So, I'm now leaning toward the theory that you've integrated a historical timeline in each quest and made it a game. My question is, why do it? Why did you choose actual human history? What's the message you're trying to convey? And what happens to the people inside the quest when I leave? Now that the thought crossed his mind, Zhang Heng told the bartender, give me an extra round of the game. Having spent over 10 years in the Black Sail quest, he had accumulated a shocking 342 game points, a whole 100 points more than he had expected. Whether it battling against the proud Scarborough of the Royal Navy while he was on Sea Lion, or when he and Black Sam and the others robbed the Spanish treasure ship, or even fighting against Roger Wood to keep him from capturing Nassau's fleet, eventually earning himself great fortune and reputation. All these earned him many points. Including the remaining 700 game points from the sale of the Moresby bones, he now had more than 1,000 game points. Spending 400 points to buy a chance at an extra game wasn't extravagance on his part. That said, he had just ended a long episode and was in no hurry to begin a new journey. So, Zhang Heng spent 400 game points on an extra round of the game, but he wouldn't be using it anytime soon. Shortly after, he passed Betty's shell, the game item, to the bartender and left the bar. Upon stepping out of the lounge, he was greeted by the deafening thump of electronic dance music, with folk bobbing their heads and flailing their arms in the rhythm. The nights here were always so lively, an actual city that never slept. Zhang Heng walked down the steel staircase. With his figure, he would soon be swallowed by the manic crowd. This time, though, when the hormone-filled youths saw him walking down the steps, they automatically stepped aside to make way for him. Even the show-offs, rebellious thugs who loved to exhibit masculinity before their female counterparts, dared not strong-arm him. They had no inkling of why they would unconsciously step backward when they saw the man who looked no different from a university student. Those who frequented the establishment knew better than to mess with the 2 brawny men standing at the bottom of the staircase. When compared to Zhang Heng, however, the bouncers in suits and sunglasses seemed like harmless sheep. Zhang Heng frowned. He could guess what was going on, sort of. He had been an 18th-century pirate for more than a decade in the Caribbean Sea, and he became a horrible nightmare in all of Great Britain, and even Europe, putting the fear of God in them. Even if he didn't enjoy killing people, he spilled a lot of blood to survive in the cruel and harsh environment. So much he could not even remember how many people he must have killed, or how many had died because of him. Without him realizing it, his temperament had undergone tremendous changes. In the eyes of these intoxicated youths, born and raised in peacetime and dancing the night away in a nightclub, Zhang Heng was like a dinosaur that trespassed the chicken coop. Chapter 256. Let's us bring you for some fun. Zhang Heng didn't stay at the bar for long. He pulled his hoodie over his head and walked out of with his head lowered. Instead of going back to school, he went to a nearby public restroom. Since it was a little over 2 in the morning, no one else was around. But the lights were on, and the air smelt of cheap disinfectant. Zhang Heng walked up to the sink in the men's toilet. The leaky faucet on his right dripped with a steady plop. However, his eyes were on the mirror above the sink. Back in Sex City, he did feel like his younger self again, but only now did he have a chance to examine his reflection. The beard on his face was gone, and the weathered hue on his skin had lost its bronze tone. The calluses and scars on his body had disappeared too. His face was 10 years younger than his time in Nassau, a sight he found a little unfamiliar. Most importantly, he understood what the bartender meant when she said that he looked like a completely different person. Physically, he might look the same, but he had retained the temperament of an 18th-century pirate. This was actually going to be troublesome. Most wouldn't notice it, but those who were close to him would be able to tell from a glance that he had changed a lot, especially since the spring festival was approaching, and he would have to return home soon. His parents, who had been having the time of their lives in Europe, may not sense the change in him, especially considering the fact that they never once remembered his birthday correctly. He could even send someone else of the same height and age back, and they probably couldn't even tell the difference. Nonetheless, his granddad, who had raised him since he was a child, would definitely sense something. More importantly, with his current demeanor, he would inevitably be asked to have his ID checked whenever he was out on the street. While he was still deep thought, a group of young men with colorful hair swarmed into the restroom, each with a cigarette between their fingers. They gave off the appearance of the neighborhood's small-time ruffians. Zhang Heng saw them outside of the bar a few times before, many of these the children of relocated villagers. Initially, there were 2 relatively large villages here. As the city continued developing rapidly, expanding further into the wilderness one ring after another, many small hamlets turned into either industrial or residential areas. This was something worthy of celebrating. The villagers received compensation and were relocated from their small wooden huts to chic and modern high-rise apartments. Many of them switched from farming to playing mahjong all day and collecting rent. Along with the sudden influx of wealth came its own set of problems, where the once simple villagers started to lose purpose in life, and their children lost the motivation to be diligent. After all they needed to get by was to collect rent. As a result, most of the village's youth turned into neighborhood thugs after high school. Of course, to the common man, there was a certain lightheartedness within the cacophony, even though it was a nuisance. Every day, these youths who dressed like gangsters from old Hong Kong films did nothing all day but patron the arcade, cyber cafes, or roughing up hawkers operating nearby. Nothing but indulging in their own folly and fantasies. Come night, their favorite hangout spot was in front of the nightclub or the bar. In addition to helping the owner solve inconvenient security issues, they also picked up drunk girls from the side of the road. Unlike hustling for money on the streets, this brought them great excitement and pleasure. Nonetheless, since it was illegal to do so, they tended to get into trouble. Not to be outdone were certain quarters who took advantage of men's philandering desires. They planted young, scantily dressed women on the street pretending to be drunk. When an unsuspecting victim picked the ladies up, he would have to choose between getting blackmailed or serving jail time. However, these local thugs weren't worried about anything this sort happening to them. They shared a pretty good rapport with these conniving groups, and they were gutsy and familiar with the place. Once they were done with their business, they would leave hastily. That way, they rarely ran into any trouble. Hence, this group of rowdy young men entered the public restroom with a young, unconscious girl, jeering loudly among themselves. Much to their surprise, they weren't alone. While the toilet wasn't too far from the bar, it was definitely not close to it either. Between the buildings was another restroom, so most of the bar's patrons wouldn't come all the way here. By the time the youths entered the building, Zhang Heng's hood was over his face so his identity could be concealed. He didn't react to the situation, though, feeling that he had become more cold-blooded in character. He wondered if it was because of the 10 years he spent as a pirate. Moreover, this situation was completely different from when the wall engulfed the scavenger. At that time, he had hurried over to help the elderly lady and the child because they were innocent, genuine victims who were simply at the wrong place and time. Since it was within his ability to help, he was willing to lend a hand. In essence, single men and women patronied nightclubs so they could unleash the raging hormones burning within them. All were adults, though, capable of taking care of themselves. Since women were the fairer gender, they should have known better what might become of them if they got sloshed at the bar at 2 in the morning. Every night, many young women would be so hammered they often collapsed by the side of the road outside Sex City. From the way Zhang Heng saw it, such matters were out of his control, and he wasn't interested in barging in. Every sentient being had the right to live the way they wished, and at the same time, they too were responsible for the consequences of their own choices. So, Zhang Heng merely glanced at the group and left with his bowed low. However, someone reached an arm out to block his path. "Dude, it's your lucky day today," a boy in a leather jacket grinned. "What do you think, eh?" He pushed the unconscious girl's head up by her chin. "See here, this is what we call by fine quality, and absolute beauty. On a normal day, when you ask girls like this for their WeChat contact, they would ignore you unless you drive a BMW. We are all brothers here, and we must have met by fate. We'll bring you for some fun if she refuses." Zhang Heng knew what the guy was thinking. All that destiny crap was bullshit. The youth didn't expect to run into anyone and was worried that the stranger would report them. Thus, they decided to cut Zhang Heng a deal and turn him their accomplice. At the same time, an extra man would make it an even more exciting state of affairs. There was no point trying to explain anything in this situation. Even if Zhang Heng wouldn't call the cops, these thugs would never believe him. So, Zhang Heng stuffed his phone into his pocket and threw a punch at the guy's face without warning. He had been training hard in the gym recently. With his 48-hour day, his strength had exceeded that of the average person. So, when Zhang Heng's fist made contact with the youth's face, the kid subsequently fell to the ground with a sickening thud. Chapter 257. Superpowers of ordinary people. The gangsters held sway over this area, relying on their large numbers. They had always been the ones doing the bullying, and this was the first time the tables turned against them. Zhang Heng's punch was too sudden, coming entirely without warning. The leather-jacketed boy had invited him to join their little party, and his friends were all grinning from ear to ear, excited by this new gameplay. Lo and behold, something even more stimulating happened. The leather-jacketed youth crashed onto the floor, head first. His vision went dark, and before he could scream in pain, he was already out cold. His friends were all disconcerted. They simply stood there, forgetting to fight back for a split second. However, real life was no turn-based game, and Zhang Heng wasn't going to go easy on them. After taking one down, he immediately grabbed another by the collar and threw him down. This one was even unluckier. As he fell, his forehead hit the sink, and bright red blood gushed out. There was no fight left in him. Having lived in the Caribbean for more than a decade, Zhang Heng didn't just upgrade his knife skills to level 3. Even without a weapon on him now, his melee skills were just as impressive, and was the one who taught him that shoulder throw, and he managed to learn everything from her when they sparred. Coupled with his extensive combat experience, it would be challenging to find a match for his skills. In just 5 seconds, Zhang Heng had taken down 2 opponents. After taking a moment to register what was happening, the remaining 3 thugs finally snapped out of their stupor. They set the girl down as they screamed a cheer for themselves, armed with switchblades and slicing the air as a gesture of intimidation. This scare tactic usually worked on ordinary people. Unfortunately, they ran into Zhang Heng today. By simply observing their posture and gait, Zhang Heng could tell that these small-time thugs weren't formally trained, and in fact, had already made all sorts of mistakes. They seemed formidable standing still, but once they moved, their weak points were glaring, but a sharp weapon like the switchblade still posed a degree of danger, especially in a scuffle. That was also why Zhang Heng opted to take down 2 thugs first, making it easier for him to tackle the other 3. The whole fight lasted less than a minute. Zhang Heng actually held himself back. 2 out of the 5 thugs were out cold, and the other 3 were conscious but bruised. The most miserable one was the one who charged at Zhang Heng with the blade but missed, and had his head pushed down the urinal. Zhang Heng even finished him off with a kick on his back. Such petty street fights were no match for all the battles Zhang Heng had fought all throughout his pirate career. He did not even break a sweat. Upon their defeat, the other 3 thugs, having some life left in them, dragged their unconscious friends out of the toilet while shooting their mouths off, making empty threats as they made a hasty retreat. Zhang Heng pretended to chase them. The thugs were so scared they tripped over the sidewalk and fell onto the tall grass. Having learned their lesson, they kept their mouths shut and ran desperately for their lives. Zhang Heng had no interest in pursuing them, so he returned to the toilet. Once inside, he couldn't help but furrow his brows at the sorry sight. There were traces of the fight everywhere, with obvious trails of blood on the floor left by that unlucky bastard who hit his head on the sink, and vomit from the leather-jacketed guy. There was even a random sneaker, 3 switchblades, and a small dent in the stainless steel handrail of the urinal. Everything else was the same as when he had left 2 minutes ago. The only difference was that the unconscious girl had disappeared. Had she run off on her own? Zhang Heng had been so focused on the group of thugs that he did not pay attention to what was happening behind him. The girl might have taken the opportunity to escape. The toilet had 2 exits, one at the front and the other at the back. Zhang Heng had chased the thugs out of the front entrance, but the one at the back led to a small, open park with lush vegetation. It would take less than 2 minutes to get from the toilet to the park. Although the girl appeared to be unconscious when she was brought in by the group of thugs, Zhang Heng wasn't sure how drunk the girl actually was. The fight was a messy and loud affair, and she could have woken up in the middle of it. Upon realizing that she recognized nobody around her, she might have pretended to be drunk until everyone left before escaping into the park. Having made a satisfactory deduction of what happened, Zhang Heng left the matter as it was. He had no other intentions for the girl, and it wasn't important if she thanked him or not. His fight had nothing to do with the girl, but rather because he was stopped from leaving. Since the girl escaped on her own, it saved him the trouble of having to contact her family or friends to come for her. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Zhang Heng cleaned the blood on the floor and pocketed the switchblades before he left. At this hour, the main door leading to the dormitory was already locked. Not wanting to trouble the caretaker, Zhang Heng checked himself into a single room at a hotel like he did the last time. Since most modern hotels were equipped with face recognition equipment, Zhang Heng had to unsheath his hood to peer into the camera. Unsurprisingly, his appearance gave the receptionist a good scare. Unconvinced, the receptionist swiped his identity card twice. No match to any fugitive was found in the system, and although good news for her and the hotel, the receptionist seemed reluctant to believe it. In the end, Zhang Heng had to show her his student ID and his campus card. The receptionist, in turn, was very surprised. When she returned it to him and gave him the room card, she could not help but ask, "Are you really 19? Zhang Heng took the room card from her and answered, "There's still some time before the new year, so yes, I'm still considered 19. Until he got on the elevator, the lady at the front desk downstairs still seemed to be in a daze. She had held her position for 2 years, and during the tenure, she had seen all kinds of people. To pass the time during her tedious, monotonous job, she had invented some games to entertain herself. One of her favorites was guessing her guest's profession. Whenever a guest walked into the hotel, the receptionist's mind would begin conjuring theories of the occupation of the person. Then upon issuing an invoice or during checkout, she would ask them to confirm. She had always enjoyed this game. After 2 years, she could now accurately guess 8 out of 10 professions, and she considered that a superpower of an ordinary person. But this time, the superpower she was so proud of proved completely ineffective. Student? How's that possible? That kind of temperament, to be frank, was more like a pirate from the movies, who killed their victims without remorse. The receptionist was greatly amused. It was the 21st century China. How could such inexplicable things even exist? Chapter 258, Peaking. Chapter 258, Peaking. The comfort of the budget hotel chains was only averagely comfortable, but way better than sleeping on some woven fabric or straw on a hard wooden floor. It had been the longest time since Zhang Heng slept on a proper bed. During the Black Sail quest, he spent more than half of his time out at sea and usually slept on a hammock on Jackdaw. Only after returning to Nassau would he be able to sleep on a bed. That said, it was a bed made out of 2 blankets and a cotton cloth. According to history, European royalties would typically sleep on feather mattresses. As for pirates, they didn't have many options to choose from. When Zhang Heng's first entered the quest, he did experience a few sleepless nights. This was Zhang Heng's first night returning to the real world. After doing some simple cleaning, he turned off the lights and went to bed. By the time he opened his eyes again, it was already afternoon, with bright rays piercing through the curtains flooding the room. When he got up from the bed, he felt warm sunlight caressing his face. Thirst hit him hard, and immediately grabbed the complimentary water bottle from the table and gulped its contents down. Fragments of last night's dream still lingered in his mind. The ferocious ocean, salty sea breeze, and crimson hair. All these memories were like a long-spun dream to him. Everything disappeared the moment he opened his eyes. After that, Zhang Heng grabbed his cell phone and saw there were 2 unread WeChat messages. One came from Wei Jiangyang. He informed Zhang Heng that he'd arrived in Qingdao with his girlfriend and planned to stay there for 2 to 3 days. Before leaving, he intended to head to the wholesale market to buy some raw seafood, and asked if Zhang Heng wanted anything, also offering to send it to him by express delivery. The other message was from Hayes Asuka. She told Zhang Heng that she had bought a return ticket to Japan and was set to fly on the 1st of next month. Before she went home, she wanted to ask if he could accompany her to buy some souvenirs for her family. Zhang Heng replied Wei Zhongyang first. After that, he changed his keyboard language to Japanese and replied Hayes Asuka. She texted back within a second, seeming as if she had been anxiously waiting for his reply. Zhang Heng replied to her, and once again, she texted back almost instantly. I haven't thanked you properly for helping me when the giant doll. You haven't had lunch, right? Can we meet after 1 hour at Shidan? My treat. She even inserted a smiling bear emoji at the end of her message. In his current state, Zhang Heng didn't want to walk around the streets. It wasn't the first time he experienced such a sensation, though, for when he returned from the Mannerheim quest, his character and temperament had changed. Some small habits from the battlefield had stuck with him, and even his friends from the hostel could sense that he was different. However, he was slowly recovering after reintegrating himself into the daily life of the natural world. To neutralize the memories and habits of his 10-year piracy tenure, Zhang Heng knew that he had to socialize with as many people as possible. After a brief consideration, he replied Hayes Asuka with a yes. He then set his phone down and headed for a shower. After checking out at the front desk, Zhang Heng proceeded to pharmacy to purchase a 3M face mask. With the industrial boom of the era, developing cities would usually be engulfed by a thick layer of noxious haze, especially true for the cities up north. For obvious reasons, many had taken to putting on masks, and the way Zhang Heng presented himself was nothing out of the ordinary. However, a mysterious sensation hit him as he paid his items with his Alipay, feeling that someone was staring at him from the back. When he turned around, he saw an old grandma searching for some over-the-counter flu remedies for her grandchildren. She had to put on her glasses to read the description that was printed on the packaging. The pharmacy was rather small, and other than the pharmacist, cashier, and the elderly grandma, there wasn't anyone else around. Zhang Heng could finally rule out that an enemy was lurking around the corner. It was almost time for Zhang Heng to meet up with Hayes Asuka, and hence, did not dwell further on the matter. After boarding the metro, Zhang Heng arrived in Shidan on time. On the other hand, Hayes Asuka took full advantage of studying abroad and traveled to as many places around her as she could. After feeling that taking pictures with the phone was simply not engaging enough, she bought an instant camera, voraciously capturing photos of life on the subway and streets. Those around her must have had the impression that she had all the money in the world to buy the unlimited rolls of films to feed her Polaroid. I'm glad that you are here. Hayes Asuka tucked the camera and photos into her bag. With a sniffle, she rubbed her demure nose and said, This morning, I was thinking about what to buy for my family. My mom asked me to buy her fermented tofu soaked in red oil and tea leaves, and my father wants white wine. Sigh, this is so troublesome. They should know how to shop online, right? They told me that only the locals would sell me the original stuff. But, then again, I've never bought those things before. Luckily, you're here to help me. Before that, let's get some food. Do you have anything in mind? Nothing in particular. What about you telling me what you feel like eating, and I'll take you to the best restaurants where they serve it. Really? But, is this appropriate? After all, you're the guest here. As she talked, Hayes Asuka pulled out a flyer from her bag. What is this? It looks so yummy. This is a hot pot. Follow me. I know of a place that serves delicious hot pot. However, right after saying that, Zhang Heng couldn't take a step forward. Only half a month ago, he was here to purchase something. But right now, everything felt so foreign and awfully disorientating to him. He had no idea how to go to the restaurant that served the famous hot pot. In confusion, he had to use his cell phone to search for it. This was one of the drawbacks of staying in a quest for too long. There were limitations to how much a human could retain memories, and upon absorbing new sets of knowledge, the person would gradually forget the past. Zhang Heng was lucky enough to enter the Black Sail quest right after his final exam, or he would have failed by now. There was only a short line outside the restaurant when Zhang Heng and Heisa Asuk arrived at the place. After all, it wasn't lunchtime. He then took a number from the reception. That was when the feeling of being watched hit him again. What happened at the pharmacy was perhaps an accident, but having the same feeling twice was enough to alert him. With his current skills, he wasn't afraid of thugs or gangsters. He recalled that when he attended the auction, the professor and Ding Si warned him that the circle of players wasn't always peaceful and pleasant. Humans were the most complicated creatures to step this planet, and once its population reached a specific number, a variety of people and characters could be found in society. Ding Si once told Zhang Heng that there were crazy players that would hunt down other players for game items. Until now, he had been playing the game alone, making sure that he laid low and as inconspicuous as possible. He hadn't even revealed his identity to any players in the system. It wasn't logical that anybody would target him. Chapter 259, Kumaman. Chapter 259, Kumaman. Zhang Heng started observing the crowd after collecting his number. This time, the situation was way more complicated than the pharmacy. There were students, couples, families, sons and daughters, and office workers waiting to enter the restaurant. In total, 20 to 30 people were queuing up. Zhang Heng even saw a gay couple in the line, with the slightly plump one donning Hello Kitty hair clip on the left of his head. On the surface, it was hard to find out the person who peeped at him. Even though a couple of high school students were looking at his direction, Zhang Heng knew that they were actually staring at Hayes Asuka. She was standing close to them before they queued in front of the restaurant. In other words, they weren't the ones who peeped at him. Besides, the mall was an open space, and many different people regularly passed him. Technically, it was entirely possible that the person staring at him wasn't in the line at all. Zhang Heng could feel something about to happen to him. However, he couldn't figure out what exactly, and it frustrated him. Suddenly, someone tapped his shoulder. Zhang Heng then heard Hayes Asuka screaming in excitement. When he turned around, he saw a Kumaman mascot. Many shopping malls would hire people in costumes to walk around, a marketing strategy to attract more customers. Usually, children and girls adored Kumaman a lot. Just as expected, Heisa Akuma was elated when she saw the mascot. So cute. I didn't expect to see Kumaman in China. As Hayes Asuka spoke, she took out her instant camera. Can the three of us take a picture together? Zhang Heng nodded, and momentarily gave up looking for the peeping Tom. A couple was standing near them, and he politely requested their assistance in taking a picture. When that was done, the Kumaman didn't leave but instead stood in front of Hayes Asuka and extended its hands. With a broad smile plastered on her face, she quickly gave the mascot a tight hug. A rose appeared in Kumaman's hand the moment she let it go. It then pointed at Zhang Heng and Hayes Asuka. She instantly blushed, probably feeling shy, or that she wasn't well versed in Mandarin. After taking the rose, she didn't utter a single word. The Kumaman then used its hands to draw a heart before leaving them alone to search for the next couple. Hayes Asuka's mind was filled with all kinds of thoughts after that. A minute later, her instant camera printed the picture, and she quickly stuffed it in her bag without looking at it. Just as she was about to put the picture in, she paused. What's wrong? Where's my wallet? I remember it was in my bag before we took the picture. She then searched her bag all over again, but to no avail. She frantically searched her pockets as well. Yet, there was still no trace of her wallet. It was at that time that panic began gripping her. Not only was there cash, but her Chinese and Japanese bank cards and student ID were in there as well. To make matters worse, she soon discovered that her passport had vanished too. She was slated to celebrate the new year with her family and even purchased a flight ticket earlier. Without the passport, it would be impossible to board the airplane. If she remembered correctly, before taking out the instant camera, her wallet was still in her bag, and the only person that got close enough to her was that Kumaman. The mascot had left for less than 3 minutes. Wait for me here. Do not leave this place. I will come back to you in a while, said Zhang Heng sternly. Hayes Asuka was on the verge of crying. Immediately, Zhang Heng started to go after the Kumaman mascot. However, after searching for a bit, he failed to spot it even after reaching the end of the hallway. Logically, the mascot shouldn't outrun Zhang Heng since the person was in a giant, clumsy suit. Zhang Heng asked around to see if they had seen a Kumaman suit, deliberately picking those coming from different directions. Unfortunately, not a single person said that they saw a large Kumaman passing them. It was as if the massive thing had simply disappeared out of thin air. Perplexed, Zhang Heng approached the concierge counter and asked the person operating it about the Kumaman. I'm sorry, sir. We cannot divulge personal information of our mall's employees, the guide replied nervously, feeling that Zhang Heng looked more like a criminal than anything else. Do you think I should call the police and reporters here to investigate this for me? Do you want everyone to hear about this? Perhaps you wish to be seen in the newspapers and the internet? Next time, the first thing your customers will do is to protect their wallets whenever they come here. Or, should we look for the thief now and retrieve my friend's wallet? We can choose not to call the police, or we can call the police but not the reporters. Which option do you think would benefit them all more? Don't blame me for not reminding you. The thief got away only a few minutes ago. There's a high chance that he's still in this mall. The guide was startled by Zhang Heng's dominant approach. Please hold on, sir. I'll consult my supervisor regarding this, replied the guide while gulping hard. Half a minute later, the guide was done talking with her supervisor. Sir, I just asked my colleague about this matter, and he told me that our mall didn't hire any Kumaman today. How about the tenants in the mall? Did they hire any mascots? I can't be too sure about that. The guide paused for a while before continuing. One thing is for sure. The shop owners would have informed us if they were to hire anyone to put on a show. Before she could go on any further, Zhang Heng scooted to another escalator. As the guide was talking to him, he saw the Kumaman on the second floor from the corner of his eye. It appeared that it had no intention to run away and was playing with a young girl in front of a shop. After giving a hug, it handed a lollipop. Before leaving, it brushed the little girl's head. At the same time, everyone was left in shock and awe when they saw Zhang Heng jumping down from the escalator. He spent only 10 seconds getting from the 5th to the 2nd floor. Two ladies that were having their milk tea were about to record his fantastic feat with their phones. However, Zhang Heng was too fast for them. The Kumaman was on the 2nd floor, and he had to go after it as quickly as he could. They weren't very far apart from each other, but an atrium divided them. Zhang Heng had to run along the corridor before he could get to the Kumaman. It seemed that the mascot had noticed him too, but instead of feeling nervous, it stood in front of the shop with both hands on its hips, waiting for Zhang Heng to come at it. The combination of a gaping mouth and two red cheeks made it look like it could use a beating. Chapter 260, Gratitude from an International Friend. Chapter 260, Gratitude from an International Friend. The Kumaman waited until Zhang Heng ran past 7 to 8 stores, and when he was about 30 meters away from him, it turned around and ran into a women's apparel store called Only. Unfortunately, there was no escaping this time, for there wasn't another exit. In other words, the bear was bound to be captured by Zhang Heng. When he saw the mascot entering the fitting room, he quickly proceeded to follow it. The sudden commotion had startled the store's attendant, and considering it was a store specifically for women, it was rare to see men entering it. Even if there were any, they would usually come with their wives or girlfriends. When someone like Zhang Heng so aggressively barged into the shop, it was only natural that the attendants would be afraid. Customers quickly fled the store in fear, but the same couldn't be said for its staff. Left with no other options, the store manager was forced to confront Zhang Heng. Sir, how can I help you? Zhang Heng simply ignored her and went ahead to pull the curtains of the fitting room open. The shopkeeper was so shocked by Zhang Heng's actions that she thought she must have come across a pervert of some kind and was close to screaming for help. The fitting rooms in Only had a particular layout. A curtain covered the 2-square-meter fitting room to allow the customer's privacy. However, it only blocked the front. The top was bare and uncovered. Before Zhang Heng pulled the curtain, he could see the Kumaman's calves and feet. It appeared that the person was hastily trying to remove the cumbersome suit. He could also see the mascot's head popping out above the fitting room. However, there was no one in the fitting room when Zhang Heng pulled the curtain. Like magic, the Kumaman's costume lost all rigor and form and fell to the ground in a crumpled heap. Initially, the manager was on the verge of shouting, but she stopped herself when she saw that it was actually empty. Where is the person? Zhang Heng didn't answer the manager. Instead, he bent down and shook the flaccid costume vigorously. A small piece of paper fell out with a short message written on it. It said, I have returned your items to you. Here's a friendly reminder. As you're reading this, mall security should arrive in about a minute and a half. Don't let them think you are a pervert, lest you might just get caught. As if to add insult to injury, there was even a Japanese phrase at the end of the message. Gambate. At the same time, Zhang Heng received a message from Heize Asuka as well. I've found my wallet. This is weird. How is it on someone else's table? I didn't even go near it. I still can't find my passport, though. Suddenly, Zhang Heng remembered the person mentioned that he had returned those items to him instead of her. He then touched his pocket and found out that Hayes Asuka's passport was on him. Suddenly, footsteps could be heard approaching the fitting room. Earlier, when he jumped off the escalator, he had attracted the attention of the shopping mall's security guards. However, the most troublesome part was that he ran into a women's clothing shop and pulled the curtains of the fitting room open, enough to warrant severe punishment. Now that he had found the wallet and passport, the person in the Kumaman costume was nowhere to be found. He would have a hard time explaining things to security, so he sent Hayes Asuka another message. "Your passport is with me. Let's meet at the subway." Zhang Heng wasted no time after sending the text, pulling his hoodie over and exited Only's main entrance. It was at that time when he noticed that 2 security guards were approaching him from his right. At the same time, more security guards had gathered on the first floor's escalator. Zhang Heng didn't panic at a time like this, instead, taking 2 steps forward along the glass railing. Just when the 2 security guards thought that they had got him, he jumped off. As he descended, he grabbed the bottom of the rails to absorb the impact. When he let go, he'd already landed on the first floor successfully. Before Zhang Heng entered the Black Sail's quest, his rock climbing skills were at LV1. Throughout his 10 years in the Caribbean, he didn't improve on his climbing skills, but his muscle control had gotten better after training a lot with the saber. Living at sea for a long time had granted him good balance as well, which was why such feats were no sweat for him. The 2 guards were in disbelief, having a hard time picturing how someone actually jumped off the escalator. Now that they saw it with their own eyes, they were definitely impressed. On a regular day, the guards would be dealing with disgruntled customers and the minor arguments that ensued from it. At most, petty shoplifters or street thugs were the worst they had to deal with. None had seen someone pulling off what Zhang Heng did. Naturally, they felt as if the whole thing was a scene from a movie. No one dared stand in Zhang Heng's path after he jumped from the 2nd floor. He simply walked out of the mall with no complications. Chinese New Year was just around the corner, and throngs of people had crowded the mall for some last-minute shopping. When the guards arrived at the mall's entrance, Zhang Heng had already disappeared amid the crowd. After Zhang Heng exited the mall, he walked around the area to ensure that no one was following him. Only when he was sure that he was safe did he move to the subway station. That was when he saw Hayes Asuka waiting for him over there. Earlier, she was leaning on the glass railing and witnessed all that happened on the 2nd floor. Throughout the whole incident, her mouth stuck in a round "oh," momentarily forgetting that her wallet and passport were lost. It wasn't until Hayes Asuka received Zhang Heng's message that she the mall for the subway station. As quickly as the situation escalated, she had already forgotten the earlier incident. Right now, she was more interested in Zhang Heng, as if it was her first time meeting him. "Zhang San, please tell me, are you actually Superman?" I've trained hard for my marathons." Zhang Heng realized that what he did earlier was indeed insane. After all, he wasn't in 18th century Nassau anymore. Not only did he manage to retrieve Hayes Asuka's wallet and passport, but he even discovered that the mysterious person was, in fact, targeting him. However, he was still unable to figure out its identity and purpose. If he managed to capture the person in the Kumaman suit, everything about his current situation would immediately be enlightened. Speaking of which, the mysterious individual's attempts were all futile. After running off with Hayes Asuka's wallet and passport, it was returned in the most dramatic way possible. The whole thing almost seemed as if a kid was pulling a prank on them. However, Zhang Heng could confirm that the person in question possessed at least one game item. Otherwise, what happened in the fitting room would be practically impossible to explain. Judging by the handwriting and sentence structure of the note, the mysterious person was probably female. Running a lot would eventually allow you to jump down from great heights? During high school, I woke up nearly every morning to jog. However, I'm still hopelessly clumsy. Hayes Asuka took 2 steps back, attempting to figure the whole thing out. "Since you're the one who's telling me all these, I'll believe you for now." "Oh right. I feel you've changed a lot. When I saw you earlier, I almost didn't recognize you. Thankfully, you're still as reliable as before." "That's great," she murmured shyly in a soft tone. After that, Hayes Asuka spread her arms and hugged Zhang Heng tightly. Consider this as gratitude from an international friend," she continued as her face blushed. Chapter 261, Charity Organization. Chapter 261, Charity Organization. It would be unwise for them to return to the shopping mall for now, so Zhang Heng brought Hei's Asuka to a different restaurant for their hot pot. After that, he helped her pick the fermented tofu, tea, and white wine that her family wanted. She also purchased some gifts for her 2 nephews and an off-season short-sleeved shirt for herself as well. Seeing Hei's Asuka's voracious retail appetite was enough to prove that women could be like a runaway Huxia bullet train when it came to shopping. It was already dark when she was finally done. After having some ramen for dinner, Zhang Heng sent her back to her hostel. Once she was safe, he returned to his dorm. The final exams of each course were scheduled differently, and not all students had their semester breaks at the same time. At that time, even the last batch of students was done with their finals, and the hostel was left with the university's interns like Zhang Heng and Ma Wei. With most of the students gone, the campus was eerily silent at night. After a while, Zhang Heng saw a familiar face under the street lamp. It was Shin Sisi. He hadn't seen her after their unpleasant dinner not too long ago, and his last memory of her was when she got into a black Mercedes. Coming from a well-heeled family, she didn't need to work for the university during the breaks, so Zhang Heng was surprised that she was still around campus. Standing by her side was the young man who picked her up with the Mercedes. It seemed that they were in a heated argument. "I can't accept your proposal. We can't just make an innocent person take such great risks. This can't be considered as a risk. We will stay near her and jump in if anything happens. I will personally guarantee her safety." "Guarantee her safety? You? Or Yang Zai? Forget it. Until now, we still can't figure what the hell that thing is or how we're supposed to deal with it. We can't even protect ourselves, much less protect her. Tell me what we should do then. We'll never figure out how to deal with that thing if we don't get close to it. As we speak, it might have already killed someone innocent." I told her this would be a dangerous mission. She agreed to do it, and I promised to pay her good money to make up for the risks she would have to face. No, she has no idea what she's about to come across. Suddenly, Shin Sisi paused as she noticed Zhang Heng walking toward her. The young man attempted to taunt Zhang Heng by cocking his eyebrows, only to be met by Shin Sisi's frown. During the last gathering, the young man was supposed to pick Shin Sisi up at a spot further away from the restaurant. She had never thought he would actually drive all the way there and take the initiative to open the door for her. The circumstances of that time were critical and hence, Shin Sisi didn't say a word about it. She'd heard about the rumor going around the university. Though they were unpleasant, she never bothered explaining herself even if it could explain her sudden disappearance from the university or not returning to the dorm at night. However, that didn't mean that she was okay with the rumors. Now that it had spread throughout the university, her purpose was achieved. That said, she wished to keep them they were, especially in front of Zhang Heng. Though she harbored no romantic sentiments toward Zhang Heng, she had to admit that he left her with an excellent impression. Many friends had deserted her due to the recent incident, and only a handful would still talk to her without being judgmental. "Let's end it here tonight," said Shin Sisi to the young man. "Okay, I will send you a WeChat message later." The young man nodded and stopped glaring at Zhang Heng. "Wang Yu, I believe that we should try to calm down tonight. Let's figure out some other way to deal with this matter." Wang Yu raised his eyebrows, sensing that Shin Sisi wasn't too happy about the whole thing. From the first time they met, her emotional maturity left a deep impression on him. Whatever the situation, Shin Sisi would always prioritize the feelings of those around her. When he noticed that she wasn't too happy, he instantly stopped doing anything that would aggravate the situation. He simply walked towards the parking lot. Once Wang Yu was gone, Shin Sisi turned around and looked at Zhang Heng. "I'm sorry. I feel like having some milk tea. Would you like to come with me?" Zhang Heng could see that Shin Sisi was definitely in a foul mood, so he didn't reject her offer. They both walked out of the university to Coco's, a milk tea shop near the bus terminal. Shin Sisi purchased 2 cups of milk tea and handed one with less sugar to Zhang Heng. "I think you've changed a lot." Both were merely acquaintances, and Shin Sisi didn't know too much about Zhang Heng. So, she came up with a random statement and quickly moved the conversation to the young man that she was with. "Wang Yu, I got to know him from a charity organization," said Shin Sisi while planting a straw into her cup. "Charity organization?" "Yes, but whatever we do seems to be unpopular around here. We specialize in studying and dealing with extraterrestrials that invade the country. You know about them, right? I've heard about them in my high school biology class. These beings bring catastrophic effects to our ecosystem. Not only do they affect the economy, but they would eventually cause the extinction of all life on this planet. We believe that the very survival of humans may be threatened with them around. Our country is a good example of the damage these extraterrestrial beings can bring. Although the government is trying to solve the problem once and for all, the workforce is sorely lacking, which is why organizations like ours offer assistance to them. Residents would typically report any sightings to us, or they would inquire about it online. When we have enough information, we will travel to the affected locations and provide them with a free identification service. Sounds like you're doing something very meaningful. Whatever Shin Sisi told Zhang Heng explained her argument with Wang Yu. However, she still kept a lot of details from him, such as the type of extraterrestrials they were dealing with, or why would anybody's life be at risk from dealing with them. There was also a possibility that Zhang Heng didn't hear any of it, considering that there was some distance between them earlier. Nevertheless, Shin Sisi didn't want to dwell on the topic further, not wanting to indulge in it after her brief explanation. Chapter 262, Bicycle Repair. With the new year fast approaching, those yet to return to their respective hometowns each had their own worries. Shin Sisi and Zhang Heng were just ordinary friends. Although exchanging WeChat contacts since their camping trip together, they rarely talked to each other. After briefly explaining about the non-profit organization she had joined and her daily activities, their conversation quickly switched to the finals. This, however, was Zhang Heng's blind spot. To him, the exams that had taken place a week ago were a thing of the past, a good 10 years ago, to be exact. He couldn't recall much of its details, and so, he merely played along, nodding at everything she said without much comment. Shin Sisi noticed the polite obligation in his responses. Still, since they rarely interacted with each other, there weren't many different topics they could touch on other than the final exams. It was starting to get awkward, and although Shin Sisi had only finished half of her tea, the two decided to part ways. Somehow, she looked hesitant as she turned to leave. In the end, after a short pause, she quickly blurted, "Be careful. Be careful." Zhang Heng stopped in his tracks. Realizing how vague her statement sounded, she began to explain. "Yes, I mean, since many people will be on the move during Spring Festival, you should be careful on your way back." Zhang Heng nodded. "You too," he replied. Zhang Heng was back in his dorm room that he left a long time ago, and Ma Wei hadn't yet returned from his tutoring job. After turning on the lights, he set his backpack down and sat at his desk. Out of habit, he took out a piece of paper and a pen and tried to organize the information he gathered from this round of the game. Because of the lengthy duration of the game this time around, Zhang Heng had a lot of time to burn after completing its main task, using most of it to improve his skills, mainly language, and also to confirm some of his conjectures. Other than what he had told the bartender, Zhang Heng really wanted to know where Moresby and that wall that swallowed the old lady had come from. He was also curious if the game items with supernatural powers had anything to do with them. What secrets lurked within this mysterious game he was involved in? Discounting Moresby's bones, Betty's shell was the sixth game item Zhang Heng found. As of now, it was also the most powerful one, able to change the weather at sea. At the same time, it was unlike the other game items he had, seeing how perilous it was to use. Was the sailor on the Carrack truly lost in greed and anger like what Seth said? Zhang Heng was still skeptical about it. However, there was one thing he was sure of. These game props were all related to ancient myths and legends. Aside from the unidentified shadow moment and shadow key, the rabbit's foot was a symbol of luck in many folklores. The necklace Simon gave him was connected to the Tapio, the Finnish mythical forest god. The Moresby creature, according to the old man in the Tang suit, was the guardian of a tribe from the remote Papua New Guinean islands called the Alkais. The Paris arrow he carried with him originated from a Greek legend, and when he was on the Black Sail quest, he encountered an ancient god that he suspected to be part of Celtic mythology. Unfortunately, that ancient god, Betty, was weak and drained when they met. Later on, Zhang Heng attempted to help her by expanding her pool of believers, but for some reason, she was unable to regain full strength. In the end, he was unable to communicate with her on a deeper level. But then again, during the auction, Zhang Heng saw game items that looked very much like Louis Vuitton handbags, and even iPhones. Also, the game item Escape Dagger that sold for a hefty 2,000 game points looked and sounded very much like a popular prop from another game. It seemed as if the conclusion he'd drawn wasn't complete. Zhang Heng subsequently circled the words folklore and myth. then wrote a question mark next to them. Then on a blank space, he wrote Shin Sisi and Huang Yu's name, noting at the end that they too might be players themselves. He put down his pen just as Ma Wei walked into the room. Ma Wei removed the gray knitted gloves from his hands and rubbed his fingers, all red from the cold, and he was surprised when he saw Zhang Heng. "Hey, you're back." Zhang Heng closed his notebook. "Yeah. How did it go today? Is the tutorship going well?" Ma Wei shook his head. "That kid is tough to manage. His father is an executive in an organization, and the mother is a branch manager of a bank. They have 2 houses on the 3rd ring road, and 1 each in the 4th and 5th. I told him that since his family is so well-to-do, he just needs to study hard. With his parents paving the way for him, he can easily succeed in whatever he wishes to do." Guess what he answered me with? He said, "My family is so rich that we can never finish spending our money. Why do I need to be successful anyway?" That seems right in some kind of way. Ma Wei sighed. The kids' parents are very busy. They constantly entertain their clients and are only home very late. It was always just him and his nanny. The nanny, on the other hand, wouldn't discipline him, and he's always eating imported junk and snacks. He's only 13, and he's already 120 kilograms. I also heard his schoolmates calling him the devil incarnate. His mom hired me to help him with his homework for 150 yuan per hour. If he shows any improvement in his midterm and final exams, she will pay me 100 for each subject. So, how were his results? It's the same as before. No progress at all. Ma Wei sighed, looking very glum. After all, when he was discussing his employer's pay, the particular topic motivated him a lot. It was evident that the little fatso had a weak foundation, meaning that there was lots of room for improvement. For this, Ma Wei had put in a lot of effort, even filling up a notebook with various learning strategies. Alas, the plump little boy sneered at the notes he was given, saying, "What's the use of learning? Look at you. You're so good at it. Yet, instead of getting somewhere, here you are tutoring me." Those words hurt Ma Wei deeply, but he never mentioned it openly. In fact, if it wasn't for the handsome salary, he would have chosen to tutor someone else. This was especially true after the little plump thing recently grew fond of a girl, and his mind was completely distracted, constantly thinking of ways to win her over. Ma Wei could already tell that the boy's results would only worsen come the next semester. Ma Wei picked up a thermos next to his bed and poured himself a cup of warm water. Then, after a moment's deliberation, he turned to Zhang Heng. "Oh, by the way, do you know how to repair bicycles?" "Why? The chain felt a little loose when I was riding back yesterday," said Ma Wei. "It felt like I was peddling air." "I'll take a look at it with you," Zhang Heng replied. Back when he was in Tokyo Drift, he had learned how to modify cars, and considering how much simpler the transmission of a bicycle was, repairing it shouldn't be much of a problem for him. Zhang Heng took out a flashlight from his drawer before grabbing a screwdriver that had been left by someone. Then, he went downstairs with Ma Wei to where the bicycle was parked. Chapter 263. Aren't you a little smug? Chapter 263. Aren't you a little smug? The streetlights outside the hostel had been turned off for a few days now, and most of the building's residents had already returned to their hometowns for the spring festival. Only a few dorms were still lit, and the building's surroundings were unusually dark at night. Zhang Heng turned on his powerful LED flashlight, which shone brightly with a white glow. Following Ma Wei's directions, he found the parked bicycle. It was a Flying Pigeon * bicycle Ma Wei purchased from a senior from his hometown. It appeared worn and rusted and seemed to have done more than a couple of miles under its belt. Every year during graduation season, the new graduates would set up stalls in front of the hostel building to sell the items they no longer needed at reasonable prices. It was then that Ma Wei purchased this two-wheeler for less than 100 yuan, thinking he could eventually sell it off to the freshmen when his turn to graduate arrived. It was excellent value for its price, and the robust machine reliably ferried him back and forth from his part-time tutoring job. Zhang Heng took a quick glance at the vehicle and found that its chain was indeed loose, just as Ma Wei had reported. The solution to this problem was actually rather straightforward. All he needed to do was loosen the nut holding the rear axle and pull the rear wheel back to tighten up the chain. He would finish up by replacing the nut and screws with brand new ones. Since Zhang Heng could fix the minor problem there, and then, he crouched down and went straight to work. Ma Wei, who was walking up from behind him, wore a peculiar smile on his face. Zhang Heng focused on fixing on the bike, and Ma Wei stood outside the flashlight's beam. So unless Zhang Heng had eyes at the back of his head, he wasn't able to see the expression on his friend's face. Ma Wei appeared to be hopeful and happy like a birthday boy unboxing his presents at a party. Zhang Heng was already reaching for the rear axle, but suddenly, he stopped halfway. Without warning, he dropped the torchlight in his hand and grabbed Ma Wei by the wrist. "Well, you're a smug one, aren't you?" Ma Wei's face fell. Before he could say anything, Zhang Heng was already on his feet, pushing the screwdriver hard against his throat. "God damn it. What is the meaning of this? Such a reaction is unwarranted if you don't want to fix my bike, huh?" growled Ma Wei as his face darkened. "I should be the one asking you that," replied Zhang Heng. "Why have you been following me? What is your purpose? That Kumaman back at the mall, that was you, right? How did you disappear from the fitting room? Why are you pretending to be my friend? Where is the real Ma Wei? Did you hurt him?" Ma Wei thought about the question for a bit, but before he could come up with a lie, he felt a sharp pain on his wrist. The imposter gasped and gritted his teeth. "Ow, ow, ow, it hurts. So, you're not only violent towards boys, but you're also unfriendly towards girls. How ungentlemanly of you." Zhang Heng was taken aback. "Are you that drunk girl from the public toilet?" Throughout the years, Zhang Heng had experienced many battles, some big and some small. Nevertheless, all of them happened in the game. In the real world, the only time he laid a hand on someone was last night, and there were no other witnesses at the scene, either. The drunk girl on the ground had also disappeared when he was chasing down the group of bastards who ran from the toilet. Now that he thought about it, it was an uncannily similar incident to what he experienced at the mall. Ma Wei's imposter didn't answer him. Instead, he said, "How did you find out that I wasn't actually your friend? I don't know how you did it, but your appearance and voice are impeccable. Your mannerism of him is slightly flawed, but it's not too bad. You made a grave mistake, though. It seems you don't truly understand who Ma Wei truly is." Due to the environment that he grew up in, Ma Wei is very insistent on being independent. He's always ready to offer his assistance, but rarely troubles anybody for help. Simple things like fixing his bicycle, he would have done it himself. Even if he were to ask for my help, he would have only done it after several failed attempts. Moreover, Zhang Heng paused. He doesn't like drinking warm water. He only drinks it only after it has cooled a little. Ma Wei would never have poured it out of the thermos and drink it straight away. There was of course a third reason that Zhang Heng didn't reveal. Ever since he completed Black Sail, his temperament had changed drastically. After knowing each other for more than a year, even if Ma Wei didn't comment about the changes, he would have at least looked slightly shocked. When Ma Wei's imposter walked in, Zhang Heng noticed that his expression barely changed. The imposter greeted him as if they'd already met. This was because the two had already met last night. That was when Zhang Heng began to be suspicious of this Ma Wei. "Huh, if it wasn't for the lack of time, I wouldn't have made such an amateurish mistake," pouted the imposter. "To be honest, seeing a guy do that was kind of strange. I didn't do anything to your roommate. I just brought his wallet and bicycle back first." The imposter continued, indirectly admitting that he had actually come for Zhang Heng. "Do we have anything against each other?" Zhang Heng's brows furrowed. "What do you think? Last night, I came out for some fun, and when I finally had the stage set up, caught myself 5 little fishes, and was about to have a good time. You came along and scared them away. You wasted all my effort," the imposter moaned. "If you wanted it so bad, then why didn't you spend your money at the clubhouse?" Zhang Heng chided coolly. The imposter became speechless. After about a minute, he snapped out of it and said, "I think you're mistaken. When I said a good time, I didn't mean..." Zhang Heng cut her off. "Also, even if I had accidentally ruined your plan, didn't you already get your revenge back at the mall? We're already even. So, why are you still coming after me?" "Even? We're far from even. You don't react to being duped like a normal person." Ma Wei's imposter looked unhappy. "Just thinking about it makes my blood boil." Zhang Heng's eyes widened in surprise. Back in the mall, he could sense that the other party didn't have any malicious intent towards him. Even though she had used the Kumaman costume to steal Hayes Asuka's wallet and passport, she eventually returned those things and even left a note along with it. There seemed to be no ill intention in the whole affair. There was more of a mischievous vibe to it. Of course, if Zhang Heng were to be arrested by the mall cops, she would have been even more pleased. "You sound like you love these pranks, but you still care a lot about how it ends," Zhang Heng observed. "Why? Does it have any importance to you?" Chapter 264. You should wait here. Chapter 264. You should wait here. When she was posed with the critical question, Ma Wei's imposter refused to utter a word, adamantly refusing to answer Zhang Heng. At the same time, his body and face were changing as well. Within 10 seconds, she transformed from Ma Wei to the girl in the toilet last night. Some physical traits of hers had changed too. The tattoo on her arm was gone, and the purple wig and fake eyelashes were no longer on her. Given a choice, she would have definitely not revealed her true self. There could be only one explanation to her transformation then, a limited time for her disguise. Was it some game item? Zhang Heng wasn't sure. When one received a game item in the quest, the system would typically send the player a notification. Back in the real world, however, a player would not receive any notifications. However, a person could only carry so many things at one time, and Zhang Heng would be able to identify the game item if he carefully checked them one by one. A game item that enabled the player morph into a completely different person within a limited time. A piece with such caliber would be at least C grade, able to be sold for thousands of game points during an auction. Previously, when Zhang Heng got pranked by the Kumaman at the mall, he suddenly felt that the method the mascot had used was awfully familiar. Now, he finally remembered where that feeling came from. In between the third and fourth round of the game, Zhang Heng had some free time and attended a year-end auction. Other than getting to know different players and gathering information, he managed to purchase the Paris Arrow and Shadow Key. He even got to witness a dramatic event unfold before him right before the auction ended. The mysterious lady with shades who entered the auction center managed to make a fool out of some influential individuals. After that, she went as far as to spend a whopping 100,000 game points to purchase the only B-grade game item auctioned that night, the Dreamland of Death. The method she used to fool the three significant factions was similar to that of the woman standing in front of Zhang Heng, even though their looks, age, and sizes differed from each other. There was a strong possibility that the two were actually the same person, considering that their morphing skills were similar. Even if they were separate individuals, there must be a particular connection between them. However, this had nothing much to do with Zhang Heng. Even if he could prove that the person in front of him had something to do with that mysterious woman from the auction, he had no intention to stick his nose into what happened there. Zhang Heng had, in fact, grown more cautious about the woman after all that. After she made a scene at the auction, she managed to successfully flee the place unscathed. Zhang Heng was now worried that the woman or her allies were still holding a weapon of mass destruction, one like the Dreamland of Death. Things were beginning to get more complicated, and Zhang Heng extended his arms again to search the imposter. Suddenly, he thought of something, and his fingers stopped midair. What's wrong? Finally remembered that I'm a lady, huh? Asked the Ma Wei's imposter with her eyes blinking. Zhang Heng suddenly asked her a random question. What would have happened if I collided with the bicycle just now? It doesn't really matter anymore. It didn't happen anyway. What a shame. I was waiting for a good show. I don't care what evil plans you have in mind, but I believe that it would have activated the moment I collided with the bicycle. In other words, you might have other traps on you, triggered once when I touch your body. That's why you weren't nervous even after I captured you. With your morphing abilities, you knew that I would definitely search your body. By that time, the second trap would be triggered, and you'd once again flee without a trace. Must you always be this careful? Your life must be boring as hell. Of course, now that you realize that there's no way out, you're putting on a show to confidently bluff your way out. Perhaps you're attempting to draw me into thinking that you have an ace up your sleeve. You did this to stop me from searching your body. Which outcome do you think would happen? We shall know soon. Zhang Heng glanced at his watch just as Ma Wei's imposter was trying to swallow what he said. 1 hour and 40 minutes were left before midnight. Once the hands of the clock stacked on each other, Zhang Heng would get to enjoy his extra 24 hours. By that time, he would have enough time to study the fake Ma Wei and the items she possessed. Since you don't want to turn yourself into a murderer and kill me, not to mention that you didn't dare to search me as well, does that mean I can leave now? If I let you go, will you cause me trouble again? Of course not. It's pointless anyway. You are such a boring person. Even if you stepped into my snare, you're not going to react. I should look for others instead. Great. Wait here. Zhang Heng had no intention to let down his guard. However, he did move the screwdriver away from her neck. On the other hand, the imposter was still attempting to figure out how to escape the situation, intently looking at her surroundings to find a way out. Suddenly, she came up with an idea when she saw two people coming out of the study room. Just as she was about to call out Zhang Heng as a pervert, She felt an excruciating pain stabbing her stomach. Zhang Heng pulled his arm back and moved away from the woman. "Baby, are you okay? I told you not to overeat the spicy hot pot, didn't I? Let's go to the hospital now," said Zhang Heng while squatting down in front of her. When the two boys saw the woman clutching her stomach as she crouched down, they thought something terrible had happened to her and instantly approached to see if they could lend a hand. However, being single guys, they were a little disappointed when they heard overhead the conversation between the couple. Knowing that there was no chance to be knights in shining armor, they had no intention to linger around. After looking at her face, they felt the major predicament of every single man in the world hitting them hard. Why was it always somebody worse, always getting the pretty girls? Why did the pretty girls never notice them? Ma Wei's imposter was in so much pain that she couldn't close both of her legs. At the same time, she gave Zhang Heng a thumbs up. Zhang Heng noticed that it wasn't safe for him to keep waiting here. After all, the dorms were just above him. Although few were still in the university right now, students that couldn't return to their hometowns would sometimes hang around the area. "Let's go. We need to go somewhere else." "Sure. How did an asshole like you manage to get a cute Japanese girlfriend?" Ma Wei's imposter rubbed her stomach vigorously as she talked to him. The fact that he still clutched her hand tightly to make sure that she wouldn't escape had made her really angry. "Stand up straight if you can walk. And Hayes Asuka is no more than a friend." Chapter 265, Is This Necessary? Chapter 265, Is This Necessary? Just a friend? Based on the assistance I provided you with, that girl didn't see you as a normal friend. After a while, something crossed her mind, and Ma Wei's imposter started to take pleasure in Zhang Heng's misfortune. "Oh, now I know why you won't fall in love with her. You are worried that it might become a long-distance relationship once she returns to her country, just like the couple from the movie, Raincoat. They both loved each other a lot, but they were forced to watch each other marry someone they didn't truly love. After going their separate ways, they could only see the raincoats that they gifted to each other to reminisce on the sweet memories buried deep within their hearts." Zhang Heng tapped on the woman's shoulder and pointed at the well-lit building in front of her. "Do you know what that place is?" "Yeah, I know what that place is. That's a 24-hour grocery store. All I need to do is to spend 2 RMB to buy some duct tape, and I'll be able to enjoy silence once again." Zhang Heng brought Ma Wei's imposter to the edge of a large field. Usually, the place would be open at 6 in the morning until 10 at night. However, since the final exams were over, and most students had returned to their hometowns, the field closed earlier than usual. This didn't stop Zhang Heng from entering it, though. Using his student card, he slipped into the crack of the door of the office and attempted to break in. "I never expected you to be this sort of person. It appears you're not as noble as you make yourself out to be. From what I'm seeing, you must have done a lot of unethical stuff in your university." Zhang Heng didn't bother explaining himself to the woman. He had learned these skills with the extra 24 hours that he had every day, and most of the time, he was a law-abiding citizen. It was rare that he would break any rules set by the university as well. After fiddling with the card for a while, Zhang Heng managed to enter the office, grabbing the key that opened the fence that guarded the field. Once they walked past the entrance, the woman calmly took a good look at her surroundings. "Is this field new? Looks like a good place to me. Speaking of which, I have a friend who studies at your university as well. Some time ago, she even brought me to taste the cafeteria's famous braised chicken." Zhang Heng wasn't interested in her babbling and brought her to a wall located on the west side of the field. It appeared that there wasn't a soul around them right now. Situated opposite the field was the 3-story university gym, and at this hour, all its lights were off. A residential area was directly beyond the wall, and its residents could see the field clearly. However, since the two were standing below the tall wall, it was considered a blind spot. Now that Zhang Heng locked the gate leading to the field, it was practically impossible for the woman to pull any tricks on him. "Is this even necessary?" As a gust of frigid wind blew at Ma Wei's imposter, she couldn't help but shudder in the cold. It was hard for her to keep pretending she didn't have a care in this world now that she was in a semi-enclosed space with Zhang Heng. From what she saw, no one would come to her rescue if something awful were to befall her. Besides, the field was surrounded by darkness, an entirely different environment from where she was earlier. Previously, she wasn't worried that Zhang Heng would have hurt her. Right now, she wasn't so sure anymore. After a short while, the woman attempted to negotiate with Zhang Heng. "Oi, let me go, and I will give you a game item. What say you?" So, you're a player as well? I'm not a player, but I used to be one. Due to personal reasons, I'm not allowed to enter the quests anymore. Huh. The woman, however, had no intention to dwell on the topic. Zhang Heng guessed the reason for her banning had something to do with the auction incident some time ago. All the while, Zhang Heng had felt that the mysterious woman's godlike metamorphosis skills were too overbearing. Not only did she manage to fool the leaders of 4 factions, but she even managed to cheat the software. It was as if she was a bug in the system. Until now, he still couldn't figure out how she did it. You're such a mean person. You're the one who spoiled my plan first. I admit that I pulled a prank on you when I saw you at the shopping mall. I even went as far as helping you impress your Japanese girlfriend. The way she looked at you when you came after me, it was nothing short of amazing. Hee hee. As a girl, I can tell you that you've managed to capture her heart. It's time to move on, bro. Ma Wei's imposter gave Zhang Heng's shoulder a pat as she talked to him. Nevertheless, even after the awkward bout of laughter, she noticed that he showed no reaction at all. I'm really curious. Other than lies, what are you made up of? I know that you had your eyes on me since I was at the pharmacy. You've been plotting against me ever since, right? Zhang Heng said. What pharmacy? I rented a Kumaman outfit on that day, and I spent my entire day at the shopping mall. Well, I did go to a couple of shopping malls that day, as a matter of fact. When I saw you and your girlfriend at the Shidon Mall, I bought her a rose. After that, some asshole came to mess with me. Oh right, where's the Kumaman costume? I paid 200 renminbi as a deposit. I'll need it back. Even Zhang Heng had to admit that lying was indeed a talent. When the average person told a lie, their bodies would typically make small and subconscious movements that would give them away. However, lying seemed to come naturally as eating and drinking to the woman. Zhang Heng failed to spot any flaws from the way she behaved. She wasn't that old anyway. So how could she have so quickly mastered the fine art of deception? Could she have practiced it since she was a kid? Was she a pathological liar? Just as Zhang Heng was about to say something, the same sensation he had at that pharmacy of someone spying on him surged through his body again. This time, he could sense the evil intent behind it. As for the imposter, she was still staring at him innocently. Suddenly, Zhang Heng extended his hand, seeming as if he was about to grab her chest. The woman was terrified this time, on the verge of screaming out loud. Seconds later, he rudely grabbed her shirt by the collar and pulled her abruptly toward him. Brother, I have HIV. Unable to hold back any longer, she screamed as loud as she could. Right before the two collided into each other, Zhang Heng let her go, and she fell hard on the running track. The skin on her palms was grazed when she used them to support herself. She then took in a deep breath. She winced in pain, and there was a tear in her eye. Fuck, are you sick in the head? It looks like you're addicted to torturing people, you sadist. It was then when she saw something terrifying. The solid wall that she stood beside earlier began to melt like chocolate under a flame. Chapter 266. Run. Chapter 266. Run. What the hell? Exclaimed Ma Wei's imposter in disbelief and horror. Zhang Heng, on the other hand, was already in grave danger. Having witnessed how the wall engulfed an old lady before, he instantly noticed it moving and managed to pull the clueless girl away from danger. If that was his first encounter, he wouldn't have been certain, but now, Zhang Heng confirmed that since it hunted its victims so strategically, whatever that thing was, must have some sort of higher intelligence. When the wall began to ripple like boiling water, it caught Zhang Heng's attention. He swiftly shoved the woman away before the oozing black fluid could reach her. However, the creature was actually feigning an attack, as its real target was actually Zhang Heng. The curious creature seemed to be able to control how fast it melted, where the wall's corners dissolved more quickly than its body. Unbeknownst to Zhang Heng, the black liquid had already wrapped around his feet when he grabbed the collar of the woman. He had seen how efficiently the thing hunted, taking less than 10 seconds to completely engulf the old scavenger. He knew he was running out of time. Even at this juncture of life and death, Zhang Heng remained as calm as a millpond. He turned away as he threw the woman aside, then quickly tried to pry the creature away from his feet. However, as he suspected, the beast could switch forms freely between solid and liquid. After wrapping itself around Zhang Heng's ankle, it instantly hardened and became as hard as concrete. Now, Zhang Heng felt as if his left foot was encrusted in plaster, and he was completely stuck in place, unable to move an inch. This was also the same reason why Zhang Heng couldn't save the old lady. Now it was his turn. He realized that this wasn't something he could possibly fight against. The black liquid spread like wildfire, running up his ankles, unhindered. In a blink of an eye, the tar-like substance had engulfed his calf. If this were to continue, he would soon be dragged into the wall alive. A horrible way to die, to say the least, not something anybody would want to endure. To Zhang Heng's greatest surprise, Ma Wei's imposter had a little more loyalty than expected. Although scared to death, she didn't run even after getting back on her feet. Instead, she shouted at Zhang Heng, "What's its weakness? What should I do?" In response, Zhang Heng simply stared at her, pointed to the direction of the field's exit, and said, "Run." Had this been a Qiangyao opera, Ma Wei's imposter would have been deeply moved by Zhang Heng's oh-so-sacrificial, tough guy act. She would have been tugging on Zhang Heng's other thigh, crying and screaming at the top of her lungs, begging, "No, I'm not leaving you. If one must die, then we die together." However, this was hard reality, not some stage show. After staring Zhang Heng in the eye, she hesitated for a moment before turning around to run toward the gate as fast as her legs could carry her. At a time like this, there was no time for second thoughts. She could only trust his judgment. There could only be two reasons why he told her to run. First, the action of running could be useful against the creature, or second, Zhang Heng knew that he was a lost cause and didn't want to drag her down with him. The reason why he made her leave while she still could. After running for a bit, tears started pouring out of the woman's eyes. She stopped and, at the same time, cried out to Zhang Heng, "Dude, I don't have the key." Zhang Heng had brought her to the field to prevent her from attempting any more tricks, locking up the gate for good measure, and effectively keeping outsiders from entering. However, that meant that nobody was getting out either. The key to that lock was still with Zhang Heng, and as the woman turned around, what she saw gave her a chill. Zhang Heng had disappeared. In his place was what seemed like a stone wall that had appeared out of nowhere, right smack in the middle of the running track. It was all like a poorly written piece of dark comedy. As hilarious as it might have been, the woman couldn't laugh at all. Right now, she was in complete shock. Too bad for her, as she didn't have the time to mourn Zhang Heng's death. Even though the creature behind her had just swallowed a person whole, it didn't seem to satisfy its insatiable hunger, appearing to be more raucous than ever. After running for a while, she realized that the black substance wasn't very speedy. It moved only as fast as she could run. The only reason for its success so far was because of its sudden and abrupt attacks, all coming without prior warning. Most people would have a sense of security when they leaned against a sturdy wall, subconsciously believing that they were protected from threats that came from every other direction. In fact, if the victim was prepared, the prospect of an escape was still on the books. Moreover, whatever worried the woman the most did not actually happen. That creature didn't have an image-splitting skill, which would allow it to replicate itself, making it omnipresent. That would have allowed it to surround its victim from every angle. It seemed that it could only remain as one entity, and a part of its body had to be connected to the wall no matter how far it ventured. However, it could definitely move freely from one wall to another, provided that the wall that it was attached to had returned to its original state. It was during these snatches of time that the woman could take a breather. Unfortunately, she failed to see a way out of the predicament and was, in fact, feeling absolutely awful. Due to specific reasons, she wasn't supposed to be doing vigorous exercise. She hadn't run so fervently since her high school fitness test, and now, her lungs felt as if they were about to burst out of her chest. Nevertheless, not running would mean the end of her. She even began to wonder if she would die of exhaustion before the creature could get its hands on her if she kept sprinting at such a pace. As a matter of fact, shortness of breath and a tightness in her chest was beginning to plague her, and now, her vision was getting blurry. Just as she was about to give up, she suddenly heard a familiar voice saying, "Here, quick." Lo and behold, Zhang Heng, of whom she thought was dead, was alive and standing at the gate. He had miraculously, at some point, opened the entrance of the field and was now shouting at her. Unfortunately, she wasn't the only one who saw Zhang Heng. When that creature realized that he was actually alive, the wall behind the woman quickly returned to its original state. This was her golden opportunity. By the time the wall was restored to its previous form, that thing would have been part of the gate's pillars. By then, it would be too late for her. Ma Wei's imposter felt as if all the energy in her body had been drained out her as she attempted to move her lead-laden legs toward the gate. Every ounce of strength in her body had fizzled out, but she tried to squeeze whatever little energy she had left within her. Just as she began to pick up her pace, the dreaded creature of a wall began to move again. There was a look of hopeless despair in her eyes. But just as she thought that the creature would surely swallow her, a pair of hands wrapped her waist tightly. Chapter 267. I know about it. At a moment where life hung in limbo, Zhang Heng carried Ma Wei's imposter and ran as fast as he could. To his surprise, she was a lot lighter than he thought, weighing less than 100 pounds. It certainly didn't match her height. However, this wasn't the pressing issue right now. Placing her on his shoulders, he started running toward the exit. Though he was carrying someone on him, he was still a lot faster than her when she ran. Zhang Heng's persistent training had given him an edge when it came to stamina, and instead of letting the woman run on her own, he figured they would be a lot quicker if he just carried her. With swift hands, he unlocked the gate within seconds. While they ran, the woman was so terrified that she almost vomited. She then started sobbing like a little child. You tricked me. You used me as bait to attract the creature's attention. You even planned to get away without me, right? I'm sorry. That was my item's effect. I technically needed somebody to distract the thing while I was unlocking the gate. In desperation, Zhang Heng couldn't figure out a better way to free himself other than using his shadow moment. Once he entered shadow form, he was able to escape his physical boundaries and ditch the concrete that had smothered him. However, it would take some time before returning as a human once he entered the shadow form, and could only watch as the woman was chased by the creature. There really was nothing he could do at that time. Zhang Heng could have easily left her behind and moved through the gate in his shadow form, the safest way for him to escape the field. However, he remembered that she had actually risked her life in an attempt to rescue him earlier. Thanks to her selfless act, Zhang Heng was willing to risk his own life to save her as well. Of course, the woman had to hang on for 3 minutes until Zhang Heng's shadow form expired. If she failed to do so, Zhang Heng would have left the place by himself. In other words, the woman had helped herself to survive the monster's deathly grip. After a while, Zhang Heng stopped to rest. His heart thumped so rapidly that a break was necessary if he didn't want to collapse. The woman, on the other hand, had no intention getting off him. All she did was change positions on his shoulders and clung on tightly like a koala. He knew that virtually all her stamina had been spent trying to run away from the monster. Hence, he did not force her to get down. Suddenly, Zhang Heng felt a sharp pain stabbing his shoulder. Oi, can you stay put? We are still trying to get away from that creature. Ma Wei's imposter harumphed and removed her teeth unwillingly from Zhang Heng's shoulder as she stared at her bite mark in satisfaction. I know that we're running away from the monster. However, my grudges against you will never be settled if I don't leave a mark. Satisfied after doing whatever she longed to do, the woman moved her attention back to the more pressing matter at hand. So what the hell is that thing? I have no bloody idea. You have no idea, huh? Whatever the thing was, you were clearly the target. Without having to spend any energy running from the monster, the woman thinks straight. Now that she carefully put some thought into it, she came up with a rather interesting conclusion. I've crossed paths with this creature once. I rescued a little kid from being its meal. Maybe that's why it's targeting me. Zhang Heng paused for a while before continuing. What do you mean when you said its weakness just now? Are you a new player? With your strength and stamina, you don't seem new to me. Things like these are not secrets and most experienced players should already know. Usually, supernatural beings like these have a weakness. Once we find out what it is, we'll just need to focus on it. Technically, even a mighty monster could be killed by a child if its weakness is exposed. Weakness? Something like an Achilles heel? That's right. We need to figure out its origins or lore before we deal with it. Sometimes their weaknesses are hidden in stories passed down from generation to generation. Apart from that, after learning his lesson from Tapio, god of forest, and the lucky rabbit foot, Zhang Heng went online in search for information of a wall that could eat people up. Unfortunately, he found nothing particularly useful. There wasn't any time for that now, considering they were practically knocking on death's door. Usually, the most effective method to deal with most monsters is to use brute force. However, I'm not too sure about this one. Perhaps it needs to engulf you before you can start bludgeoning it to death. Zhang Heng knew a method like that was most probably useless against it because this creature could freely change its form. In other words, this was going to be an extremely foolhardy monster for them to defeat. While he ran, Zhang Heng tried his best to stay away from all the walls that he passed by. However, the entire city was made out of concrete, making it the best place for the monster to hunt. All it needed to do was to slip from one wall to another. It would be almost impossible to locate and destroy it. As the topic of the creature's weakness was in discussion, Zhang Heng suddenly thought of something. Before he could say anything, though, he came across someone he knew. Zhang Heng chose not to run on the main road because there were too many buildings around it, besides not wanting to endanger its inhabitants. So, he carried the woman and ran past a little garden located northeast of the field. The place was a favorite for pleasant and relaxing strolls, especially true for couples that were in love. Now that most students had returned to their respective hometowns, and considering it was already 10 at night, Zhang Heng didn't expect to meet someone he knew here. It was Shinxixi, the girl who broke up with him not too long ago. It seemed as if something was bothering her tonight, and Zhang Heng was surprised to see that she hadn't yet returned to her dorm. Shinxixi stood up from the bench near the lake the moment she heard rapid footsteps approaching. She too was surprised to see Zhang Heng. However, seconds after that, she heard Ma Wei's imposter shouting at her. "Run! Run!" Naturally, Shinxixi was baffled by the desperate cries. However, when she saw the black liquid chasing them from behind, she felt excited. At first, Zhang Heng thought that Shinxixi would ask him a ton of questions about the strange thing behind him, because that was what ordinary people would do. Instead, she decided to heed the advice to run. Only after Shinxixi had caught up with them did she bombard Zhang Heng with questions. "Where did you guys find that thing? Have you seen its attack? Did it have something to do with the wall?" Chapter 268. This is unreal. Before Zhang Heng could say anything, Ma Wei's imposter popped her head up and asked the question. "You know how to deal with this thing? This is my first time facing this creature. Of late, lots of stray animals and homeless people have been disappearing from the streets. We received news that someone saw the black liquid moving within the walls at the locations of those unexplainable disappearances. My people have been trying to track it down for some time. However, it's extremely cunning. Judging by the victim's background information, it basically targets the weakest group of the society. Nobody would notice that they've gone missing. I can't figure why it would come to the university this time, though. This is our best chance to get rid of it." As they ran, Shinxixi took out her cell phone to contact Wang Yu and the rest of the organization to gather at the university. When she returned her phone to her pocket, Zhang Heng asked her a question. "Your organization deals with these matters as well? I'm sorry that I lied to you. Usually, people wouldn't believe us if they didn't see such creatures with their own eyes. It's hard to explain these things to the public, which is why we call ourselves a non-profit organization." Ma Wei's imposter whispered into Zhang Heng's ear. "She's trying to say that you're not going to be much help. What's going on right now? This woman doesn't know that you are a player. And it seems kind of sadistic too. She likes using her allies as bait. Just stay put." "Huh? I'm not talking about you. I know that you're not talking about me." Ma Wei's imposter looked really serious. She then turned around to look at Shinxixi. "Hey, pretty one. When are your men coming?" "Usually, all of them are home at this hour. They live some distance from this place, and would need at least an hour and a half to get here. That's if they manage to get a cab right now. As for those living nearby, they can get here within half an hour." "Great. At least someone will take care of our bodies." Although whatever Ma Wei's imposter said was unpleasant to the ear, she was trying to tell everyone that the three weren't in a good state. Until now, Zhang Heng still had his stamina in tip-top condition and didn't show signs that he would tire anytime soon. However, he was still carrying someone over his back, and it would be impossible for him to keep running at such speeds for a sustained amount of time. As for Shinxixi, one could easily see the regular workouts she'd been doing, with only the thick winter clothing covering her dazzling figure. As compared to Ma Wei's imposter that fizzled out after only a minute of running, Shinxixi was definitely more durable than her. Until now, at least, her breathing was still steady, and it certainly didn't look as if she was about to collapse anytime soon. However, nobody could predict what would happen in 10 minutes. Among the three of them, Ma Wei's imposter was the only one that didn't use any of her stamina. That said, she still tried to put herself to good use. While the monster was jumping from wall to wall, she had noticed a pattern to it, and the moment she spotted the walls around them changing, she would quickly inform Zhang Heng. "We need to do something about this," said Zhang Heng after running for a while. The three ran at the same pace with the monster. However, The path they chose was predictable, where they ran along the tar roads. Besides not always being a straight path, they would sometimes come across buildings in front of them. In such instances, the creature would take advantage of its wall-jumping abilities to move along the buildings, closing in the gap between them or even surpassing them at times. Left with no other option, they could only turn and run back in the direction from where they came. After a short silence, Shinsisi finally made up her mind. The typical human isn't powerful enough to deal with such a creature. I have a way to distract him. I want the two of you to use this opportunity and get away from this place. As she spoke, Shinsisi took out her wallet and drew out a red card. Zhang Heng turned to look and found out that it actually looked familiar to him. He soon recognized that it was a trap card from Yu-Gi-Oh! Battle Mania card type, trap card. Number of uses, unlimited. Rarity, rare. R, effect. Activates only during your opponent's standby phase. All face-up monsters that your opponent controls would be changed to their attack position and cannot change their battle positions this turn. If possible, all monsters your opponent currently controls must attack in this turn. After seeing the effect of Escape Dagger, Zhang Heng wasn't surprised by Shinsisi's item. He could guess what she was trying to do. In Yu-Gi-Oh!, this card would force the opponent's monster to morph into its attack position. In other words, she was trying to taunt the beast. After creating an opportunity for Zhang Heng and Ma Wei's imposter to escape, she would contact Wang Yu to help her. Acquiring a game item wasn't her only reason for her insistence on killing this monster. She was mainly tired of seeing people getting killed by it. Wow, look at her spirit compared to you. When we first met, you completely ignored me even after seeing those thugs about to rape me. What a stark difference. Zhang Heng said nothing in defense. Instead, he stopped running and said, "Come down." "No way. Are you angry with me? I was just making a random comment." Ma Wei's imposter seemed to be unhappy, but she had to come down from Zhang Heng's back regardless. Both of them were safe for now after Shinsisi used the trap card. However, Ma Wei's imposter didn't think that Shinsisi could outrun the monster and win the battle. Judging by her looks, Ma Wei's imposter knew that Shinsisi wasn't confident that she could hold up until her people came to her aid. Still, she had used the trap card to get Zhang Heng and the woman to a safe spot. At the same time, she didn't stop running away from the monster, trying her best to draw it as far as possible from them. "We should do something to help her," muttered Shinsisi when she saw her getting further and further away from them. "Great. Go help her then. If she lives, I won't hold you responsible for what you did to me before this. I have something to do. So, I'll be away for a while." "This is unreal. Come on, brother. Why do I have to go first every bloody time? You're exactly like my primary school teacher. He lets his students do the most difficult stuff and only starts to work properly during award month," groaned Ma Wei's imposter while rolling her eyes at Zhang Heng. "Remember, hang on until I come back." "Wait, what if you don't come back?" Zhang Heng had already left when Ma Wei's imposter asked the question. As a chilly gust of wind blew at her, she pulled her coat together. Just like what she did to Zhang Heng when the monster had attacked him, she chose to run towards Shinsisi for help. Chapter 269. Fine, I'll continue running. Then in the darkness, Shinsisi could hear the steady rhythm of her breathing and heartbeat. It had been 5 minutes since she used the Battle Mania card, where the D-grade game item took effect, turning the creature's attention onto her. However, what was about to happen next would be her biggest test yet. She knew that if she continued running aimlessly like that, she wouldn't last more than 30 minutes. After a while, Shinsisi learned the pattern of the creature's movements, where its behavior was in direct relation to the walls. In other words, the further she stayed away from the walls, the safer she would be. Less than a kilometer outside the school grounds was People's Park, which had been open to the public and was probably the furthest place from the city's jungle of reinforced concrete. Shinsisi planned to deal with the creature there until Wang Yu and the others arrived. But just as she ran through the eastern gates, she saw that the beast was already waiting for her there. The creature appeared to have guessed her plan and had surpassed her. Shinsisi did a quick assessment and decided to give up on heading to the south gate because 1, it was too far, and there was no way she could outrun the thing, and 2, the gate was usually locked at 9 at night. Even if she managed to get there, it would be a waste of effort. Eventually, she opted to retreat to the small garden where she had been, the furthest place from all the other school buildings. She decided that she could hide around the small artificial lake over there, and play hide and seek with the creature. After running for so long, though, Shin Cece's body was starting to send her brain fatigue signals. She was, after all, a girl, and even though she began to work out regularly to enhance her stamina since becoming a player, she was only slightly more durable than an ordinary person. Moreover, unlike Zhang Hong, who had been playing as a single player, Shin Cece was used to playing in a team setting to improve efficiency and cope with various complex situations. Each member of the team had their own specialty. As far as possible, the skills and abilities wouldn't overlap, but rather complement each other. Each teammate had a predetermined development route as well. In her team, Shin Cece's played the role of team leader and brains. Battles were the responsibility of the other members. Since her job was to improve her leadership and decision-making abilities, it meant there wasn't much time for physical exercise. Also, the low visibility in the dark was causing her a lot of trouble. Being in the cramped garden would put a distance between her and the buildings, but the setting was also more complicated. Of course, it wasn't without reason that the garden was hailed as a sacred love nest for budding couples. There were only 2 street lamps in the whole area, one of which was broken a long time ago. Exuding a vibe of romantic ambience, it was perfect for hugs and cuddles. Right now, it wasn't exactly ideal for Shin Cece. She didn't know if the creature had eyes or how it was able to see, but one thing for sure, its vision was definitely not affected by the amount of light surrounding it. Her perception, on the other hand, was definitely influenced by the darkness, which was causing her to lose her sense of direction. In fact, if it had not been for energy preservation, Shin Cece wouldn't have risked it to run to this place and allow the creature the chance to sneak up on her. As she panted, she stopped by the lakeside to slow her breathing. She stood with her back facing the artificial lake as a precaution, so the other directions were clearly in her sight. Her strategy was straightforward but also very effective. Under the glow of the Seoul street lamp above her, she could clearly see to her left and right. Behind her was the lake, and since there wasn't any concrete structures on it, save for a little rock formation, it should be safe. The only problem was the trees that blocked her front view. Thankfully, it was winter, and most of their leaves had fallen off. It was in this direction that Shin Cece focused her attention on. If the creature were to attack her, she would surely be able to see it. Her nerves were still frayed, knowing that no matter what, the enemy was still a supernatural creature. Even in her calm demeanor, she was a little skittish. Suddenly, the phone in her pocket vibrated. It was a text from Wang Yu. He wrote, "Wait for me. I'm nearby. I'll be there soon." She had to admit that the text calmed her nerves a little. It seemed that the situation was a lot better than she expected. Wang Yu wasn't the team's main fighter, but he was second only to Yu Yangzi. The only problem was that he lived the furthest from the school. He was the one that Shin Cece mentioned would take at least an hour and a half to get there. Nevertheless, he would have to be her best bet, for the time being, at least. Shin Cece shook her head in an attempt to clear her mind. Receiving Wang Yu's text set her thoughts in motion again. She wasn't merely thinking about passively running for her life, but hoped that she would be able to gather more useful information to deal with the creature later on. As she was thinking about her next strategy, the hill on the artificial lake behind her began to melt quietly. This wasn't Shin Cece's fault. Because that thing had been traveling through concrete walls, she had deliberately avoided the buildings on campus. It didn't cross her mind that the creature could also use the mock rock formation. By the time Shin Cece noticed the black liquid moving toward her, it was too late to react. Thank goodness, Ma Wei's imposter arrived just at the nick of time. As she searched for Shin Cece, she had stopped to tear off a piece of clay from her pocket and began molding it. It wasn't until 2 minutes ago that she succeeded. Sprinting to the artificial lake, she threw it at the creature when she saw it. It landed between Shin Cece and the pool of black liquid, and a wall was instantly erected. Shin Cece was terrified. She thought that Ma Wei's imposter must have had a grudge against her and was about to use the creature to get rid of her. But a minute later, she saw that the wall was actually blocking the creature from reaching her. "What are you still doing there? Run!" shouted Ma Wei's imposter. "My plasticine wall won't hold for long." Shin Cece didn't even look back as she started running. She turned to the girl who had just saved her and asked, "You're a player too?" "I suppose so," Ma Wei's imposter answered as she huffed. She hated working out the most. Without Zhang Heng around, her human mule was gone, and she was forced to buck up and run alongside Shin Cece. But as soon as she started, she stopped, looking very excited. Oh, how silly of me. Why am I running? That thing will only attack you, right? Shin-Cece's answer, however, only destroyed her hope. My game item also has a time limit. Its effect can only last for 15 minutes. That's less than 2 minutes from now. When Ma Wei's imposter heard this, she wanted to cry. Fine. I'll continue running then. Chapter 270. It's not me. I didn't do it. Don't accuse me. The plasticine wall erected by Ma Wei's imposter wouldn't stop the creature for too long. Right now, she and Shin-Cece were running for their lives toward the parking lot. Earlier, Wang Yu had sent a message to Shin-Cece and told her to meet up there. Though Shin-Cece placed most of her attention to the monster, that did not mean she had stopped thinking about other stuff. After running for a while, Imposter noticed Shin-Cece constantly glancing at her. Just ask what you want to ask. I might not answer you anyway, said the imposter while gasping for breath. I'm sorry. The incident at the auction center has spread around the entire circle of players. Everyone is on high alert. Still, many players fell into that trap, especially members of the 3 major factions. The victims reported that they would always find a small pile of plasticine beside them. Shin-Cece paused for a while, then continued. As of now, the 3 major factions have come up with a large amount of money as a reward to whoever that can provide the crook's whereabouts. It's not me. I didn't do it. Don't simply accuse me. Ma Wei's imposter quickly denied all the allegations. Now, she was more cautious when she talked. Did you tell others about my ability to use plasticine? I did it to save you, you know. No, I won't tell anybody about it. But are you still going to do what you do? The 3 major factions are mighty, and sooner or later, they will find out about you. I also think that it's better if you return the Dreamland of Death to them. A B-grade game item will bring you a lot of trouble. I told you that I'm not the one who did it. That woman is causing all kinds of trouble everywhere. Why am I the one to take the blame? I have never seen this Dreamland of Death before. There's nothing for me to return. That woman. Ma Wei's imposter had no intention of explaining any further. Anyway, all you need to know is that I've nothing to do with that woman. Wait. She has something to do with me. She was the one who caused me to be banned from the game. Shin-Cece always wanted to ask about her relationship with Zhang Hong, but something unexpected happened suddenly. The left part of the wall in front of them started melting. Go to Chintzy Block now. I will lure it there, replied Shin-Cece. Where is Chintzy Block? I'm not from your university, hey? Oh, I'm sorry. Follow me. This way. Shin-Cece grabbed the imposter's hand and headed in a different direction. At that moment, the imposter was already showing signs of exhaustion. It seemed that the monster didn't want them to leave the university. Hence, it paid extra attention to the exit. However, there was still some distance between the parking lot and the exit, and seeing the 2 running toward Chintzy Block, the monster went after them as well. Shin-Cece ran in a big circle and charged toward the parking lot while the monster jumped from one wall to another. It was actually a brilliant plan, and there was nothing wrong with it. However, Shin-Cece hadn't considered the imposter's durability. If only she had witnessed how the imposter huffed and puffed as she ran earlier, she would surely have wondered how someone could have such weak stamina. Earlier, when the imposter ran towards Chintzy Block, her mind was so jumbled that she couldn't make out which direction she was supposed to take. She had to rely on Shin-Cece to guide her on the right path. Seeing that they were almost at their destination, the imposter was shocked to discover that the path she just took was just a warm-up run. There was still a very long way to go. The imposter's stamina had almost depleted completely, and she could no longer lift her legs to continue running. She squatted on the ground and clutched her chest with both hands. I can't run anymore. I can't run anymore. Just leave me here and go. Shin-Cece didn't know what to do anymore. After all, the imposter was a full-grown woman, impossible to be carried like how Zhang Hong took her on his shoulder. Considering that the imposter had rescued her once, she would definitely not leave her here to die. As they stopped running, the monster had caught up to them. Suddenly, they saw a beam of bright light coming from a car. Wang Yu and his black Mercedes were finally here. There were only 30 meters between them. Some time ago, an outsider hit a girl from the university, resulting in a massive fight between the driver and the students. Ever since the accident, the university had prohibited cars from driving inside the university. They even added 2 metal pillars on the path that connected the parking lot to the university. University teachers and staff were no exception as well. After parking their vehicles in the lot, they had to walk to the office or classes. However, These two metal pillars didn't stop Wang Yu from rescuing Shin-Sisi. Once he saw that she was in grave danger, he wasted no time drove his modified Mercedes up on the sidewalk. By doing that, he managed to bypass the metal pillars. At the same time, Shin-Sisi quickly dragged the imposter to the side. In the end, the black Mercedes crashed head-on into the pile of black goo. To their surprise, the Mercedes was dented severely at its front. The black liquid managed to change form from liquid to solid, which meant that the car had just hit a hard wall. From the powerful impact, a large spiderweb of cracks could be seen on the wall. However, they soon disappeared, and the wall looked as good as new. Before the collision, Wang Yu had bravely jumped out of the car and wasn't injured. He then quickly stood up after he rolling on the ground for a bit. With his precious car destroyed, Wang Yu became really upset. This is ridiculous. How can we kill it? Melee attacks are useless against it. We need to figure out its weakness as soon as possible. We tried our best to look for information about this creature's background. Unfortunately, it was fruitless. That means this creature isn't as powerful as we think it is. It has to have some kind of weakness, regardless. Seeing that the wall had started melting again, Ma Wei's imposter put on a bitter smile. The weakness of a concrete wall? It has to be a tractor. Previously, all Wang Yu could think was to save the woman in front of him in the coolest way possible. Undeniably, the way he showed up was awe-inspiring. However, he began to regret what he just did. All the while, he wasn't too happy with Shin-Sisi dealing with these supernatural threats. The game quests were already dangerous enough, and now, Shin-Sisi wanted to help the real world as well. Any ordinary person would pray that they would never have to come across something like this. Even though players like them knew more about the world they lived in, and even possessing game items that could help them, they were still human beings. It was extremely risky for them to handle such threats of unearthly origins. However, Shin-Sisi had a good reputation in the team, and most of her teammates would usually agree with whatever decision she made. Even if Wang Yu wasn't happy with the arrangement, he could only keep it for himself. Besides, he had always been fond of her. If they wanted to defeat this monster, there were countless pros and cons to be considered. Chapter 271. Missing its target, Zhang Heng ran into the dormitory building and looked at the lifts. Only one of the two available elevators were operating during the holidays, and it was now on the 9th floor. Considering it might stop on other floors on its way down, Zhang Heng decided to take the safer option on the other side, the stairs. Having no idea how much longer Shin-Sisi and the imposter could last, every second counted. It took him only 47 seconds to climb to the 11th floor, where his room was located. When he pushed the door open, a sweat-soaked Ma Wei was sitting at his desk, a blank look plastered on his face as he held onto a wallet. He mumbled, "How could this be? I remember very clearly that I brought it with me when I left. I even bought 2 buns in the afternoon. How could it have returned before I did?" This was the most baffling thing he had ever experienced in his entire life. After his tutoring session ended, and he was about to go home, he realized that his wallet and bicycle were missing. He had frantically searched nearby, and yet found nothing. Now, he was dizzy and confused. Then, when he returned to the dormitory, his old bicycle had magically parked itself downstairs, and his missing wallet was already on his desk. Not only was the money still in there, but there was also even an extra 40 yuan in it. Ma Wei felt his emotions heaving like a wild roller coaster ride. Surprised and thrilled, he was at the same time bemused at the inexplicable happenstance. In his stupor, he didn't even notice Zhang Heng entering the room. By the time he looked up, Zhang Heng was already rushing out the door. From the corner of his eye, Ma Wei spotted him holding the SF recurve bow. "Are you going to practice archery?" "But it's so late." Zhang Heng picked up his bow, arrow, and telescope from his wardrobe, and instead of greeting his roommate, he hurried into the bathroom next door. With the telescope, he searched for Shin-Sisi and the imposter through the tiny ventilation window and saw that they were running from the lake toward the parking lot. He chose a small photocopy shop located between the parking lot and the man-made lake. It was also the closest location to the male dormitory. Making his way there as quickly as he could, he climbed up the sycamore tree next to the shop, the perfect spot for an ambush. At this point, Shin-Sisi and imposter weren't too far away from him. However, the two girls didn't notice Zhang Heng. All they cared was to run for their lives, focused on avoiding the black liquid that was quickly advancing on them. Zhang Heng took in a deep breath and pulled out the Paris arrow from his quiver. The impostor had mentioned before that most supernatural beasts had a so-called Achilles heel. As long as they figured what it was, they could kill even the most powerful and invincible of monsters. The Paris arrow was also a legendary item associated with the Achilles heel. Zhang Heng had returned to the dormitory just to retrieve it. Although it wasn't his first time using this game item, he had only employed before it as an enhanced arrow with automatic angle correction. This was the first time he was using it against a supernatural creature and had no idea how effective it would be. Zhang Heng armed the bow with the Paris arrow. With his LV2 archery skills, he swiftly locked onto the target without much difficulty. It wasn't until Shin Sisi and the impostor ran past him that he released his finger. However, something unexpected happened. Not only did the arrow not find the black liquid's weakness, but it also missed its target entirely. Zhang Heng had been practicing archery for the longest time now, and practiced within a 10-meter range. Even if it was a moving target, he could at least hit the 8th ring. In fact, there was no chance he would miss such an easy target. On top of that, the black liquid was a lot larger than his regular bullseye targets, and it was technically impossible for him to miss his mark. Judging by his extensive experience, he knew that it was a good shot the moment the arrow left the bow. Ironically, it was as if an invisible force had shifted the arrow's flight path. Zhang Heng saw with his own eyes as the Paris arrow deviated, flying past the creature before disappearing into the darkness. Except for Zhang Heng, the shooter, the other two people, and the creature didn't even notice the existence of the arrow. Zhang Heng's frown deepened as he looked at a fleeing Shin Sisi in the distance. Even if he caught up to them, chances were that he could do nothing against the creature. It appeared that it was immune to physical damage. So, after giving it some thought, Zhang Heng decided to find the Paris arrow. He remembered that it had deviated in a southwesterly direction. Zhang Heng leaped off the tree and headed there. After around 100 meters, he found his arrow sticking out of the ground. Zhang Heng felt a little flummoxed. That creature's weak spot couldn't have been the dirt on the ground. Even if it was, there was a lot of soil under the tree back there. The Paris arrow had no reason to fly all the way here. There could only be one explanation for this. Before the Paris arrow could hit the monster's weak spot, it had already used up all its kinetic energy. However, Zhang Heng was somewhat of an archery veteran, and he could accurately shoot up to 200 meters. Even if there was wind resistance, there was no way it would only go as far as 100. On top of that, the angle the arrow penetrated the ground at a bizarre angle. It was at that moment that something suddenly clicked in his mind, and he looked up at a structure not too far away. It was the school library, a 7-floored concrete building. If the arrow's target were the building, then it would all make sense. It had suffered a loss of kinetic energy as it converted into gravitational potential energy. Still, it wasn't enough to send the arrow to the target, so it fell midway and plunged into the ground. Nonetheless, it had completed its mission in a way, pointing Zhang Heng in a particular direction. Although he didn't know why that creature's weak spot was in the school library, he knew that the answer to tonight's crisis could be hidden within it. Zhang Heng pulled the arrow out of the ground, replaced it on the bowstring, then carefully treaded to the dark library ahead of him. Chapter 272. 3 Arrows. Zhang Heng was more familiar with the library than the dorm room he had lived in every day. He would either spend his time there or the gym during the extra 23 hours he had. Since a regular of the place, he made a copy of the door's key, usually entering through its employee-only entrance. He would first head to the basement to turn on the main power before entering the elevator and pressing the button to the 7th floor. Unsure if the thing he was looking for in the library of even a living being, he quickly came across an idea. The library was located in the middle of the university, and since it went up to 7 floors, it was perfect as an observation point for the entire area. From the top floor, there was a bird's-eye view of the whole university campus. If the thing that entered the library was indeed a living being, it meant that whatever he did before entering was no longer a secret. If the creature didn't spot Zhang Heng entering the library, it would have known by now since the electricity had been turned on. By turning on the entire building's power, he hoped to confuse the creature, where it would have to figure out which floor he was on. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng would use the stairwell to move to the next floor. Since the Paris arrow's landing spot proved that whatever he was looking for was on the top floor, Zhang Heng decided to start his search there. When he arrived, the entire place was pitch black the moment the door was opened. Utilizing the familiarity of his surroundings, he located the switch for the LED light above without much problem. However, it didn't turn on after the switch was flipped. Alarm bells started going off in his head, and he immediately became extremely cautious. The Paris arrow had further confirmed that there was a high possibility that his target was on this floor. Immediately, Zhang Heng wound the string of his bow. Right now, his biggest problem wasn't the thing he was looking for. The Paris arrow had already helped him locate the whereabouts of the clue before its energy depleted. The problem was that he was now away from the black liquid, and having no idea where it was, in no way could he reshoot it. Suddenly, Zhang Heng heard a rustling sound. Although hushed, it sounded extra crisp in the empty library, and he deduced that it came from the back of one of the book racks. Since it wasn't too far from him, he approached the shelf with the bow in hand. Cautious of booby traps, he decided to take the longer route, moving around the tall rows of books to get to it. Just as he was about to close in on the source of the sound, what seemed like a masked person charged at him all of a sudden. Zhang Heng was well prepared to handle attacks from such close proximity, and with the Paris arrow on his bow, he couldn't miss the target. After completing a few quests, Zhang Heng's heightened awareness had allowed him to take aim at his mark in a split second. Right before he could release the arrow, though, the bow unexpectedly twitched a little. In the end, the arrow flew past the person and landed on an English book. After that, Zhang Heng quickly turned his body to avoid the attack from the masked person. Before he could check his enemy out, Zhang Heng promptly pulled out another arrow from his quiver and reloaded his bow. He then aimed at the shadow that was heading towards the exit. This time, the arrow hit the person's calf, causing him to lose balance and falling to the ground. Seeming to be severely injured, and judging by the loss of mobility, Zhang Heng took the opportunity and shot a third arrow at the shadow. Without warning, the wall on the person's left melted. Now, Zhang Heng had re-encountered the black liquid. This time the liquid engulfed the masked person, sucking him into the wall. Zhang Heng chose not to pursue it this time, know how perilous it would be. Whether the elevator or the stairwell, he wouldn't stand a chance against the black liquid in such a confined space. Besides, there wasn't much time left before the hour hand would strike 12. After looking at his watch, Zhang Heng held his bow and stood guard, ensuring that creature wouldn't return to the library again. He then turned around and walked towards the masked person and took off the mask. It was actually a girl, and she seemed to be a student at this university. Both her hands were tired, and there was a sock stuffed in her mouth. She seemed to have just encountered something terrifying, and the moment Zhang Heng untied her, she started to cry, running to hide under a table near him. She was clearly panic-stricken and was trembling uncontrollably. Zhang Heng picked up her student card that had fallen to the ground and saw that she was called Li Shangyue. You are safe now. The creature is gone. Zhang Heng put aside his bow and handed back Li Shangyue's card. It wasn't until a minute later before she snapped out of her fear. She snatched the card defensively from Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng. Li Shangyue was surprised to see that her rescuer turned out to be Zhang Heng. Wait, you know me. I don't know you, but I know that the creature was here for you. The events that had taken place tonight had gone beyond the realms of everything she knew. She began shaking each time the thought of what happened crossed her mind. Despite the stammers and stutters that she couldn't control, she still tried her best to narrate whatever she knew to Zhang Heng. After the finals were over, they moved up the library's closing time to 6 in the evening. In the afternoon, I wanted to come here to read, and I saw a kid around 7 to 8 years old standing outside. He told me that he wanted to enter the library to read some comics. However, he couldn't get past the turnstile, and seeing the librarian wasn't around, I unlocked the turnstile and let him in. I saw him heading to the comic area on the 2nd floor. So, I told him to look for me on the 7th before he exited the library. While I was reading, he came up, walked toward me, and asked me a question. He asked if I knew a certain Zhang Heng. He also told me that this person is a student here. I told him that there were thousands of students, and I couldn't possibly know every single person here. Immediately, his face darkened the moment he heard what I said. I have never seen such a terrifying face on a kid. He had the look of a killer in his eyes. After that, he didn't say a word and left me alone. I was struck by fear, and I lost the mood to read. Around 10 minutes later, I decided to leave the library, and I descended to the 2nd floor to look for him. However, he wasn't there anymore. In fact, I searched the entire library, but he was nowhere to be found. I thought he must have followed someone out, and just to be safe, I hung around until the closing of the library. Before I left, I went to the toilet. That's when I saw something in the mirror. I saw, Li Xingyue's voice was trembling. You saw the wall melting into black liquid? Li Xingyue nodded vigorously. The black liquid dripped on my shoulder and slithered onto my face. I felt that I was suffocating, and my survival instincts kicked in, telling me to get out of this place. When I tried to move my leg, I found that I was paralyzed. It was an awful feeling. Soon after that, I passed out. When I woke up, I found myself tied up here. Chapter 273. Neutral Zhang Heng sent Li Xingyue back to her dormitory. It was at that time that he received a message from Shun Sisi telling him that the black liquid had given up on pursuing her all of a sudden. She also asked about his current whereabouts and situation. Before Zhang Heng could reply to her, he received a friend request. The person's name was, "Why do you always look unhappy?" #0. Zhang Heng promptly rejected the friend request. 2 seconds later, he received another request from the same person. This time, it came with a side note. No one can reject me twice. No one. *W. Zhang Heng read it, and once again, rejected the friend request. Almost instantly, the person sent Zhang Heng another request. This time, the side note was different. Someone smart like me knows that you will reject my friend request again. Am I right? Hee. ZV****. This time, Zhang Heng accepted it and sent a reply. Whatever you just did is completely meaningless. No, it's not meaningless. Wait. Hold on right there. Don't block me. I asked for your contact from Shinsisi. There's something important that I need to tell you. You're cold-blooded, and you're definitely not a real man. However, I'm surprised that you stuck to your promise. I'm glad you didn't run away. Have you killed that thing? That has nothing to do with you. Hee. I'm just showing my concern. Do you know how dangerous the situation was just now? We were so close to meeting our maker tonight. This is the golden opportunity to eliminate that creature. Shinsisi asked for your whereabouts just now. If I tell her that you're the one who saved us, I'm pretty sure you'll gain an extra fan. Your stomach no longer aches? I feel better now, but there's still some lingering pain _1. I'll go to the clinic for a checkup tomorrow. Why do you always look unhappy? #O. Sounded serious. Soon after that, she sent another message to Zhang Heng. Don't worry. I know that you don't like to show yourself. I told her that I don't want you to know I'm a player, and I've asked her to hide in the park first. She still doesn't know that you're a player. Alright. I told her that we knew each through an online game. Don't forget that you asked me out for hot pot. *degree. After that, Zhang Heng replied Shinsisi and told her that everything was fine. She then informed Zhang Heng that the creature had fled. As of now, she couldn't figure what had happened as well and reminded him to be extra cautious of his surroundings. If a similar thing were to happen again, he could contact her immediately, and she would assist him in the shortest time possible. Zhang Heng thanked her for the offer, his gratitude genuine. Until now, Zhang Heng had met several players, where most of them were friendly and courteous, just like Ding Si and the professor who had both given him some useful advice. However, there were limits to their kindness, only imparting information after having ensured that their own interests were protected. A player who was willing to risk her life to save others like Shinsisi was indeed hard to come by. For those who had been oppressed for a long time, they wouldn't just simply pursue their long-desired justice or rescue someone weaker than them. Instead, they would turn from being the victim to the oppressor. After getting their revenge, they would use their influence to bully the weaker ones. What they had always hated wasn't how unfairly they had been treated, but rather, hated that they weren't the ones who had brought that injustice to this world. What made Shinsisi such a unique breed wasn't because she didn't go down the path of darkness, but because she was willing to use her precious game items to rescue ordinary humans. It was no easy path to take. It was a miracle that she was still alive and even gather a group of like-minded players. After all, there were countless players in the system, and some were just as kind and righteous as Shinsisi. However, the reality of the situation differed from fairy tales. In fairy tales, the righteous would somehow always defeat evil, and light always overcame darkness. In reality, though, a strong sense of righteousness and moral outlook meant that the player's chances of survival would be lower since more risks would have to be taken. Those who had chosen to walk this path were either dead or had given up due to the unbearable hardships they had to face. The fact that Shinsisi kept walking on the noble path was enough to prove that she had strong determination, leadership, and charisma. As for Zhang Heng, he was a completely different species altogether. According to D&D's alignment system, Zhang Heng was to be considered neutral. He had a mature set of beliefs and would live his life according to his principles. No temptation from this world could shake his solid foundation. At times, he would help those who were stuck in a tough situation, but he wouldn't do it all the time, not like Shinsisi. She would even risk her life to save strangers. Unless the person was dear to him, he would never risk his life for someone he didn't know. In other words, Zhang Heng and Shinsisi were two completely different people. However, that didn't stop him from admiring her. He was also willing to provide whatever help he could offer if Shinsisi were to be in trouble. After all, it wasn't a bad thing to have more people like Shinsisi in this heartless world. If Wang Yu and the other players who supported Shinsisi didn't exist, Zhang Heng wouldn't mind revealing his true identity to her. After replying Shinsisi, Zhang Heng put his phone away and glanced at his watch. There was only a minute left before midnight. His private time was about to arrive soon. That said, Zhang Heng had no intention to let go of that creature. Clearly, it was targeting him all the while. Even though it was now injured and its weakness exposed after getting hit by the Paris arrow, Zhang Heng knew that it would become extremely troublesome to deal with if he didn't take the opportunity to kill it now. Besides, his university was exposed, and he didn't want to live in fear for the rest of his life. He didn't want to live with the constant thought at the back of his mind that the walls around him could melt and consume him. Before he went after the creature, he first returned to his dormitory to greet Ma Wei. After that, he grabbed something with him before he left the hostel. It was midnight the moment he entered the elevator to ascend to the first floor. Zhang Heng had his bao with him when the doors of the elevator opened. He swiftly ran past the dormandi, who was in a sweatshirt and cotton slippers. She waved a U-shaped lock midair and yawned at the same time. Zhang Heng was familiar with a world where time could be paused for him. Although still somewhat curious, he had lost the initial excitement when he first came into this world where time stopped. To him, this world without time was like a wax museum filled with ultra-realistic figures. This time, there was something important that he needed to do. Chapter 274. Caught Yu Zhang Heng followed the blood trail from the library to an orphanage. The whole tracking process wasn't as simple as one thought it would be. Although the shadowy figure's calf was injured, it did not need to rely on legs to flee Zhang Heng, since the black liquid allowed it to travel from wall to wall. However, moving within the confines of walls was no good feeling, and from time to time, it would need to stick out its head for a breath of fresh air. Each time the figure emerged from the wall, it would leave a few drops of blood on the ground. The creature's blood was unique, and it was easily identifiable. Thicker than the blood of an ordinary human, it was darker, almost black, in fact. Not to mention the putrid stench it gave off. Still, it was no easy task to track droplets of blood in such a massive city. Zhang Heng strung his recurve bao to his back. With a flashlight in one hand and phone in the other, he opened the Gouda map application and studied it. Discounting what it did at the library, the creature usually avoided showing itself in crowded places. It always targeted the city's weakest bunch, the lower rungs of society. This meant many people had never seen it before. Now that it was injured, it would be even more cautious of its surroundings. With the electronic map, Zhang Heng eliminated places that had a high volume of people at this hour. For example, the main road and the food street that operated until late at night. Picking a couple of secluded areas, he then singled out spots with the highest possibility where the creature would go. From there, he would follow the order and zone in on the selected areas until he found the special blood on the ground. A search like this would be tedious and time-consuming since he was the only one looking. However, all he needed was to look for 5 spots with blood on the ground, and he could figure out the location of the shadowy figure. After that, everything should become less complicated. Of course, some time would be needed to pinpoint the exact places on the map. After searching the boarding school and nearby hospital, he found no traces of the creature or that it had been there. The last place he would need to search was the orphanage in front of him. Including the day, Zhang Heng hadn't closed his eyes or rested for more than 30 hours. Hence, he didn't rush there and instead headed to a nearby grocery store for some coffee. As usual, he left the money on the cashier's desk and walked out. Zhang Heng felt a lot more alert after the dose of strong coffee. Making sure to leave no trace, he wiped his saliva and fingerprints off the bottle with a piece of tissue, then threw them into a dustbin half a street away. The coffee's extra boost of energy got him moving again, and he climbed over the gate of the orphanage. At such late hours, most of the orphanage staff had gone home, leaving only a few guards, caretakers, one doctor, and 4 nurses who were on duty. It seemed to be another routine night, with the guards playing cards in their mess like they always did. The doctor was preparing for an evaluation in his office. As for the nurses, one was dozing off, with the other 3 busy playing Honor of Kings. The first floor housed the emergency and duty room. There was also an observation room, a children's restaurant, staff mess, and a multipurpose hall, but these places were completely empty right now. Seeing that the first floor was of no concern, Zhang Heng quickly ascended to the second floor, where most of the dormitories of the orphans were located. After scanning the caretaker's mess and activity room on this floor, he found nothing. So, he moved his attention to the dormitories. At a corner in the west, Zhang Heng noticed a bed that had been isolated by the orphans. It appeared the orphans were terrified of the person who lay there, and although mere meters from the rest of the beds, a vibe of great segregation could be felt. Right now, the other orphans were already asleep in their own bunks, but Zhang Heng saw nobody on the isolated bed. As he lifted the blanket, he saw a used medical bandage stained with blotches of black blood, confirming the creature was now in this orphanage. Stepping back to look at the nameplate hanging in front of the bed supposedly belonged to a child called Zhang Jinli. The staff of the orphanage hoped that the child would someday grow up to become a polite and well-mannered person, just as his name suggested. Unfortunately, their wish didn't come true. In the picture, Zhang Jinli looked sullen and grumpy, with his eyes giving off a death stare. He gave off the vibe of a crazed murderer, a temperament unfit for someone so young. Considering the terrifying things that he had done, the picture was considered cute. "Gotcha," whispered Zhang Heng in a low voice while taking down the picture. After Zhang Jinli had been wounded by the arrow, he returned to the orphanage and snuck into the emergency room to steal some bandages. He didn't linger on the bed for too long, knowing that in his haste, he must have left a lot of evidence. Nonetheless, Zhang Heng deduced that it would be highly unlikely that he'd leave the orphanage now. After all, the wound on his leg was quite severe. Although Zhang Jinli was absent from his bed, Zhang Heng remained calm and didn't panic. He swiftly continued searching, and in the end, he found him in an examination room. The boy had hidden himself behind an ultrasound machine with his body curled up. Heng walked up towards him, then unwrapped the bandage that was hastily wrapped around his leg. The wound from the arrow was deep, and some kind of black blood oozed from it. In such a state, Zhang Jinli was fragile and vulnerable. Also, with time now paused, he could no longer control the black liquid or kill innocent people. Not even a finger of his could be lifted. Right now, the terrifying creature was nothing more but a motionless, delinquent child. Zhang Heng could have opted to kill him right now. This would be the first time Zhang Heng killed someone in a still world. Although the Mannerheim and Black Sail quests bathed him in a baptism of bullets, he was still uneasy whenever he took a life. However, his conscience wouldn't bother him if it was the right thing to do. Besides, the kid that he was about to kill was probably not human anyway. He swung the knife, about to strike, but stopped short of Zhang Jinli's throat. Zhang Heng frowned, seeing the hatred and insecurity that Zhang Jinli harbored toward this world in his eyes. He was different from Li Shangyue, having no fear whatsoever in his eyes. In other words, he controlled the black liquid willingly. The wound on his leg and black blood was also enough proof that he was the one who attacked Zhang Heng and Xing Sisi in the school. There was still one thing bothering Zhang Heng. According to Li Shangyue, Zhang Jinli was at the university that afternoon, which meant he had left the orphanage. That said, with his ability to travel within walls, it wasn't that hard for him to leave unnoticed. If he had left since the afternoon, it would be impossible that nobody realized the absence. However, when Zhang came across the orphanage's staff, none of them seemed the least nervous that an orphan had gone missing for a long time now. Chapter 275. Time to take a breath. Chapter 275. Time to take a breath. Zhang Heng lowered his utility knife and sliced through Zhang Jinli's thumb until flesh and blood were seen. In this unnaturally still world, living beings defied the laws of physics, and no blood flowed out from the small cut on the boy's thumb. Now, Zhang Heng could finally see the color of his blood. Surprisingly, his thumb's blood was in a different color from the blood on his leg. It was red. To be safe, Zhang Heng scraped away all the dried blood on his leg and found that only the top layer was black. It was still the regular red blood underneath it. From here, he confirmed that Zhang Jinli wasn't the creature and was just an ordinary child from the orphanage. That said, he figured that the kid might be connected to the creature somehow, willing to shoulder the blame, conceal the bandages under his blanket, and even take an arrow to his calf. Even an adult would think more than twice before attempting such brazen feats. However, the child had no idea the price he would have to pay for helping the creature. If Zhang Heng hadn't been paying attention to the staff's reactions, he would have killed Zhang Jinli by now. After that, Zhang Heng kept his utility knife away, remembering that his real target was the monster and not some cynical orphan. If Zhang Jinli was the one that assaulted them, where was the black liquid then? Almost 20 hours had passed since he entered the world where time stopped. In 2 hours, the hour hand in his watch would complete a full cycle, and factoring in the time needed to return to the dormitory, he was only left with an hour and a half to look for the monster. Right now, Zhang Heng had searched the entire orphanage building. Other than Zhang Jinli, he found no one else suspicious. If his target left the orphanage after it treated its wound, it would be bad news for Zhang Heng. He simply didn't have time to search another area. He knew, however, that the creature must have had a purpose for choosing the orphanage. Orphans, like Zhang Jinli, rarely had the chance to interact with outsiders. Mostly, the kids simply didn't trust them due to personal reasons. Since no orphans had left the orphanage, only one possibility could explain the whole situation. Zhang Heng entered the records room beside the B-Super room and looked for the adoption records. He then picked the names of the orphans that had been adopted recently. Initially, he thought that he would spend a long time checking out the records, but when he saw an attached picture, he was left in shock. It turned out he recognized the person. Zhao Xiaodian was his name, given by this orphanage upon his arrival. The kid in the picture was someone Zhang Heng had met before. It was the one he rescued after witnessing the wall consuming an old woman on the street. During that time, Zhang Heng attempted to save the homeless woman but only managed to save her grandchild in the end. After the harrowing incident, he made a police report at the local station. He left the kid there as well, knowing that he was now in safe hands. According to the law of the day, if the police failed to locate the kid's relatives, they would be immediately sent to an orphanage. Zhao Xiaodian had been sent here about a month ago. Coincidentally, Zhang Heng spotted him at the amusement park a few days before Christmas Eve, only to think that he misrecognized someone. Besides, he forgot about him completely when Heize Asuka and her pursuer exited the horror house. In retrospect, Zhao Xiaoyan's true identity was actually shadowed by doubt. Whether it was information that Zhang Heng gave the officer or his assumptions, both of them believed that Zhao Xiaodian was the old lady's grandson. The boy had presented himself as the victim throughout the entire incident, but yet, there was no solid proof of his relationship with the old lady. Generally, those who lived on the lower strata of society were close-knit, generously helping each other out in hardship. It was perfectly normal considering a stranger as a family member. When the black liquid engulfed the old lady, Zhao Xiaodian simply stood there and watched silently. He did not cry or scream. At first, Zhang Heng thought that the boy must be in shock, but now, he looked at it in another way. Perhaps the kid was enjoying the scene of the old woman getting consumed by his masterpiece. Shen Sisi once told Zhang Heng that the creature would only target people of a lower class. To get close, Zhao Xiaotian realized that he had to be accepted as part of their community. With his young age, they would let their guard down without much thought. Most homeless wouldn't think of Zhao Xiaotian being a threat, considering what little they already had. It was the perfect camouflage, a wolf in sheepskin. Without anyone knowing the boy's real identity, he could take his time and pick his dinner. Now, Zhang Heng had a question in mind. Where could Zhao Xiaodian be? According to the records, the boy had been adopted by a middle-aged couple that couldn't bear child, and they lived in a humble Sihuan neighborhood. Even though a lead was in hand, Zhang Heng didn't rush there immediately. Up until this point, Zhao Xiaodian was the most cunning nemesis he had ever encountered. A master at eluding its enemy, Zhang Heng had already made 3 wrong decisions thanks to him. When they first met, he made Zhang Heng believe that he was a victim. Then, during the library incident, he attempted to turn Li Shangyue into a scapegoat. There was too little time for Zhang Heng to deal with him in the library, and in a split second, Zhang Heng had to shift his bow to aim at the true target. Now, At the orphanage, Zhang Jinli volunteered to help Zhao Xiaotian confuse Zhang Heng. Even Zhang Heng had to admit that it was a complicated strategy. Zhang Heng believed that Zhao Xiaotian's framing of Zhang Jinli wasn't the end of the saga, but the beginning of his retaliation. There were surely more evil plans up his sleeve, and if Zhang Heng stepped into his trap, high chance he would be thrown in jail for murdering someone innocent. Though Zhang Heng had some powerful game items on him and a wealth of experience, this place was, after all, not 18th century Nassau. A single person couldn't go against an entire country. Even if he managed to escape the authorities, he would need to live in the dark for the rest of his life. Zhao Xiaotian had an exceptional understanding of human society. All the while, he hunted in extreme caution and managed to stay under the radar of the authorities and the public. He even knew how to take advantage of the law of the day to benefit himself. The only thing he didn't realize was that Zhang Heng had an extra 24 hours each day. Based on Zhang Heng's understanding of him, once Zhao Xiaotian marked his target, he would stalk it and control it. It appeared he was somewhat of a sadist, fond of watching his prey struggle and fight for their lives. Unfortunately, he messed with the wrong people this time. After that, Zhang Heng studied the orphanage's blueprints again, and this time, he found something new. The walkway on the second floor was 50 centimeters shorter than the one on the plan. A window which was supposed to be there was also gone. In other words, the wall's original structure had changed. I think it's time for you to come out and take a breath. Zhang Heng didn't wait for an answer and proceeded to the construction site next to the orphanage. Around 10 minutes later, he returned with a huge demolition hammer in his hands. Chapter 276. Closure. Chapter 276. Closure. A red Volkswagen Polo pulled up to parking lot number 6. The bartender turned off the engine and got out of her car as her khaki-colored Martin boots crunched into the snow-laden ground. Spanning more than 11 square kilometers, Nanhazy Park was considered one of the largest wetlands among the suburbs. It was a colossal area equivalent to 4 summer palaces and used to be hunting grounds of royalties who once lived there. Apart from having a wide range of foliage, wild Père David's deer also made the wetlands their home. Considering that it was quite a distance from the city, it wasn't a place frequented by many, not to mention that it was now 2 in the morning. No one in their right mind would come to such a remote location at this hour. Other than the red Polo at the 6th parking lot, not a single living soul could be seen. The bartender, however, wasn't afraid or anxious about the place. She slipped a cigarette into her mouth from the half-smoked pack of Marlboros. She lit it and immediately took 2 long drags, before placing the fag between her fingers and tapping her phone with her thumb. Come out. There are no cameras here. 5 minutes later, Zhang Heng dragged a suitcase out of the woods with him. Why do you need 20 game points to deal with a dead body? Please. I had to look for a replacement while I drove all the way out here to help you deal with this. It's a long drive. Don't forget that fuel costs money. Besides, you are about to extract game items from the body, right? The bartender popped the trunk of her Polo, pulled out a plastic sheet, and laid it on the ground, then signaled Zhang Heng to bring the body over. It's this guy, she said while opening up the bag. You know him? When the adults have a party in the house, they would usually attract the kids next door. She took 2 last puffs from the cigarette and tossed the butt aside, then pulled a pair of medical gloves from her pockets. Zavilcha. If I'm not mistaken, he was supposed to be a monster from an old Slavic fairy tale. His name is almost forgotten these days, even in Russia. At first, parents used the story to scare their kids into returning home before sunset. They were also forbidden to play with kids they didn't know or follow them home. That's because Zavilcha would use his evil abilities to manipulate the walls in his house and consume those children. As she spoke, the bartender brought out her toolkit and pulled out a scalpel from it. You are actually quite powerful. This creature was weak, and it didn't have any combat power as well. However, its evil intention was the key to his skills. In a city filled with tall buildings, it can easily defeat you if you pay all your attention to its intentions and ignore its true form. According to what I know, Zavilcha is very good at hiding himself. The bartender lifted Zavilcha's leg as if she was going to add it to her soup. Oh right, you want to snap a photo or something? Once I cut him up, his body is no longer perfect. Ugh, no thanks. I don't have weird fetishes. Okay, then, shrugged the bartender. With swift and precise moves, she cut off Zavilcha's second toe and placed it into a tollwood box. Black blood oozed out of the severed limb. As usual, I will give you the identification results in 3 days. After that, I will deliver the item to you. Don't worry about the orphanage and his foster parents. I'll deal with them. This will be the best 20 game points you've ever spent. The bartender stowed everything in the trunk and took off her gloves. Okay, it's a wrap. I'm heading back to the bar. Are you coming with me? Sure, if it's no trouble for you. She started the engine, and Zhang Heng opened the door of the passenger's side. It had been a long night. Hunted by the creature called Zavilcha, they both crossed paths at the library for a short moment. Then, at the stroke of midnight, Zhang Heng started to hunt him down with his extra 24 hours. The entire debacle had lasted for a grueling 20 hours, and it wasn't until he used the sledgehammer to demolish the wall at the end of the second floor that he finally found his target. After confirming that Zhao Xiaotian was the assailant, Zhang Heng slit his throat without any hesitation. However, he wasn't sure if it was enough to kill him. To evade the authorities, Zhang Heng shoved the body into an extra-large suitcase and brought him to the remote wetlands. There were no walls around Nanhazi Park, which meant Zhao Xiaotian could no longer use his ability to attack Zhang Heng. Considering that his throat had been slit, he could do nothing even if he was still alive. Once the extra 24 hours were up, Zhang Heng contacted the bartender lady to negotiate the fee for taking care of a dead body. The moment the price was right, she drove to the park and did what she was paid to do. And this was the end of the whole thing. With only 20 game points, Zhang Heng could rest his case of getting attacked by someone hiding within the confines of solid walls. As a bonus, he had also solved the case of the missing homeless on the streets. Do you want to have some tea? My treat. The bartender set up her navigation system and took out a bottle of Dongfang tea from the glove box. You've been reserving this tea for yourself, huh? I have a vacuum flask with me. A simple statement like that proved that no matter how cool the youngster, how rich an executive manager, how carefree the hipsters, or how powerful the deities were, they would have to start thinking about preserving their lives one day. After hearing what the bartender said, Zhang Heng grabbed the tea from her and gulped it down since he was thirsty. A ton of unanswered questions still lay within his heart. Whether it was Zavilcha or Moresby, it seemed like something big was changing in the world he lived in. If these creatures were living among humans for a long time, what made them gather all of a sudden? Was it the game, or was it some other factor? So far, all the creatures that Zhang Heng encountered were weak and hungry. How did they end up like this? Were there new creatures that were stronger and would eventually replace them? Unfortunately, the bartender was in no mood to answer any questions. The moment the red polo was on the move, she stuck her earbuds into her ears to the tune of Guadi Gang's Xiangxing. Chapter 277, Betty Shell and Evil Wall. Chapter 277, Betty Shell and Evil Wall. Now that Zavilcha was dead, Zhang Heng could finally enjoy his holiday. The bartender sent him back to his dormitory, where he slept until the next afternoon. Upon waking up, he texted, "Why do you always look unhappy?" #Oh, telling her to inform Shinsisi that the monster was dead. Almost instantly, "Why do you always look unhappy?" #Oh, agreed. Then, the curious girl began asking his whereabouts and how the fight with the monster went. She even asked if he had recorded the whole thing, or if he acquired any game items, or had fun. Zhang Heng didn't know what to do with "Why do you always look unhappy?" #Oh. He didn't even know her name. They first met outside the bar's toilet and unintentionally ruined her plan. Not too long after that, he met her again at the shopping mall in a Kumaman suit, trying to prank him and haze Asuka. Even though she tried to convince Zhang Heng that it was merely payback for what he did, he had other ideas. He thought, "Why do you always look unhappy?" #Oh. Did it to satisfy a peculiar fetish of hers. Too bad her prank didn't work in the end. After the failed plan, "Why do you always look unhappy?" #Oh. Transformed herself in the image of Ma Wei and asked Zhang Heng to fix his bicycle. It was at that time that she wanted to come up with another prank. Alas, she failed again. If the monster hadn't appeared then, Zhang Heng planned to use his 24 hours to find out more about her. "Why do you always look unhappy?" #0. Was surprisingly decent when Zavilcha appeared in front of them. Instead of running away when the wall consumed Zhang Heng, she decided to stay back and help him. After that, she even followed his instructions to protect Shinsisi. If Zhang Heng's promise was to be believed, he was supposed to forgive everything that she did. One last thing bothered Zhang Heng, though. "Why do you always look unhappy?" #Oh. Knew that he was a player. She shouldn't bring him too much trouble, for now at least. So far, Zhang Heng had played all the quests in single-player mode, and as far as he knew, he made no enemies so far. Besides, he had no valuable game items on him as well, technically eliminating him as a target even if people knew he was a player. As for why do you always look unhappy? #O. It seemed she was connected to the mysterious woman in shades at the auction. The information she had with her would interest a lot of people. Zhang Heng didn't answer why do you always look unhappy? #OO. As questions, putting his cell phone aside. Now, he would attempt to live a regular life. Other than studying and the everyday workout, he even added a little social activity to his life. For that, he went hiking with members of the photography club that didn't return home and joined a few activities organized by the Rock Climbing Society. Being a member for a while now, he rarely showed up. At the same time, the results of his final examination were out as well. Things were definitely more convenient now than his senior year, where all he needed to do was go online and check for himself. The best thing was that he could view them privately, thus saving him any potential embarrassment if the results didn't shine. Thanks to the extra 24 hours each day, every compulsory subject that he took ranked among the top 5, except for English, that was. Thankfully, and to his surprise, he garnered a perfect score for advanced mathematics, discounting 5 marks that had been deducted because he skipped a class. Since many of the elective courses were essays and open papers, their scoring was more subjective. His worst was getting the 12th place in happiness studies. As for critical thinking, he got a full score, but somehow, Zhang Heng found it to be useless. Even if a perfectly logical reason for an argument was to be found, it was almost always impossible to persuade a person devoid of logic in the first place. It was a reason why netizens could never be convinced during an online argument. In the end, it would simply fizzle out with everyone thinking it as banter and trolling. As for his English results, they were directly related to the Band 6 results, and he had to wait until February. With his current English proficiency, it shouldn't be a problem reaching a score of 609. Even without the additional points from the assignments, his final exam was enough to gain proper credits. The 2 unidentified items he had left with the bartender were mailed to him earlier. He excitedly opened the package, feeling as if he'd just received a delivery from Taobao. Name: Betty's Shell. Grade: E. Effect: consumes your anger to summon a storm at sea. Lasts for 15 minutes. Storm's level depends on the user's anger level. This was an item acquired from the Black Sail quest. When he returned to the real world, he had attempted to contact Betty, the Celtic god, but to no avail. He had a bad feeling about it all, and due to Betty's weakened state, they communicated only shortly each time. From there, he discovered that Betty, just like all the other characters in the game, didn't know she was in a game. He received further confirmation when she actually chose him to help her recruit more worshippers. Zhang Heng's experience in Black Sail told him that all the quests he entered so far were a copy of real-world history. Considering Betty's state when they met, there was a high chance that she was now dead or had disappeared since a few hundred years had passed. This shell was the only thing she left behind, and the game's committee placed it in the Black Sail quest. Now, for the other game item, Zhang Heng had freshly gotten it from Zavilcha. Having a unique look, Zhang Heng wasn't sure about carrying it with him all the time. Name: Evil Wall. Grade: D. Effect: reconstructing a wall structure. Form can be swapped from solid to liquid. Remaining uses: 4. The first thing Zhang Heng did was test its effect, and to his surprise, it worked better than he initially expected. Having experienced Moresby, Zhang Heng knew that game items extracted from monsters would be weakened, and the evil wall was no exception. Although impossible to be used in the same way as Zavilcha, it was surely a handy tool to get through forbidden zones or escape a labyrinth. Of course, as in the manner of all things, it came with its own weakness. It could only be used when there were walls around, and would work perfectly in a city, but was useless in vast open spaces with no concrete walls in sight. All in all, Zhang Heng was satisfied with the 2 game items he acquired. Chapter 278. Apollo Training Camp. Chapter 278. Apollo Training Camp. Although Spring Festival was still 2 weeks away, the bar was already warming up, with New Year decorations strung generously over the windows and walls. On the second floor, the bartender had already plastered the lounge with little red trinkets for the upcoming celebrations. Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. A fortune dog. It's the year of the dog, when in Rome, do as Romans do. The bartender chewed on a piece of gum while tinkering with her new concoction, a New Year's special. Today was the first day of February, and the lounge appeared empty as it always was during the first half of every month. Due to quests being randomly drawn, the players would be like anxious students that were about to sit for their year-end exams, keen for that little bit of extra time for some last-minute revision. Traffic at the bar often surged at the end of the month. But Zhang Heng's winter vacation had already started last month, and it would go on until the beginning of next month. Having booked a ticket home in advance, he was set to leave in a few days. Although he could locate other game checkpoints in his hometown, he wasn't as familiar with them as he was with Sex and the City. Not to mention that he needed to wipe off any trace of his decade-long life as a rugged pirate. For those reasons, Zhang Heng decided to use up the month's game frequency in advance. However, this meant that his plan to return to the previous quest would have to be delayed. Happy New Year. Zhang Heng sat down at the booth, then set the alarm and placed it in front of him. Happy New Year and have a good trip, replied the bartender. She didn't look up from her work, but rather dropped some dry ice into the cocktail glass with a pair of tongs. Soon, white steam filled the rim of the glass and gently poured out like a waterfall. About 15 minutes later, the alarm rang, and Zhang Heng felt a familiar dizziness. Then, the system prompt played in his ear. Player identity verification approved. The fifth quest is randomly selected for player 07958. Extraction completed, current quest. Apollo training camp. But why? Some say the moon? Why choose this as our goal? And they may well ask, why climb the highest mountain? Why, 35 years ago, fly the Atlantic? Why does Rice play Texas? We choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard, because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills, because that challenge is one that we are willing to accept, one we are unwilling to postpone, and one which we intend to win, and the others, too. It is for these reasons that I regard the decision last year to shift our efforts in space from low to high gear as among the most important decisions that will be our best to organize and measure our abilities and skills. Because we are willing to accept this challenge, we will not want to delay it, and we must win. Mission objective. Try looking at Earth from a different angle. Mode. Single player, competitive mode. Time flow rate. 240. 1 hour in the real world is equivalent to 10 days in this game. Player will be returned to the real world after 60 days. Friendly reminder. The game will begin in 5 seconds. Please get ready. The message for this quest sounded unprecedentedly rich. It simply couldn't be helped because the Apollo project was simply too famous. When he heard of Mannerheim Line and New Providence, it had taken him a while to register the information. After all, most weren't too familiar with the Winter War and NASA's pirates. No one, however, hadn't heard of the Apollo project. Being the first man to land on the moon, Armstrong carved his name along with mankind's grandiose ambitions in the history books of human space exploration. He was as famous as Gagarin, the first human to journey into outer space. Although the space race had its origins from a bitter and complicated political rivalry, it was undeniable that it played a considerable role in the advancement of engineering, technology, and exploration beyond the confines of planet Earth. Many of these technologies, first tested in space by the military, were gradually converted to civilian use. Satellites, once a top-secret military project, had changed the way humans lived, now indispensable communication tools. More importantly, this period in history demonstrated extraordinary bouts of courage and humankind's relentless spirit of exploration. It also inspired China, India, and other countries to venture into space. The quest's background introduction was an excerpt from Kennedy's distinguished moon speech in 1962. For now, though, Zhang Heng's focus was on the words single player with competitive mode. Unlike most players who preferred to play in a team, Zhang Heng had finished all his quests solo. However, in the previous 4 games, he was always the only player, not to mention that the missions were also always in single-player mode. Now, with the addition of the word competitive, did it mean that he would encounter other players? The 5 seconds given for preparation was brief, to say the least. Before Zhang Heng could speculate the matter further, the game had already begun. The first thing he saw was a beam of blinding white light washing upon him. Zhang Heng pushed the spotlight above his head away and saw that he was standing in a sealed room. Next to him were 6 other people, dressed in the same blue uniform he was wearing. Zhang Heng looked down and saw a NASA logo on the left of his chest, and on the right was his black identity card with an English name on it, David. Unsurprisingly, the organizing committee had always done a good job of protecting players' privacy. In a quest where more than one player was present, they would ensure that each one received an alias. And if he was right, his appearance would also be altered to a certain degree. Since he didn't have a mirror on hand, he couldn't say for sure how he looked right now. Nevertheless, Zhang Heng could feel that he was still in his own body, and his strength and agility seemed to be where it was. That was good news. For now, he didn't have the time to observe the other players, his attention drawn to the large, peculiar instrument laid before him. Aerotrim Multi-Axis Trainer is designed to simulate a situation on a 3-axis gimbal that can be rotated in any direction. This contraption will help you familiarize yourself with unforeseen situations that you may face in space. Once the pilot is strapped in, it will start to spin. If you still don't understand it, imagine yourself as a cat getting spun around in a drum of a washing machine. Your task is to stabilize the instrument before you pass out. Standing opposite them was an instructor, also in a blue uniform. He looked at the 7 trainees before him, then declared, "Our first victim, Anderson." All 7 candidates lowered their heads and glanced at the identity card on their chests. A slightly overweight man named Anderson looked devastated. "Ah, come on. Ain't this a little too harsh for our first time? What the hell is this thing anyway? Does it come with a manual?" Chapter 279, Dinner and the Multi-Axis Trainer. Chapter 279, Dinner and the Multi-Axis Trainer. The portly fellow named Anderson spoke in Mandarin. Although speaking in a hushed tone, the players could clearly hear what he was saying. He looked at the people around him with pleading eyes. "Hey, anyone has an idea how to work this damn thing?" The only answer he received was silence. The Apollo program was in operation from 1961 to 1972, and it had been around for 50 years. It was an early space project, where at that time, the United States had just completed the first human spaceflight program, the Mercury project, successfully sending astronaut Alan Shepard into space. Back then, training facilities were very different from the current ones. Those interested in astronaut training would have perhaps heard of centrifuges and neutral buoyancy laboratories. Still, a facility with a piece of multi-axis training equipment was rare. It was also Zhang Heng's first time encountering such a contraption. From the instructor's description, it seemed that the machine was an uncomfortable experience. Very. Those who paid attention would have noticed that he employed the term victim. Since Zhang Heng confirmed that there was nothing wrong with his hearing, it could only mean that the training wasn't going to be easy. Considering that everyone had just entered the quest, they still hadn't quite made sense of the situation that they were really in. Typically, the first person chosen from a line of new recruits would undoubtedly be in the most disadvantageous position. Thanks to the guinea pig of a tubby man, the players were never more eager to gauge how the instrument worked and see firsthand how severe the simulation would be. Lab Rat Anderson was probably the only one who didn't think that way. When he saw the instructor, already at the ready, looking a little impatient, he knew he couldn't put it off any longer. He had no other option. Realizing that no help was coming, and with no other players willing to take his place, he dragged himself to the instrument and sat down. An assistant quickly fastened Anderson into the seat, then retreated to the control panel before the nervous trainee could protest. Sweat soaked the chubby man's collar, and he gulped. Can I? Whatever it is, save it for after the training." The instructor interrupted coolly before signaling the assistant to flip the switch. Accompanied by a loud mechanical grinding, multi-axis training device whirred to life and began to rotate. Zhang Heng and others now understood what the instructor meant by like a cat thrown into a washing machine. The chubby man strapped into the seat looked terrified as the machine began to rotate on its axis, tossing and turning his body in the air. That, however, was only the beginning. Half a minute later, the instructor said, "Speed up." Anderson was so dizzy that he lost all orientation, unable to recognize his bearings. It was 100 times more exhilarating than being tied to the front of a roller coaster. Not in a good way, of course. He had already forgotten his reason for being there, and now, his instincts had taken over. All he wanted to do was to get through with the torment as quickly as possible. However, things only got worse for the poor soul. The instrument didn't stop, and instead, the tumbling became more and more intense. When Zhang Heng saw this, he took 2 steps backward. At that moment, everyone still had their attention locked on the training device. No one noticed Zhang Heng's discreet movements, except for a girl in glasses who also retreated with him. The man on the multi-axis training device could no longer control himself. The muscles on his greenish face suddenly lost their tension, and a large stream of vomit came spewing out of his mouth. Those who were in the front were showered with a rain of gastric juice and half-digested food. The unluckiest person there had his mouth ajar, deep in thought about what he should do when his turn came. He didn't expect to taste the bile even before he got on. The assistant noticed that the chubby trainee had gone completely unconscious. Worried that Anderson would choke on his own vomit, the machine was promptly turned off. Quickly, a team of medics on standby rushed to Anderson, unbuckled him, and ferried him off the seat. As the staff was cleaning the instrument, the instructor had already started rolling the call again. Next, Anthony. The player named Anthony didn't look any better than Anderson, and although a person had already gone before them, the ones waiting got even more anxious when they saw the toll it took on the poor man. Fear and dread began to seep among the freshies. Compared to the chubby trainee, this Anthony guy was in excellent shape and obvious gym buff. With arms taut and bulging muscles, he was probably a very good fighter, which gave him plenty of options on the table. Fleeing for one's dear life didn't sound so humiliating after all. His eyes swept across the room, falling on the staircase and door above it. Nonetheless, after a moment of hesitation, he conceded to fate and sat down on the training device as an honest man would. This wasn't his first quest, and he was no rookie either. Since he wasn't too sure about the situation he was in, the risk of escaping the room was just too significant. What more, their primary mission was to go to space. Space exploration had always been a massive undertaking, and other than the astronauts themselves, the entire venture required teams of scientists and an enormous budget, to name a few. The multi-axis trainer may be tough on the toughest of bodies, but it surely wasn't deadly, and the trainees could find no reason to resist getting on the machine. Anthony obediently went through the pleasure of subjecting his body to a violent tossing and churning. He performed slightly better than Anthony, persisting for a good half-minute before vomiting only after leaving the machine. Livingston, the instructor, soldiered on, indignant of the previous trainee's condition as he called out the third name. Livingston was the oldest among the group, looking to be in his mid-40s. Donning a pair of signature gold-rimmed glasses, he seemed very gentle, unlike Anthony. He gave off the vibe of the textbook nerd, one of those permanently belonging in the category of intellectuals. He wore a wry smile on his face. After wiping some vomit from his glasses, he handed them to an assistant. "Great. At least we'll soon find out what everyone had for dinner," muttered the girl who retreated with Zhang Heng. Her statement illustrated how helpless the players felt as they understood that nobody was about to escape the ordeal. The roll call went by very quickly. Those who went on knew that they should come down fast, especially after seeing the middle-aged man. When the multi-axis training instrument accelerated, he begged for it to stop. The instructor relented and asked his staff to turn off the instrument. When the middle-aged man came down, he could barely stand up, albeit able to control himself until reaching the bathroom, where he hugged the toilet, retching and emptying out the contents of his stomach. When the other trainees saw this, they didn't try to prove who the tougher man was. The moment they felt queasy, they asked for it to stop. At least, in this way, it could save them some embarrassment. Instead of going easy on the very sickly-looking team, Zhang Heng noticed that the instructor's frown had only deepened. Finally, out of all the 7, Zhang Heng was the only one who hadn't mounted the multi-axis trainer yet. Chapter 280, Unprepared. Chapter 280, Unprepared. David, let's begin if he is ready. Zhang Heng witnessed the few before him getting on the machine, and when his turn arrived, it was a completely different feeling from what he expected. He noticed a small monitor in front of him on his right, set in an offset position. There were also 2 joysticks on his left and right. The machine seemed to be a crude contraption and looked simple enough to operate. However, the moment the multi-axis trainer was turned on, he quickly realized how hard it was to stabilize his seat. Precise maneuvers were needed to control the power and angle, and just as he was starting to familiarize himself with the controls, the multi-axis trainer sped up. Zhang Hing felt as if he was rudely tumbled around in a blender at full speed. As the machine rolled on its axis like a modern-day Zorball, he started fiddling with the control sticks in an attempt to get upright. To be honest, he had no idea if they even worked. When he looked around him, all he could see was a kaleidoscopic blur of colors. The lights on the ceiling appeared for a moment, and somebody's legs, the next. In milliseconds, the pipes on the walls were in front of him. The scenes flashed and repeated multiple times as the machine mercilessly dragged its helpless victims along with the ride. And the worst part was that the dinner in his stomach also started churning vigorously. Apart from the vomiting plump guy who was still in the toilet, a few players who just recovered from their harrowing ordeal had started taking pleasure in Zhang Heng's misfortune. After all, they obviously didn't do well, and with dissatisfied hearts, naturally hoped that those who went after them would fail as well. After a while, the man with the gold-rimmed glasses snapped out of his daze. How long has it been? Everyone started looking at each other when the question was asked. They had just returned from a nightmare, and although they glanced their surroundings from time to time, their attention was mostly on the instructor. Suddenly, a loud announcement could be heard. 2 minutes and 52 seconds. It passes our average time and beats our worst record by twice. The firm-sounding lass had short hair and looked to be extremely experienced. Clearly, she was now interested in Zhang Hong, having laid eyes on him since he took a step back from the fatso on the verge of puking. Thanks for the reminder, the overweight man grumbled. After getting fixed up by the medical staff, he had regained consciousness. However, puking all over his mates wasn't going to do him well, and before he could even make friends, many already held a grudge towards him. Alienating an Earthling in a space program might sound ridiculous, but so was the nature of humanity. Right now, he stood as far away from the crowd as possible, nervously wiping away the beads of sweat on his forehead that just wouldn't stop flowing. What does that guy do? A pilot? An acrobat? Asked Anthony. Who knows? I think he has the look of an assassin, the girl replied gleefully. While they were talking, Zhang Heng finally asked to stop the multi-axis trainer. When both of his legs finally touched the ground, he was greatly disorientated, grabbing the rails of the staircase to stop himself from falling over. Living life as a pirate for 10 years, he was forced to brave countless storms on Jackdaw. Hence, he could balance himself better than most people, the reason why he lasted longer on the machine. After a while, though, he took to the toilet just like everyone else. When he came out, the 6 candidates were already gathered together at the same spot. To prevent any of you from forgetting my name, I'm going to introduce myself again. My name is William Kenhaus. You can call me Kenhaus or Captain. It's entirely up to you. As you know, we've just launched Apollo X 3 days ago. We plan to orbit the Apollo lunar module around the moon for some initial testing. The data gathered will help us to better prepare for our first moon landing in the near future. So far, everything is working as intended, and if all is nominal, the crew should return to Earth in 5 days. After that, we're up. The captain paused for a moment, cleared his throat, then continued. Apollo 11 will send humans to the moon. However, we face one problem right now. A week ago, a few of our astronauts got infected by a new disease, and although our medical team tried their best to contain it, many caught the bug and are severely ill. In their current state, it would be impossible for them to carry out the mission. The main crew, their backup, and even the support teams assigned to fly and operate Apollo 11 were infected as well. In other words, we don't have enough people for the launch. Zhang Heng and the other players listened intently to the captain. According to the history of NASA in the real world, no highly infectious disease had ever broken out in the Space Center. Seemingly, the developers of the quest were trying to insert it into this critical event. It was exciting to see how the whole thing was going to turn out with the addition of a new and unforeseen variable. Anyway, we are in need of personnel to run Apollo 11. The mission director attempted to talk to the president into delaying the whole mission, but his proposal was unfortunately denied. Sputnik, Gagarin, and the Soviet Union are way ahead of us in space technology. Right now, the score is 2 o'clock. We have to win this time, no matter the cost. I personally prefer to recruit very experienced pilots to become astronauts, but the president and mission director personally recommended all of you. I, for the life of me, cannot fathom why they would choose you lot. From what I see, you are worse than my grandma who fought in World War I. Since this is a direct order from the commander-in-chief, I have no choice but to follow it. So, I will need you to put away your sorry asses and buck the hell up. From today onwards, I'll be responsible for your training. If you are lucky, the crew of Apollo X might return on time. If they manage to recuperate from the journey, they will be assigned to fly Apollo 11. If that happens, touch wood, all of you here will only have to be the backup crew for the mission. You'll be glad that you don't have to die in space. Okay, any questions? Every player tried to digest the pile of information pouring into their ears as fast as they could. The moment they opened their eyes and saw their uniforms, most already knew what the mission was like. After listening to the captain, they now understood their current circumstance. Most of those present had completed several quests, and technically, experienced all manner of challenges the game would throw at them. However, this was the first time they were asked to fly to the moon since entering the game. Never in their wildest dreams would they expect to be strapped onto a rocket, blasting themselves all the way to the moon. As the gravity of the situation dawned on them, grounding their feet ever closer to Mother Earth, they saw more anxiety in each other's eyes than when they hopped on the multi-axis trainer. Chapter 281. This is my forte. Chapter 281. This is my forte. 20 minutes after the group completed the gut-wrenching multi-axis trainer, Zhang Heng and the other players were sent to the next training facility by a minibus. Through the windows, he saw a large, white building flying two flags in the middle, the Star-Spangled Banner on the right and a NASA flag on the left. A humongous replica of a rocket stood majestically beyond the building. Kennedy Space Center is located on Florida's east coast on an island called Merritt Island. It was built in the year 1962 and named Kennedy in commemoration of President John F. Kennedy. The high school kid chirped excitedly. Judging by our surroundings, I think we were at Cape Canaveral Air Force Station just now. The famous Project Mercury, Gemini, and early Apollo missions all lifted off from there. The coast enables rockets to launch toward the ocean without endangering lives. At the same time, the Air Force Station is close to the equator as well. The location would give the launch vehicles an extra speed boost, making it easier to reach the velocities needed for orbit. However, the Air Force Station couldn't house the massive Saturn V rockets, which was why the Kennedy Space Center was built nearby. Hold on. Is Kennedy dead in this game? Yes, assassinated in Dallas, 1963. Although he gave the famous speech about choosing to go to the moon, he died before he could witness it. Everyone, do I have to remind you again that this is not a tour bus? Aren't you supposed to be more concerned about your current situation? Said an anxious Anthony. Yes. It seems our main quest is to set foot on the moon or, at least, travel to outer space. Based on what I know, these two matters are just the same to me. Why do you say so? Asked the girl. She was the only girl on the team, and coincidentally, sat beside Zhang Heng when she got on the vehicle. Didn't you know? Asked the high school kid in surprise, before continuing. According to history, Apollo 10 was launched on May 18, 1969 at 12:49 a.m. The captain told us that Apollo 10 was launched 3 days ago. That makes today the 21st of May. So, the high school kid leaned back on his seat and smiled at the girl. Well, Apollo 11 was launched on July 16, 1969. Apollo 12 was then launched on December 14, 1969. There were 5 months between these two launching dates. Considering the time we have for this quest, so, didn't you tell us that America ran this project, called Gemini? Project Gemini was conducted between Project Mercury and the Apollo program. It started in the year 1961, and after 10 times of sending astronauts to orbit the Earth, the project ended in 1965. To complete the main quest, we will have to get on Apollo 11. The high school kid wore this gravely serious look in his last sentence. Suddenly, the chirpy atmosphere in the vehicle changed, and all eyes were on the kid. Why? Did something happen? Was Apollo 11 a dangerous mission? Asked the plump man. Dangerous? The high school kid then pointed at the NASA driver in front of them with a smile. Yes, this is, after all, humanity's first attempt to land on the moon. Ordinary citizens like them could never imagine what it's like to go to outer space. Even the scientists, engineers, and NASA's own astronauts were extremely nervous about the whole undertaking. The whole nation's reputation was at stake. Now, since we are from the future, we know that this mission was a huge success. One problem remains. How do we get on Apollo 11? How many astronauts did the Luna mission carry? The girl asked the most important question that everyone wanted to ask. Immediately, the school kid put up 3 fingers. We have all heard of the commander, Neil Armstrong, lunar module pilot, Buzz Aldrin, and service module pilot, Michael Collins. Only 3? There are 7 of us here. This time, the fat man's voice had changed. Is this your first time participating in a single-player quest with a competitive mode? Do you know what the word competitive means? Anthony jibed while laughing. I usually play in a group. This is my first time entering a quest alone. The difficulty setting of the solo quests is too high. You know more than half the players here will be eliminated by the end of this quest, right? Since I was young, I have never won any competitive events. When it comes to ranking, I have never breached the middle echelons as well. So, why choose to work alone now? Asked the girl. Well, because, the fat man stuttered but couldn't seem to produce a reason. In the end, Anthony had to be the one to reveal his weakness. Because you are too weak. You dragged your team's feet. That's why they abandoned you. After that, you couldn't find a team that was willing to take you in. That's how you ended up alone. Though the plump man didn't admit to it, his pale face was enough to prove that Anthony was somewhat right. Lucky us. That means one less competitor, laughed the high school kid in satisfaction with both his hands placed at the back of his head. You guys are so optimistic. According to history, Apollo 11 landed on the moon successfully, but don't forget Armstrong and his team were the ones who completed the mission. Now we have to do it. What are the odds of us completing the mission successfully? Asked the middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses. Immediately, everyone fell silent. Only the continuous hum of the van's loud diesel engine droned through the cabin. After a few minutes, Anthony spoke again. On the bright side, we still have 60 days to train ourselves. Technically, 55, because Apollo 11 launches on the 16th of July. Minus the quarantine period before the launch date, it leaves us with only 48 days. Take note that astronauts usually require 2 to 3 years of training. If the astronaut would be assigned to deep space explorations, at least 5 years of training would be needed. Payload specialists and scientists fare slightly better than an astronaut. They only need half a year of training, the high school kid listed. How on earth are you so familiar with all these things? Even if you are well prepared, you wouldn't just go collect these random cold facts, right? You even know the precise launch date of Apollo 11, said the girl, amused. That's because I'm a space enthusiast. This round is my forte. The high school kid beamed with confidence. Chapter 282. Not 50. Chapter 282. Not 50. In the conference room of Kennedy Space Center's building number 12, the 7 trainees each received a thick training manual from NASA. It was met with varying degrees of reactions. This 60-page stuff is just an index? Plump Anderson felt as if he was about to break down. Learning basic physics of rockets, aerodynamics, orbital mechanics, jet propulsion, astronomy. I get all these. But why in the world are biology, geology, and material science even in here? And I don't understand the title electronic engineering. How can we cram so much in 55 days? A gentle reminder. That's just the theoretical part of it, the high school student said. What's after that? Anderson groaned. Physical training, extravehicular activity, space disorientation training, spacesuit training, familiarity training, flight training, and emergency escape training. Anything and everything is possible. Apollo 11 is a 50-year-old space project. To be honest, I cannot say for sure that these training regimes exist in this era, replied the student, who wasn't looking too happy himself either. At first, he was the most excited amongst the players. For an aerospace enthusiast, there was nothing cooler than taking to the skies, and getting into space on a spacecraft was the holy grail of it all, not to mention participating in one of the most important events of human history. Although it would be a bit of a fly in the ointment to be planting the American flag on the moon, it was a game and would not affect reality or history. When the young man actually received the manual and saw how much an astronaut had to learn, he had a hard time smiling. Battle Royale? The hunk named Anthony flashed the other guy a smile filled with sarcasm. Then, you should go straight to heaven. There's actually no need to be so pessimistic. Livingston, the intellectual middle-aged man, pushed his glasses into place. There are 3 spots available for Apollo 11, which means that in addition to the skills that each astronaut must master, each of us can forego some of the training. We can perhaps choose one particular aspect to focus on and complement each other. However, he was interrupted before he finished speaking. The thin and tall young man who looked a little listless said, Forget it, old man. Every one of us here plays solo except for that fat guy over there. Don't treat the rest of us like we're fools. Yawning lazily, he continued, Don't tell me that you didn't notice Captain William Kinhawes holding a little pocketbook in his hand. Every time one of us got off the multi-axis trainer, he would jot something down on it. If I'm right, he's probably scoring our performance. These scores will probably decide who gets to fly on Apollo 11, and who will become the substitutes. You tell us to forego some of the training and specialize in certain aspects, but the total of 360 points added up is much higher than a single 80 points. The middle-aged man adjusted his glasses again, looking unfazed. I was just suggesting to increase our chances of survival after launching, only on the premise that we can get into Apollo 11's command and service module, the student chipped in. Actually, if you think about it, the chances of us getting selected are still very high, Livingston answered calmly. A 50-50 chance. That's standard, apparently. Anthony frowned. Not 50. The student's eyes lit up as if he suddenly thought of something. The listless young man fiddled with the pen in his hand. After a short silence from the team, he lazily asked, What? The student looked at the only girl among the seven. She raised an eyebrow in defiance, asking, What? Unfortunately for your kind, you might have entered the wrong quest. If this quest's level is difficult, then it could very well be hell for you. How can you tell? You really don't know much about 1960s America, do you? The middle-aged man laughed. Marilyn Monroe, the Beatles, Bob Dylan. What else is worth mentioning from this era? The girl retorted. Although the Civil Rights Act of 1964 had come into effect, discrimination in society was unfortunately still rampant, not only toward people of color, but also women. That was why the 60s and 70s saw the birth of many feminist movements. Very few women were allowed to join the jury. Their bank loan approval rate was only half of that of men, and interest was 50% higher. The student took over the conversation. Very few people know that in 1960, NASA implemented a project to determine whether women could become astronauts. 25 female pilots were invited to undergo similar tests and assessment as Project Mercury's male astronauts. 13 of them eventually qualified. What happened to them? Although the 13 women received the same evaluation and training as the male astronauts, the officials never declared them as astronauts and didn't arrange for them to enter the spaceflight training. It was said that NASA management believed that female astronauts would waste precious resources and distract the public from the male astronauts. In the event of an injury or death in the middle of a mission, it might give the public a negative perception of the program. So, in 1963, NASA fatefully terminated the training program for female astronauts. The student paused. I must also mention that in that very same year, the Soviets sent Valentina Tereshkova, the first female astronaut, into space. It's all very ironic, he added. So, for me to be selected for Apollo 11, not only do I have to perform a bunch of superhuman feats, but I also have to pray that Captain Kinhawes and NASA's top brass are forward-looking men and have no prejudice toward women. I'm afraid so. That's just too bloody bad, isn't it? The girl did her best to force a smile. She was sitting near Zhang Hong, but the moment she heard the unsavory prospects of being a woman, she adjusted herself, snuggling up so close to him they were practically touching. 3 out of 5. Looks like our chances are pretty good, Anthony beamed. This time, since we don't have much time, I propose we get along with each other. We each have our own specialty, our particular skillets. May whoever with the highest score earn the right to fly on the mission, the middle-aged man declared as he looked at the only person in the room who hadn't spoken from the start. Anthony and the high schooler also turned to look at Zhang Hong. Although the listless young man did not look back, he had stopped playing with the pen in his hand. Zhang Hong had been sitting in a corner, quietly flipping through the training manual. When he heard the statement, he looked up, shut the book, and said in a cavalier tone, I refuse. Chapter 283, Past Dismissal Time. Chapter 283, Past Dismissal Time. This was Zhang Heng's first time meeting other players in a quest. Before this, it had always been just him alone. He only had to think about his surroundings and the resources at hand to successfully complete the main mission. There wasn't much else to consider. This time, however, there were 6 other players in the Apollo program's training camp with him. No one knew each other beforehand, which meant everyone's identity, skill, or game items they carried were a mystery. 7 people competing against each other for 3 spots. Even if they were able to achieve a short-term truce, it wouldn't make much difference in the end. Those who were falling behind wouldn't just sit there and do nothing if their career was at stake. Of course, that wasn't the reason why Zhang Heng refused to go along with Livingston's proposal. Anyone who had played games that involved killing people knew the importance of character design. The threats present in this round of the game weren't just external, but also internal, between the players themselves. As the game progressed, players not only needed to study the mission in detail, but also excel in their physical training. They would then need to size up their opponents and figure which ones were the potential friend or foe. Although no one mentioned it, it was undeniable that those who ranked at the very bottom would have no choice but to get rid of the player above them if they wanted to board Apollo 11. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the sooner someone outshone the other, revealing their cards too quickly, the easier it would be for them to be targeted by their opponents. That said, the actual situation at hand differed slightly. Because only 3 persons would be selected to fly Apollo 11, it wasn't necessary for the players to get rid of everyone who performed better than them. In fact, players would need to consider many factors before making those choices. The scores, the opponent's strength, relationship, and the opponent's subsequent role in the moon landing operations all had to be taken into consideration. It was also the reason why the high school student shared information he possessed with the other players and the middle-aged man who had attempted to be the team's leader. Zhang Heng, on the other hand, opted for a different method. Thanks to the Black Sail quest, his temperament and general resolve had turned a tad fiercer and wilder than that of the ordinary person. When he first entered the game, he clearly sensed the other players' inhibitions toward him. Except for the girl who showed interest since the beginning, he could also sense that even the plump man, somewhat ostracized by the group, didn't dare stand too close to him. It would have been a waste of effort to devote so much energy and time to change everyone's opinions, and it might not make much of a difference anyway. Zhang Heng would rather stick to the image they had of him, and would use it to send a message to potential enemies to consider the risks of going against him carefully. Sure enough, as soon as he said that, Anthony and the high schooler looked at him differently, and Livingston's brows furrowed. Through the course of their interaction, they realized that Zhang Heng could be a lot more difficult to deal with than they initially thought. Livingston, the intellectual of the group, actually posed the question to feel Zhang Heng out, sizing up the man's determination. He didn't expect him to be this unyielding currently. It appeared that among the 7 players, Zhang Heng was the one not to be trifled with. And since he had made clear his intentions to disregard the other players, it was going to be difficult for them to gain any useful information from him. He did this as a kind of barrier, preventing them from properly evaluating the threat he posed and reformulating their strategies on the fly. Only the girl didn't seem surprised. Instead, she appeared thrilled, and her eyes shone with the eagerness of a child. At that moment, the captain entered the room. "All right, I believe you've all taken a look at your training manual, and know that you'll have to master everything in it. The Bureau for Knowledge has specially arranged for experts to teach you. Classes start at 4 in the afternoon and break at 6. You will continue with the second session from 6:30 to 8:30. The third class will start at 12 and end at 2. Excuse me. The student raised his hand. The third lesson you mentioned, is that 12 noon to 2 in the afternoon? Shouldn't that be the first class then? No, you will have other types of training during that period. The third lesson I mentioned is from midnight till 2 in the morning. The captain wore an unemotional, hard expression. Looking at the recruits below him with steely eyes, he grumbled, "I believe you all know that we don't have much time left. We need to make the best use of every minute and every second. I hope that you won't waste what little time we have by asking such stupid questions again." Plump Anderson, who had the nick of saying the wrong things at the wrong time, opened his big mouth. "We have classes in the wee hours of the morning? Even our college entrance examinations weren't even this excessive." The captain smirked, only to move aside to make way for an elderly man that looked like he could use a shower. With wild, unkempt hair and a greasy collar, he entered the room in a slow but steady stride. "Professor Steve from the Manned Spaceflight Engineering program will be explaining Saturn V's structure and basic rocket science." Right now, Livingston looked bewildered. "Shouldn't we visit the Space Center first, learn about the current space program, get to know the logistics people will be working with, and what food and lodging and such? Don't worry. We have arranged all your meals and accommodation for you. As for the visit, It's scheduled at 0600 hours tomorrow morning, the captain said as he flipped through the pages of what seemed to be a timetable. Wait, didn't you say that the third class of the day will end at 2 in the morning? Then, we have to wake up by 6. It's assemble. I'm sorry. Anthony thought he had trouble hearing the captain. It's assemble at 6, not wake at 6, the captain corrected himself. Anyway, I wouldn't want to waste more of your time. What you learn here will determine if you can survive in space. So, do yourself a favor and work hard. Don't get distracted. When he was done, the captain took no more questions and simply nodded at Professor Steve. Go ahead and start the lesson, Professor. Then, he left the conference room as he closed the door behind him. Right before he exited, the high school student who had been closest to the door overheard the captain muttering under his breath, "Ugh, these greenhorns." The old professor handed out 600 pages worth of materials to the recruits, then picked up a piece of chalk. Good afternoon to the lady and all of you fine gentlemen. Glad to meet you. Today, we'll be looking at our first chapter, Physics of Rocket Thrust. 45 minutes later, the bell that everyone had so badly anticipated did not ring. Steve might have appeared like a regular old man, a little shaky when he moved and all, but he sure didn't look like he'd been standing for 2 hours. He didn't even seem the least bit tired, not taking any breaks in between, not even until 6 o'clock. He just kept going on and on and on. Who was the one who said that capitalism keeps its students past dismissal time? A weary Anderson muttered. Chapter 284, are you sure? Chapter 284, are you sure? After the class, everyone felt that no different from after completing the multi-axis trainer, their brains spinning nonstop after attending Steve's rocket thrust physics class. Throughout the lesson, Steve mumbled like a machine gun out of control, seeming as if he wanted to spill everything he knew about the Saturn V rocket within an hour. 10 minutes into the class, Tubby was on the verge of crying, not even bothered to pick up his pen cap when it dropped on the floor. This time, someone reacted worse than him, and that person was Anthony. Ever since he received the learning material, he kept wiping the sweat off his brow. The knowledgeable middle-aged adult passed a piece of paper to Anthony. However, he did not take it from him. Instead, both his eyes were starting the Level 3 rocket structure in his book. He looked absolutely lost. He wasn't the only one, though, as the high school kid was no longer Mr. Know-It-All, scratching his head and grabbing his hair in silence during the lesson. As for the girl beside Zhang Hong, she had closed her book and was leaning lazily on her seat. Then, she started complaining about the whole thing. Pust. All these English jargon, and no translations in the book. Who the hell can understand them? Those who were bold enough to venture on single-player mode were usually multilingual and had a good foundation in various languages. With English being the most widely used language around the world, it was naturally everyone's first choice to master. However, each individual had varying language proficiency. Although using English to communicate wasn't a problem for most of them, a situation like this would undoubtedly put their vocabulary to the test. The high school kid's English was audibly better than most, and seeing that he was an aerospace enthusiast as well, he could recognize most of the technical terms used during the lesson. However, he still found it hard to absorb everything that Professor Steve was pouring out of his mouth. On the other hand, Anthony was already a state of total confusion. The knowledgeable middle-aged man seemed to be indifferent, the look on his face unchanged since the start. Nonetheless, the player that surprised Zhang Hung the most was the listless young man. Among the 7, he was the one who had paid full attention, busily jotting down the professor's teachings as he went on. The girl beside Zhang Hung noticed him staring at the young man. Out of curiosity, she too turned to look at the man sitting in front of her. Professor Steve was talking about the pressure in the J2 engine's chamber and the consumption speed of oxidizing agents. When the girl leaned forward to get a better look, her breasts accidentally brushed Zhang Heng's shoulder, her warm breath on his neck, causing a tingle on his skin. Is he serious right now? Or is he putting on a show? Perhaps he's silently cursing on his notebook. The listless young man heard what she said. Unexpectedly, he turned around and smiled frivolously at her, leaving her in an abashed shock. She quickly looked back at Zhang Hong. After a while, she whispered into his ears. I don't like him. I don't think he's a good person in the real world. And that uncle over there? I have seen people like him at work. These may look gentile and polite on the surface, but I know of the evil intention reeking within them, just waiting to burst out. Zhang Hung kept staring at the blackboard, not responding to the girl. I can see that you are different from them. Though you might look fierce on the outside, I know you're actually a good person. You sure about that? Unfortunately, I have killed many people. There were young kids, elderly, young soldiers with wives waiting for them to come home, and even hard-working fishermen that toil away on the shores. To be honest, I've forgotten how many died in my hands. They are both soaked in blood. I'm now numb, and I don't really care anymore. All these things happened in the game, right? You only did it to survive, I suppose. In the real world, however, you have no idea what I look like and who I am in the real world. Vice versa, I don't know what kind of person you are in the real world as well. But I know what you want from me. The only thing I can tell you right now is that you chose the wrong target. If I were you, I would stop wasting time on me. One more thing, can you please keep quiet if you don't mind? I know that you don't care about this lesson, but it doesn't mean that others are not interested. Once Zhang Heng finished, Professor Steve turned around and grabbed his messy hair. So, this is what you need to know for the J2 engine. You can compare it to the F1 engine behind you. Next, we will take a look at the interstage rings. It has 8 small rocket thrusters. Its function is to separate itself from the second stage of the rocket. It is considered one of the most important sections of the Saturn V launch vehicle. In that hour, Zhang Heng finally got to enjoy the silence that he longed for. It seemed like his warning worked on the girl, and she no longer whispered to him, nor did she grace him with any subtle touches of her body. He could finally focus on the complicated subject at hand. It was already 6:20 p.m. when Professor Steve finished his first lesson, dragging them on for a good 22 minutes before finally releasing the lot. That's all for today. At that point, everyone simply wished that he would just close his book and leave them. Thankfully, the professor said no more, opened the door, and stylishly left the room. Immediately, every player in the room breathed a massive sigh of relief. The grueling ordeal was over for now. Even the young man who had been paying his full attention for 2 hours found that he reached a saturation point. Sitting through 2 hours of nonstop physics was tiresome, to say the least. Anthony stood up from his seat and stretched in exasperation like an exhausted cat. Suddenly, a short, bald man walked into the room and wiped off the notes of rocket thrust physics from the blackboard. He then picked up the chalk and quickly wrote Aerospace Engineering Theory on the blackboard. Hello, everyone. I know we are on a tight schedule, so I'll skip the introductions. Welcome to Aerospace Engineering class. Hold on. Did you enter the wrong class? Asked the listless young man. Oh, there are 7 minutes left. There's much to cover, and I think we can start covering the basics first. Problem is, we haven't had dinner, groaned the middle-aged man with a bitter smile. The moment he said that, a meal cart was being pushed into the classroom. Don't worry about it. You can eat while listening. Chapter 285. Forming a Team. Chapter 285. Forming a team. After enduring 2 back-to-back lessons, the meeting room was more of a crematorium's atmosphere. Each player felt extremely drained and fatigued. Luckily, the bald man did not drag the lesson. At 8:30 p.m. sharp, the captain came to the meeting room and clapped his hands. I know that you are tired of lessons. Next up, physical training might just help you unwind your brains. This time, all moaned and wailed at the same time. Earlier, all the players wanted to question the captain when he told them that there was a 3.5-hour gap between the second and third class. When they were told that they needed to attend class at midnight, they realized it didn't make sense to have such a long gap. As expected, the captain ignored their groans. I will see you in 7 minutes. The last to arrive will have to do 5 sets of pull-ups. Even before he was done talking, the players scurried out of the classroom to the meet-up point. Shortly after they started running, the girl tripped and fell. The plump man was running in front of her and turned around to help her up. Suddenly, something crossed his mind, and he quickly retrieved his hand. However, he did stop to show his concern. Are you okay? I'm fine. I must have tripped over something. You go on ahead first. The girl put on a shallow smile, took off one of her shoes, and leaned on the wall to check her feet. The plump man knew that it was inappropriate for him to keep staring at her legs. So, he gulped, mustered some courage, and asked her, Do you want me to carry you? You are so nice. I'm fine. You should get to the gym now. Don't fall behind, the girl replied with concern. Sigh, I don't think I can outrun them anyway. It was rare for the plump guy to get this close to a girl, especially someone as attractive as this one. He was so nervous, he had to wipe off his sweaty palms on his pants. Let me help you over to the gym. Thank you. The girl then put her arms over Tubby's shoulder. Zhen Xiong, said the girl softly. Ah. The plump man was startled upon hearing the girl speak out her name. That's my name. Oh. Sorry. His face started flushing, his heart fluttering a little. He had no idea why he even apologized to her. My real name is Jiao Lai. I'm an employee of JD Corporation in the real world. That's one of the top 500 corporations in the world, exclaimed Zhen Xiong with her eyes wide open. No. I'm just an owner of a grocery. It's now part of JD's franchise stores. All I did is change the name of my store. I still have to do everything myself. I've only seen JD's CEO on TV before. Anyway, I think it's not that easy to manage the whole place. Can I visit your shop next time if I'm in the mood for some snacks? Zhen Xiong did not look down on Jiao Lai. Every word she uttered was sincere and truthful. Suddenly, she lowered her voice. Bro Jia, do you have a mission failure exemption card? That item costs 800 game points. Nobody would buy something so expensive except for those top-tier factions, Jiao Lai replied while shaking his head. After he figured out what Zhen Xiong had in mind, he was sad and dejected. It seems like both of us will be eliminated, she said. I know my limits and how far I can go. This is the end of the road for me. You, however, are different. There's still hope for you. Don't give up. Perhaps they were trying to scare you when they told you that women were looked down upon in this era. We always say that foreigners value their freedom a lot. Besides, the Soviets have just sent their first female cosmonaut to outer space. I believe America wouldn't want to fall behind them. Bro Jia, you are so kind. What did you do to your previous team? Why did they give up on someone like you? It's no use being kind nowadays. In my very first quest, I managed to learn a bit of first aid. My quest also required me to keep delivering items, and soon, I acquired level 1 in my driving skills. I'm also a good cook, and now, I'm learning Russian. It appears these skills aren't very useful in this quest. Who told you that they are useless? Bro Jia, can I put my faith in you? Zhen Xiong looked at him in the most serious way possible. Of course, replied Jiao Lai without hesitation. He felt a surge of passion rushing through his spine. Let's team up if you don't mind me dragging your feet. We will move forward together. Either we both get on Apollo 11, or we quit this together. Of course, I don't mind, but I believe you can find someone better than me, right? You are right about me joining a single-player game with competitive mode for the first time. Usually, it's tough to trust anyone in this mode, and I'd rather team up with someone kind instead of those who seek to take advantage of me every chance they get. This advice applies to multiplayer mode as well. I stopped playing this mode since my teammates betrayed me. I don't want to go through something like that again. So, I'm going to ask you one more time. Look me in the eye and tell me, can I trust you? Jiao Lai nodded vigorously, staring into Zhen Xiong's eyes to show that he was sincere. At first, he just wanted to let Zhen Xiong know that he wasn't messing around, but after a few seconds, a different kind of feeling started blooming in his heart. He started to move from staring into Zhen Xiong's eyes to her nose and lips. They were curved charmingly, and there was a touch of luster to them. Both of their faces started to move closer to each other. Then, right before their lips touched, Zhen Xiong gasped, pushed him away, then quickly took a step back. Jiao Lai felt lost and quickly explained himself. No, I didn't intend to. Zhen Xiong bit her lips, lowered her head, and didn't speak another word. They had arrived at the gym. Jiao Lai didn't know how they even made it there. Bro Jia, please go in first. No, you go first. I'm pretty sure the other players are here now. Besides, your leg is hurt. How are you supposed to do pull-ups? We use our upper body strength and waist muscles to do pull-ups. Those have nothing to do with the leg. Anyway, you should go in first. After all, we are teammates now. I'm supposed to take care of you. Don't worry about me. Bro Jia, just let me be the last to go in. I hurt my leg anyway, and I won't be able to train. I don't really care about the punishment as well. Zhang Heng and the rest took only 5 minutes to get to the gym located on the second floor. NASA's gym was no different than the ordinary gym of the 60s. Compared to modern-day fitness franchises, this one wasn't that big. Other than the equipment, a half-size basketball court and a rock-climbing wall could be seen as well. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they reached the gym. Chapter 286 of Elvis's poster and spacesuits. No more weird equipment was being used for physical training. However, how hard it was made them feel no different from basic rocket physics, and aerospace engineering didn't seem that dry and dull anymore. This time, Anthony performed best among the players, gaining first place in both bench pressing and weightlifting. As for Zhang Heng and the listless young man, they both placed second and third. Judging by the familiar way Anthony stomped along with the equipment, it seemed he was a regular gym buff. The high school student didn't fare well in physical training, placed even behind the knowledgeable middle-aged man. Considering that he was about to go through the national college entrance examination, it was perfectly reasonable that he would spend every moment he had studying instead of doing rigorous training. He simply didn't have the time, even if he wanted to. Unfortunately, the person coming in last was still the plump guy. Through his sluggish performance, everyone now saw why he was kicked out of his previous team. Where did he find the courage to insist entering the gym when he could only do half a pull-up? Luckily, Zhen Xiong asked to go last. All too soon, she started regretting her decision. Although she was injured and was excused from this session, the captain said she would have to make up for it in the next. While others were busy training, Zhen Xiong simply sat aside and did practically nothing. Since her leg was injured, she focused solely on upper body strength. It was already 11:50 p.m. when the session was over. By that time, all 7 candidates were literally dragging their exhausted bodies and minds back to the meeting room upstairs. It was time to learn how to fly a supersonic jet. Since none of them were aviators, the captain was keen for them to familiarize themselves with the T-38 Talon, a supersonic jet trainer. This time, Zhang Heng included, was too fatigued to do anything. Luckily, living conditions provided by NASA weren't too shabby. Not only did everyone have their own dorm, but it was even equipped with a personal lavatory as well. Their clothes were already neatly arranged in the wardrobe. Usually, Zhang Heng would check his character panel before he slept. However, when he finally entered his room at 2:15 a.m., he was too tired to do anything. All he wanted to do was to lay on the bed and sleep. Having only 3.5 hours of sleep, it wasn't quite enough to rid his body and mind of exhaustion. The alarm woke him up with a jolt before he was asked to get a quick cold shower. After that, he opened the curtains and took a good look at his room. He still had no idea how the other rooms looked like, though. It wasn't a large room, a studio-like space around 40 square feet, furnished with every piece of essential amenities. It included a single bed, wardrobe, table, couch, television, and a fridge. The only thing worth mentioning here was the 60s-era Technicolor television, a groundbreaking invention for its time. Of course, the picture quality could never be compared with a modern and slick UHD television. That said, its design was unique, coming in a square box-like structure with a thick frame around it. It looked more like a microwave or a fish tank. Behind the television was a large poster of the movie Viva Las Vegas, a romance flick featuring Elvis co-starring and Margaret. On the poster, both of them were leaning back while looking at the camera. As his tired mind began to clear, Zhang Heng took out a clean suit of NASA uniform from the wardrobe. He quickly spotted a note stuck on the bottom of an empty basket placed beside the clean garments. "Put your dirty laundry here." Zhang Heng followed the instructions, tossing his dirty uniform into the basket. He was famished, but before he could look for any food in the fridge, he heard the captain speaking loudly outside his room. "Gather up. You'll all be visiting the Space Center today. After that, dinner is served at 1800 hours. You will begin your astronaut training at 1820 hours. After the first day of torture, all 7 players were prepared to face another day of grueling training. Their faces were stoic when they heard the announcement, not displaying much emotion whatsoever. Either they were numb or not fully awake yet. The school kid was the only one excited when he heard that there would be astronaut training later. Now, the spacesuit used in the Apollo missions was an upgraded Project Gemini, A7L suits. They would be further upgraded in the future for the Apollo-Soyuz mission and Project Skylab. Sci-fi movies made getting in and out of the suit a breeze, seeming as if the astronaut could slip into them without much effort. In reality, it was a nightmare to deal with. Take the A7L as an example, a suit that weighed around 70 pounds. The specialized piece of equipment had 5 different layers. The layer that closest to the skin housed an advanced liquid cooling system, mated to a nylon spandex to ensure comfort. Above this was a pressured airbag, allowing the astronaut to freely move its joints before another layer of nylon topped it off. Lastly, the outer skin was a protective layer against the heat. The suit's helmet and gloves were connected to it by metal rings. That was not the end, for after putting on the hefty suit, Zhang Heng had to carry a portable life support system as well, allowing him to breathe in outer space. As mentioned earlier, it was connected to the suit's cooling system, a radiator of sorts. On the left side of the pack was a tall antenna that supported a two-way voice communication. This was the very reason why ultimate fitness was needed for an astronaut. An untrained individual would find it hard to even move in the shackles of the suit. Nevertheless, the astronauts would undoubtedly feel better after they entered a zero-gravity environment, what the suits were created for in the first place. Usually, each astronaut would be equipped with 3 spacesuits. One of them would be used during the mission, the second during training, and the last was a spare. With his trainer's assistance, Zhang Heng put on the famous fish tank helmet. Suddenly, he felt like he was sucked into a vacuum chamber, isolated from the world outside. However, it wasn't completely silent inside the helmet. He could hear a soft buzzing and the sound of the cooling fan from the life support. After that, the trainer instructed him on how to use the urine bag, before reading what was on the control module for the life support system located on his chest to him. From there, he could monitor and adjust the liquid and power of the life support system. This was an entirely alien experience for all 7 players. Although it was in no way a breeze to learn, it was definitely better than the boring theory lessons and the energy-sapping physical training. Learning to put on the bulky spacesuit was fun, at least. If not for the extreme rigors and constraints that becoming an astronaut required, blasting to the moon strapped to a Saturn V rocket would be nothing less but a mind-blowing experience for 99.9999% of people. In 2001, one of the wealthiest people on Earth actually paid a hefty sum to become a space tourist, a seat that cost him a whopping $20 million. In total, the lucky tycoon got to spend 8 days cruising above Mother Earth on the International Space Station. At the same time, Zhen Xiong noticed Zhang Heng always glancing at the clock during the training. It was as if he was waiting for something. Chapter 287, Transitional Quest. Ever since Zhang Heng received the analog watch, his 24 hours had increased to 28. When its hands reached midnight, he would enter a world where time halted no matter where he was. Having tested his theory multiple times throughout the entire month, his extra 24 hours would still apply when he entered the game, thus accumulated into his total playtime. Before the NASA quest, Zhang Heng had always played the game himself. From the desolated island to the 18th century Caribbean, all 4 games were completed by Zhang Heng alone. It wasn't until this game that 6 other players were paired with him. This situation was a first for him, and he had no idea what would happen at 12. This was exactly why he chose single-player mode all the while, hoping to avoid unnecessary complications like this. Usually, Zhang Heng would enter the game at 11:55 p.m. from the real world. There were 5 minutes until midnight, and according to the game's time flow, 5 minutes was equivalent to 20 hours. It had been almost 20 hours since Zhang Heng entered this world. Immediately, he told his trainer that he needed to head to the toilet. However, his trainer gently reminded him that he could pee within the provided urinary bag in the spacesuit, considering it as a training exercise for the times he really needed to relieve himself in space. Zhang Heng was desperate. He thanked his trainer and insisted that he had to go to the toilet by hook or crook. No matter what would happen after this, walking around inside a 70-pound spacesuit wasn't part of his plan. In the end, his trainer relented, having to spend 15 minutes to help him get out of it. The moment Zhang Heng freed his right leg, he retook a look at his watch. Only half a minute was left before the clock's hands landed on 12. It was at that time that Zhang Heng spotted Yin Xiong and Tubby looking at him suspiciously. Whether he liked it or not, Zhang Heng having no time to interrogate them anyway. The moment the clock's hands hit 12, everyone in the training room literally stopped in their tracks, their faces frozen in time as well. The world had completely turned into a giant wax museum. Zhang Heng had expected this outcome all along. Earlier, he tested this theory with his computer. In the still world, it was possible to enter a single-player game. The only caveat was that he would be unable to play any games that required an internet connection. Although he was unable to scientifically explain the phenomenon, the mysterious quest that he just joined was still considered a game. Every game that he previously joined was still running when it was midnight in the real world. The only thing that changed was that his gameplay had become longer. Since there were other players present in this quest, it had proved that the world would still come to a stop come midnight. However, before Zhang Heng could move a muscle, he heard a notification from the game system. Warning! Warning! Game time critical error detected. Submitting critical error. Second level clearance has been initiated. Initial analysis. Failure to continue. One player suspected of foul play. Contingency plan activated. Parallel quest activated. Apollo training camps transitional quest. Number of players, 1. Goals, none, so far. Time, 240 days. Player, please pay attention. Zhang Heng frowned and suddenly heard the Beatles, Yesterday, echoing in his ears. At the same time, his surroundings turned pitch black. It wasn't the same darkness as when the lights were turned off, but rather, a blackout situation where all light was utterly non-existent. Zhang Heng usually experienced this at the beginning of every new quest, where the complete lack of external stimuli helped him pay full attention to the announcement. This, however, was the very first time it occurred in the middle of the game. It felt as if the game's online server was being rebooted. Luckily, the darkness did not last too long. When Zhang Heng opened his eyes again, Paul McCartney was already at, "Oh, yesterday," came suddenly. He found out that he was no longer in NASA's training room. The players around him had disappeared as well. Right now, he was standing on a vast runway. He could hear the deafening roar of jet engines, and suddenly a fighter jet flew over his head with a gust of wind almost knocking him over. From afar, Zhang Heng saw a pretty blonde girl waving at him, looking extremely anxious. "Jim doesn't like the newcomers wandering around the place. Let's leave immediately when you are done with him. The people from the lab are still waiting for us." "Lab?" "Yes. Your school's students are there now, and you're the only one left behind. Oh, can you please get off the runway? We'll be in big trouble if the tower spots us." "I'm sorry." Immediately, Zhang Heng moved away from the runway. He had no intention of risking his life as well. Getting hit by a speeding aircraft rumbling down the runway at over 200 miles per hour wasn't his idea of a good death. Nonetheless, this wasn't his first time hearing a warning from the game system. When the second level clearance kicked in, the error wasn't submitted to the system, subsequently removing it permanently from the game's sequential decision-making algorithm. Zhang Heng suspected that this all might somehow be connected to the mysterious old man. Since the old man had chosen him to play the game, he must have known that such issues would eventually occur. It was evident that the second-level clearance was used to deal with the problem, but apparently, it did not work properly in multiplayer mode. Hence, the system determined that he was technically cheating. In the still world, he was the only one who could move, and it was safe to say that he was invincible. Just like the Zavilcha case, Shin Sisi and her team failed to defeat it even after several attempts. In the still world, however, Zhang Heng used only a rudimentary utility knife to defeat the monster. In other words, he could easily eliminate the other 6 players in the paused world if he wanted to, as well. It seemed the system had noticed this anomaly, and to protect the other players, it created a transitional quest for Zhang Heng and placed him in there. Due to the rushed decision, no goal had been set up for the quest at the moment. Zhang Heng was wondering if this quest was as dangerous as the Winter War. What is the time now? Time? 10.35. What's today's date? February 12th. Which year? Is this supposed to be a joke? It's 1955. Do all MIT students use weird antics like this to get attention? I should remind you that if you are late again, your internship at Lewis Flight Dynamics Lab will be canceled. Chapter 288. At Home in Foreign Lands. Chapter 288. At Home in Foreign Lands. The Apollo Training Camp quest was set in 1969. If the pretty blonde wasn't lying, it meant there were 14 years left before the inception of the Apollo program. If his memory served him right, NASA hadn't even existed yet back then. However, its predecessor, the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics, NACA, was established in 1915. When Zhang Heng followed the pretty blonde to the lab and saw other interns and the manager, Zhang Heng finally knew what kind of place Lewis Flight Propulsion Laboratory, LFPL, was. Being NACA's third lab, it was originally named Aircraft Engine Propulsion Laboratory, set up to help America deal with their aviation gremlins since their engines lagged behind their counterparts. In 1949, World War II broke out. Warplanes equipped with European liquid-cooled engines far outperformed America's air-cooled engines in speed and altitude, and experts soon realized that America lacked the required research labs to come out with better aircraft engines. Thus, in the year 1940, Congress approved funding for its construction at Ohio's Cleveland Hopkins Airport. And that was how the aircraft research facility started blooming in America. In 1948, it was renamed Lewis Flight Propulsion Laboratory, LFPL, in commemoration of the late NACA's director, George W. Lewis. Then, in the year 1999, it was again renamed to Glenn Research Center. It became one of NASA's most important facilities for researching and developing rocket engines. Even though this transitional quest was created specifically for Zhang Heng, thanks to the bug detected by the system, it meant he wasn't completely booted from the Apollo training camp quest. The game had granted him the identity of an MIT grad and placed him at the Lewis Flight Propulsion Laboratory 14 years before the Apollo 11 project. If his suspicions were right, he would only be reinserted in the main quest after 14 years had passed. This outcome was definitely worse than completing the main mission in the still world. Over there, he could easily eliminate all the other players when time stopped, meaning he could complete the quest way earlier than expected. Since the system couldn't tell if he was cheating or not, it decided to send him to a transitional quest to protect the other players. LFPL was an important NACA research facility, its employees handpicked from the best and brightest engineers that America had to offer. After NACA's dismissal, its top researchers were quickly recruited by NASA, whose focus had now shifted to aerospace technology. Although Zhang Heng didn't carry any future space technology with him, it seemed like a good opportunity to start mastering some physics and aerospace engineering. Even though he couldn't speed up time and peek into his main quest, LFPL was built right beside Ohio's Cleveland Hopkins Airport, and he could at least hop onto an airplane and fly. At that time, the T-38 Talons used in the Apollo program hadn't yet been invented. In this era of the 50s, the T-33 Shooting Star was the best of its day. Introduced as a jet trainer, it was the similar aircraft that Zhang Heng encountered on the runway. Before taking to the skies, however, there was a problem he first needed to solve. The system had thrown him the identity of an MIT student, and soon, he also discovered why LFPL actively recruited interns. It was all because NACA had embarked on a groundbreaking aerospace project. All that fuss was about the X-15 hypersonic aircraft, an experimental rocket-powered plane that accelerated up to a mind-bending Mach 6.72, 6 times faster than the speed of sound. The rocket engine enabled the aircraft to climb to an altitude of 107.8 kilometers, effectively passing the Kármán line into outer space. Remained unbroken in the 21st century, it still holds the record for the fastest piloted aircraft ever flown by a crew. In 1955, the X-15 project officially broke ground, where LFPL played a huge role in its inception. Interns like Zhang Heng were supposed to assist the scientists and engineers working on the project. However, his qualification of a master's degree was in name only, generously granted by the system. Once it was discovered that Zhang Heng knew nothing about physics and engineering, he would most probably be sent back to the university. Even if things did go his way, who would be willing to teach him anything at such a busy time? He would be doomed to spend his days in the lab before he knew it, seeing the enormity of the project and the amount of work at hand. Before Zhang Heng could figure out a solution to this problem, the pretty blonde was already assigning the interns to their respective engineers. If the engineer wished for a particular assistant, they were welcome to choose as well. Hello, can I be your assistant? What is your profession? I'm researching the general theory of three-dimensional flow in turbomachinery. Are you interested? I'm studying economics, in my second year right now. Zhang Heng was actually embarrassed to tell him the truth. However, he knew that he would not be able to hide it forever, and instead of waiting until tasks were given, he figured that telling the truth now was in his best interest. 2. 11. The engineer was taken aback by Zhang Heng's answer and was speechless for a long time. It seemed like one of those bad American jokes, or a subtle racist sentiment. After all, he had constantly experienced racism after studying there for so many years. I'm sorry, I have my own reasons for staying in the lab. If possible, I hope to learn a bit of engineering. If you think it's too much trouble, I can always look for someone else. Since they were conversing in Mandarin, no one around them could understand what they were saying. Hence, Zhang Heng wasn't worried about eavesdroppers. He also knew the engineer would keep his secret indefinitely. Chinese expatriates often chose not to get themselves into trouble, thus keeping to themselves whenever they could. If, however, the engineer refused to take him in, surviving in this research center would become a massive challenge. Sure, said the engineer. Instantaneously, that single word uttered from his countrymen washed him with the warmth of home. He felt right at home in a foreign land. So, with the newfound close-to-heart alliance forged, the engineer walked up to the pretty blonde, telling her he wanted Zhang Heng as his assistant. Apart from him, another MIT girl had also been assigned to the same engineer as well. Everything was soon set in stone, and when they were back at his lab, the engineer shook Zhang Heng's hand vigorously. I forgot to introduce myself to you. My name is Wu Zhonghua. I'm Chinese. I'm Zhang Heng. It was one of those rare occasions where Zhang Heng revealed his true name. I'm Chinese as well. Note, Wu Zhonghua is the Qian Shuesan of Air China. Graduating from MIT, he worked at Lewis Flight Propulsion Laboratory before introducing the general theory of three-dimensional flow in turbomachinery. Later, he gained recognition as a world-class scientist. Just like many other physicists of that era, he gave up his high-paying job abroad and used the excuse of traveling around Europe with his wife to return to his homeland. Both Wu Zhonghua and his wife were the pioneers of Air China. Chapter 289, Having Drinks. Chapter 289, Having Drinks. Life in the Lewis Flight Propulsion Laboratory was probably the simplest one Zhang Heng ever led. The lab staff, save for the blonde HR executive and Director Jim, who rattled Congress every morning for more funds, were the most decent and passionate researchers Zhang Heng had ever come across. They neither plotted against nor wrangled against each other, and since there was no main mission in the transitional quest, there were no threats to his survival either. Zhang Heng passed his days peacefully and uneventfully. Every day, Wei Zhonghua would give him engineering lessons, more like a crash course, actually. Knowing his student was lagging behind actual MIT graduates, the engineer spared no expense, imparting everything he knew whenever he could. Then, at the end of each day, Zhang Heng would buy drinks for the pilots who frequented the nearby pub with his internship salary. In the second month, he successfully boarded an airplane, and in the fourth, awarded the experience of flying subsonic on the T-33. He wasn't far from flying a plane on his own. However, Wei Zhonghua resigned from NASA not long after that, citing a longing for a school's environment. The man was to head to Brooklyn Collegiate and Polytechnic Institute to teach as a professor. The whole debacle alarmed Glennon, NASA's chairman, and despite his best efforts at persuasion, nothing was going to stop Wei Zhonghua from leaving. Thus, the people in the lab ended up giving Wei Zhonghua a little farewell party. Zhang Heng did not join the party, but drove Wei Zhonghua and his wife to the train station in a borrowed Chevrolet. He was among the few who really knew Wu Zhonghua's true intentions. Even though staying back in the lab would have been more beneficial, it was really just a game, and no matter where, whatever timeline, or how many times he experienced it, someone somewhere would make the same choice, regardless. Knowing these things, Zhang Heng did not even try to convince Wei Zhonghua to stay. In fact, Wei Zhonghua had already helped him a lot. Right now, although still behind an actual MIT engineering graduate, for months had passed, and from a zero, Zhang Heng was now able to perform tasks required for the research and was very familiar with Wei Zhonghua's research. He had no trouble doing things like collecting data and filling in the finished models. Even if another were to replace Wei Zhonghua, Zhang Heng could continue working in the laboratory by putting on an act. Considering he actually knew what he was doing, Zhang Heng watched on as the train carrying Wu Zhonghua and his wife pulled away. Having heard that Wu Zhonghua's replacement was currently being transferred from the Langley laboratory and wouldn't arrive until tomorrow, he didn't rush back to the laboratory. Except for waiting, there wasn't much for him and the female assistant to do. This could only mean a day off work, and seeing how pleasant the day was, Zhang Heng decided to cruise around Cleveland in the borrowed car he was in. He bought 2 vinyl records of Patty Page, a burger, and a corn tortilla, unexpectedly making an achievement worth 3 points. After that, he fed pigeons in the city park as he lazily strolled around. It was a beautiful day, not one to be wasted just like that in the confines of concrete and glass. Zhang Heng only returned to the laboratory before sunset. He had just gotten out of the car when the blonde girl rushed over and grabbed hold of him. Great. We just got ourselves a test pilot. He's in the corridor on the first floor. But something came up in Congress, and I have to hurry over. I'll need you to show him around the lab and the runway. She sputtered her words, pushing a stack of documents into Zhang Heng's hands. "While you're at that, please pass these to Professor Maggie for me." The black Jaguar XK-120 parked not too far away kept honking. The blonde stumbled, blowing a kiss at Zhang Heng. "When I get back tomorrow, I'll treat you a cup of coffee. It's a date." Before he could answer, she pulled up her skirt and ran to the car in her heels. And just like that, Zhang Heng became the receptionist of the laboratory. Shaking his head, he carried the things to the corridor and saw someone indeed waiting there. The man looked to be quite young, in his 20s, perhaps. But unlike most youth of this age, he had an inherent brooding quality about him, as if he was always pondering about something. At the same time, his subtle but decisive movements bore the temperament of a seasoned soldier. That last part was not unusual. Many test pilots in the laboratory came from a military background. When he saw Zhang Heng approaching, he politely got up from his seat. "How do you do, sir? I'm David, lab intern. You must be the new test pilot. Jane asked me to show you around the place you'll be working." "Thank you," the man said, offering a hand. Neil Armstrong, retired Navy pilot. His voice was deep and firm. Zhang Heng stopped in his tracks as he held Neil's hand, freezing for a brief second. "What's the matter?" "Oh, nothing. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Armstrong," Zhang Heng blurted quickly. "The pleasure is mine. If you don't mind, I have to get these documents to Professor Maggie before we start the tour." Armstrong nodded. Zhang Heng did not expect to meet Neil Armstrong, the first man to land on the moon. Not now, in 1955, at least. In retrospect, Armstrong had indeed worked for NASA as a test pilot for a certain period. At that time, the legendary astronaut looked youthful, and according to Zhang Heng's calculations, Armstrong should be only about 25. After completing his Navy service, he had returned to finish his university education. He hadn't yet obtained a master's degree in aviation engineering. Later in his life, upon making history on a successful moon mission, he kept a low profile, living a quiet life teaching at a university. He almost never accepted interviews, nor did he write a single biography. In fact, few knew that Armstrong never took a picture of himself on the moon. The widely circulated moon landing photo was actually taken by his crewmate, Buzz Aldrin. Armstrong's shadow could barely be seen from the reflection of Aldrin's helmet. The other famous photo, the footprint on the moon's surface, was also the courtesy of Aldrin. Unlike his rather rambunctious crewmate, Armstrong was a humble and unostentatious man. Only the few who corresponded with him knew what he had to through when he was a young man. But Zhang Heng was more interested in Armstrong's piloting skills, a prodigy who obtained his pilot license when he was merely 16 years of age. Before getting his driver's license, or even joining NASA, he had already piloted more than 200 different aircraft types. This was one of the main reasons he was chosen to be an astronaut. Zhang Heng was unsure about one thing, though. Would their meeting in 1955 affect the quest 14 years later? After delivering the documents to Professor Maggie, Zhang Heng hurriedly went back to Armstrong. "So, did you arrive in Cleveland?" "Yeah. I submitted an application to the Dryden Flight Research Center at Edwards Air Force Base. But since they are full, I was assigned here for now," Armstrong answered. "If that's the case, we should get drinks after the tour." Chapter 290. Extensive Preparation Time. Chapter 290. Extensive Preparation Time. It was said that in 1 second, a cheetah could sprint as far as 28 meters on the grassland. A hummingbird could flap its wings 55 times. 1,620 cubic meters of Greenland's glaciers would melt, and the Earth would orbit the Sunday, August 29 kilometers. In Xiong, however, wondered if a person's character could change so significantly in 1 second. Blinking, in fact, might have taken even less than that. If Zhang Heng had that dangerous quality about him, then it must have dimmed so significantly that it was almost imperceptible now. In Xiong couldn't help but wonder if there was something wrong with her eyes. But things such as a person's temperament were discerned purely by perception and were difficult to quantify. Things like these mystified her, and she didn't have an explanation for it. Then, later, during training, Zhang Heng didn't look at the clock again, and with the help of the trainer, he successfully completed his first spacesuit training. Throughout the whole process, he was very calm. No one knew he had just spent 240 days in the 1950s United States. When Zhang Heng opened his character panel after the training, he could see a number of changes made to his profile. Name: Zhang Heng. Gender: male. Age: 19. Player ID: 0.7958 rounds played. For current game points, 737 possessions. Paris Arrow, D. Evil Wall, D. Shadow Key, E. Lucky Rabbit's Foot, E. Betty's Shell, E. Hunter's Blessing, F. Skills Mastered. Sailing, Level 3. Saber, Level 3. Language Proficiency, Level 2. 8 languages at a basic level. Archery, Level 2. Wilderness Survival, Level 2. Driving, Level 2. Shooting, Level 2. Engineering, Level 1. Flying, Level 1. Piano, Level 1. Car. Tuning and Repair, Level 2. Ski, Level 1. Rock Climbing, Level 1. Evaluation. The player has slightly better luck than most and a higher chance of encountering enemies. Player is protected from shadows, storms, evil intentions, and is an experienced sailor. Skilled with knives, arrows, firearms, can drive and fly a plane. He is capable of surviving in the wild, has a rich reserve of skills, and considerably adept at combat. The player deserves continuous attention. Shadow Moment. An item that had been with him for a long time and used up until the Zavilcha battle had been replaced by Evil Wall and Betty's Shell. Both of these allowed their user to escape a particular situation, but also had their own limits. All in all, it was a good upgrade. Skills were where Zhang Heng made the most progress. After being in Black Sail for 3,900 days, he finally gained another level 3 skill. In fact, there were two, sailing and swordsmanship, both indispensable for a mighty pirate. With a little more training, Zhang Heng could even consider representing the country for the sailing events in Tokyo's 2020 Olympics. In addition to that, he spent most of his time learning language. Starting with 3, English, Chinese, and Japanese, he now spoke 8. Even though it was just a drop in the ocean of human languages, 8 was an extensive range, ensuring he would have fewer communication troubles in future games. All of the above was everything Zhang Heng gained before entering the Apollo training camp. The Level 1 engineering and piloting skills on the character panel had been obtained from the transitional quest he had just completed. On top of that, he picked up aerodynamics and material science, not displayed on the panel since they were still at Level 0. He even earned an unexpected 42 game points. Moreover, thanks to his improved theoretical knowledge, his car tuning and repair skills moved up a level, which was a good thing. Although the system inhibited him from eliminating other players during still time, the extensive 240-day preparation period gained him an upper hand over the rest of them. Thanks to that, no one in the training camp could surpass his score. Of course, at the end of the day, the 3 people with the best result might not even be the ones to board Apollo 11. These players, however, weren't passive pushovers who just sit by idly. Should the game be not in their favor, they would definitely look for means to change the game's rules. Even Jia Lai, the one appearing to be the weakest of the group, would not sit on his hand and blindly accept his fate. Everyone, including Zhang Heng, knew this. It was only because they had just started the game that the amity was kept among each other. Once the results of the first round were revealed, this temporary peace would be broken. Their first spacesuit training ended precisely at 11:30. While more engaging than physical training, the amount of exercise involved was pretty much the same. Lugging around a weight of nearly 70 pounds, each movement was a chore, requiring plenty of energy for the simplest of bends. When the players took off their spacesuits, they were drenched from head to toe in their own sweat. There was no time to freshen up, though. Given only a short break after lunch, they were quickly shoved to the next lesson, diving practice. Space was a completely different environment from the Earth, the most obvious being gravity. Gravity was everywhere on planet Earth, and all creatures living on it could not escape its bond. So, to simulate a zero-gravity environment on Earth, it was necessary to find ways to counteract its effects. Often, the amazing fantasies of science fiction would tout some sort of covert anti-gravity technology, something that, unfortunately, didn't exist in reality. NASA would use a large aircraft, nicknamed the Vomit Comet, to create over 10 seconds of weightlessness through a parabolic flight. This enabled the astronauts to experience an environment that was closest to space on Earth. There were its quirks, however, and besides the strain the aircraft had to endure, they would have to land after every session, making the whole affair an extremely troublesome one. Water buoyancy, on the other hand, could offset some gravity, creating a sense of weightlessness. Despite a certain degree of realism, it still differed somewhat from an actual space environment. The human body perceived gravity through the otoliths of the inner eardrums. Although one was submerged in water, the otoliths would still be subjected to gravity, meaning that being in the water would not affect a person's ability to determine direction. In space, however, the otoliths would be affected by the lack of gravity. The astronauts' sense of direction would be disrupted, and they wouldn't be unable to distinguish between up and down. But that was the best NASA could do to simulate space on terra firma. Unlike the other players who did not look too excited, this training played on Zhang Heng's strengths. Although he had never dived before, he experienced getting stuck on a deserted island in his first game. He had foraged for food on a desolate land and spent half his black sail quest at sea. Being in the water felt like his second home. Chapter 291, Dangerous Mechanical Tick. Chapter 291, Dangerous Mechanical Tick. Being an astronaut was one of the most complicated jobs a human endured. When Project Mercury first started, NASA recruited a total of 100 experienced pilots as astronaut candidates. Only 7 were selected in the end. During the early stages of human space exploration, nobody really knew what would happen the moment they left the confines of planet Earth. Theoretically, the list of mishaps could be endless, since space was infinite, and all they had were their guts and an overpriced tin can. Ground control was thousands of miles away, and there wasn't anyone up there they could rely on. As an astronaut, they had to be prepared for every instance of an emergency, fixing problems that weren't even in their manuals. It was a job that required not only bravery, but also ingenuity. That was why the astronauts' training was essential to them. Their entire day during training was filled with a tight training schedule, enough activities each day to drive anybody crazy. Even breathing had become somewhat of a luxury. However, training did get interesting at times. The anti-gravity simulation on the parabolic flights allowed their bodies to float freely in the air. They also got to try astronaut food for the very first time. The dehydrated, ready-to-eat meals weren't nearly as good as the over-the-counter burger, but still decent and palatable. The last activity was Zhang Heng's favorite. He was in his spacesuit when he dived into the swimming pool, seeing the light piercing through from the surface to the bottom. A stream of air bubbles continuously shot out the snorkels of the divers beside him. He could hear the whoosh of air blowing from the vent inside his helmet and the low rumble of the occasional air bubble outside. Once wholly immersed in the water, Zhang Heng felt as if he'd entered a world of complete silence, and although he knew that he hadn't yet encountered space, he had to admit that he enjoyed the feeling a lot. Of course, these were just the highlights. The training was exhausting and a dull affair most of the time. Pushed into a regime fit to recruit a secret agent, the trainees had their limits put on trial, and even some of them were even broken. Not too long after that, the teaching to the test classes and high-intensity physical training started taking a toll on the lot. Even Zhao Li had lost some weight as well. The saddest part was that he knew the lumps of fat would return once he left this quest. However, theory class and physical training weren't the worst part of the course, for NASA had this machine that was capable of torturing one's very soul. Known as Johnsville Centrifuge, the machine could accelerate from 0 to 200 kilometers per hour in 7 seconds. It was everyone's worst nightmare. During training, the candidates were supposed to keep conscious under the pressure of tremendous G-forces while the machine sped up. Seeing how this machine worked, the multi-axis trainer didn't look so bad anymore. Lastly, the most horrifying machine award had to go to the Lunar Landing Training Vehicle. This must be NASA's ugliest and most dangerous invention. From its exterior, it looked like a giant mechanical tick and was used to simulate moon landings. NASA themselves admitted later that the Lunar Lander training machine couldn't accurately simulate an actual moon landing. It did not show what it was like to exit the aircraft. Most of the time, the clunky machine would put its pilot in grave danger too. Inside a modern virtual simulator, operators could calmly discuss and analyze the reasons for their spacecraft crashing. The Lunar Landing Training Vehicle was different, however, where only 2 outcomes were possible once the pilot stepped into the machine that literally took off the ground. They could either successfully land the craft, or if they failed, God forbid, it would explode once it touched the ground. Right before the explosion, the pilot would best be quick to eject if burning in rocket fuel and oxidizer wasn't their choice for death. According to statistics, NASA once produced 4 lunar landing training vehicles as an experiment. 3 were destroyed during training sessions. In other words, it had a shocking failure rate of 75%. I wish someone can tie the machine's inventor to it and let them have a taste of their own medicine, grunted Zhao Lai under his breath. No matter how much they complained, though, the captain had already summoned the first person to the machine. The first person to go is Anthony. Anthony raised his eyebrows, not the least willing to get on the bonkers contraption as well. However, after going through a month of intensive training, he had tried all kinds of weird machines and was able to muster up enough courage. Besides, the captain was still grading them, and Anthony wanted to leave a good and bold impression on him. After all, physical attributes weren't the only factor that contributed to the assessment. The mental side of things was just as important. Although he had a bad feeling in his heart, Anthony relented, deciding to obey the captain's command as he boarded the aircraft. While fastening his seatbelt, the staff did a quick checkup on him. The wind is acting up today. Be careful, the staff warned. Am I supposed to say my last words right now? The lever is under your seat. Pull it if you see your life flashing before your eyes. Once you pull it, you will be ejected out of the machine, and your parachute will bring you back to the ground safely. Understood. Let's begin if you are ready. The captain's voice echoed through the intercom. The lunar landing training vehicle started wobbling around dangerously like a drunk man the moment it lifted off the ground. Luckily, it soon stabilized and reached its expected altitude, 1,100 feet, exceeding minimum altitude. Anthony could be heard saying, "Roger that. You can attempt to land now," replied the captain. At the same time, the rest of the players kept their eyes on the lunar landing training vehicle. From where they stood, it looked like a colossal flying tick, with an unsightly, exposed metal frame and 4 tiny legs sticking out its bottom. The front part of the aircraft was exposed, and they could see Anthony nervously fumbling with the controls. Piloting the vehicle required great reflexes and skill, essentially like trying to balance a unicycle on a tightrope. Without a doubt, this was one of the toughest parts of their training, not to mention that the wind wasn't on their side today. It would greatly increase the difficulty of landing the sensitive and erratic craft. He'll kill himself if something goes wrong, the listless young man said all of a sudden. The other players glared at him in silence. What? Don't tell me the thought hadn't crossed your minds. We knew his day would eventually come, am I right? One less competitor ain't a bad thing. Note to all, I'm referring to all of you here. I have never seen him as a worthy opponent. Although whatever he said wasn't pleasant to the ear, it was hard to argue with him. He might seem like a useless teenager, but throughout the month he spent at NASA, he had managed to surprise everyone with his excellent airmanship and theoretical knowledge, second only to that of Zhang Hong. Although the results weren't released yet, he should have no problem getting selected as an astronaut. As for the rest, they started to think about what would happen after the results were released. Maybe the time had come to see the other players as enemies. Anthony was still struggling to land the lunar landing training vehicle slowly. However, the rest of the players no longer paid their attention to him. They were backing off as if avoiding impending doom that was about to strike at any moment. You're coming down too fast. Slow down. I repeat, your landing speed is too fast. You need to slow down. Pull up and try again. Anthony was sweating non-stop, flicking switches, and vigorously adjusting the sticks in an attempt to bring the craft under control. Unfortunately, it seemed like the machine had lost its bearings and began wobbling violently in the sky. At the same time, it was coming down really fast. Then suddenly, it seemed to lose all power and drop from the air like a stone. Within a few seconds, it crashed to the ground in a massive fireball. The players ducked to the ground as flames and heat washed over them with the shockwave. The next thing they saw was a cloud of black smoke rising to the sky. Chapter 292. My favorite part. Chapter 292. My favorite part. The medical team on standby rushed as quickly as they could to the lunar landing training vehicle's crash site. But the sweltering heat and thick veil of smoke kept them from doing their jobs. Judging by the dire situation, they were all just doing the best they could. No one thought Anthony would survive the blaze. The fire brigade arrived promptly, taking only 5 minutes to put out the flames. Sadly, the lunar landing training vehicle was beyond salvage, and all that remained was a smoldering heap of metal and debris. And in the pilot's seat, an equally scorched corpse was present as well. The morning's training is canceled. Everyone, stand by in your dormitories, said the captain, an unusual, somber look accompanying his face. Don't let this get out to anyone, especially the journalists. Later, at noon, an expert will give each of you a psychological assessment. Also, he paused and looked at the players. Whoever wishes to quit can tell me now. The players kept mum. It was obvious that quitting was not an option. Even in the face of such a tragedy, even if everybody died, nobody was going to quit as long as the mission wasn't completed. That was simply who they were. Although what that young man said wasn't exactly pleasant, Anthony's death was, in actual fact, a good thing for everyone else. Right now, none of them really knew what to feel. The players returned to their dorms as the captain instructed. Zhang Heng grabbed a carton of milk from the refrigerator and poured himself a glass. As soon as he picked it up, there was a knock on his door. He opened the door and was greeted by Yin Xiong standing outside his room. Since the day he warned her, the two had no more private conversations. Yin Xiong naturally teamed up with Jia Lai, and the other players were fine with it too since both were the underdogs of the group. What is it? Zhang Heng asked. Can we talk inside? Yin Xiong did not look too good. The smile on her face was forced, and there was an undertone of panic in her voice. There's no need for that, Zhang Heng said. We can talk here. The girl chewed on her lower lip. I know what you think of me, but what can I do? Since the start, I didn't have a choice. It chose me, I didn't choose it. I received an invitation out of nowhere to join the game. I had to work hard to survive, just like when I graduated from college. I just wanted to do my best like everyone else, support my family, and be an ordinary person. But then, my superior stopped me in the pantry one day, telling me that he'd make my life in the company hell unless I became his secret lover. That is the cruel truth of the world, isn't it? The weak can never choose. Yin Xiong laughed at herself. Sometimes I really wish I was a man. Maybe then, I wouldn't have become what I am today. She looked up at Zhang Heng. I'm not lying. I can see that you are different from the others, so I'm not here to take advantage of you. I'm here to tell you to be careful of Jia Lai. Why? Isn't he an ally of yours? Don't be deceived by his appearance. He's the most secretive among us, a hell lot more than everyone thinks. Suddenly, the door to the room on Zhang Heng's right suddenly opened. Jia Lai poked his head out. Oh, there you are. I was just about to look for you. Didn't you say your refrigerator's run out of Coke? I've still got some here. Want any? As he spoke, Jia Lai snuck nervous glances at Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng was the most inscrutable player among them. Always on his own, he was an obscure character, rarely interacting with the others. Moreover, he was strong and performed above and beyond in his training. Some people even wondered if he was, in fact, an actual astronaut. Although his menacing aura was not as telling as before, Jia Lai was still instinctively intimidated. Yin Xiong did not continue what she was saying. She gave Zhang Heng a good look, then drew a smile on her face for Jia Lai. All right, I'm coming. She hadn't even left for 5 minutes when there was another knock on Zhang Heng's door. This time, the middle-aged man was standing outside. Livingston pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose, saying, I think we all need to talk about what just happened. I've already notified the others, and we'll be gathering in my room in 15 minutes. Do you have any questions? No. Very good. See you later. This was the first time Zhang Heng entered another player's residence. Livingston's place was slightly smaller than his, but the layout was the same. The only difference was, in the place of a TV, there was an antique radio. The other players were already there when Zhang Heng arrived. The high school student and the listless young man occupied the only 2 chairs in the room. Jia Lai and Yin Xiong were on the bed, and the couch was still unoccupied. Livingston then gestured Zhang Heng to the sofa. Once Zhang Heng was seated, Livingston closed the door and walked to the center of the room. All right, I'll get straight to the point. I don't think Anthony's death was an accident. Why say that? Asked the listless man as he noisily cracked a peanut open and popped it into his mouth. Don't tell me you didn't see it. Anthony followed all the instructions to the dot. When he realized that the lunar landing training vehicle was out of control, he pulled the lever under the ejection seat. All of these happened a few seconds before the whole thing crashed and blew up. Why wasn't he ejected then? Jia Lai asked. Livingston looked around the room. Good question. I believe some of you here can answer that for me. Oh, this is my favorite part, the listless young man clapped. I remembered you saying that one day, he might just kill himself by accident, the student suddenly blurted. So, how did you know that this would happen? Because I'm smarter, shrugged the listless young man. You can't possibly believe that. With my scores, I can board Apollo 11 without killing anyone. Out of all the people in the room, save for that cool guy over there. I'm probably the last person you should suspect. Seems to be that way, Zhao Lai muttered. Excuse me, the listless young man turned around as his gaze hardened. Zhao Lai instantly shrunk back, looking away almost instantly. He seemed to have an instinct of a scared animal. I think he's saying that since the results are not out yet, there are still many uncertainties. Livingston wiped his glasses. For all we know, you could be lying. Chapter 293, Psychological Evaluation. Chapter 293, Psychological Evaluation. I'm bluffing. The listless young man chuckled in amusement as he reached into his pocket for a pack of Camels. He lit up a stick, then looked squarely at Livingston. Speaking of which, among us, he is obviously the master of deception. He was so concerned, he gathered everyone together. If I'm not mistaken, your grades are closest to that idiot, Anthony. Then, there's also that school kid over there. The three of you compete against each other for the final spot. Now is the best time to strike, get rid of one, and exponentially increase your chances of entering the top 3. No matter how you look at it, that seems to be the case. No, I will definitely be in the top 3, the school student argued, but he somehow did not sound too confident. Is that another one of those battle royale theories? The listless young man snorted. Forget it. Having good aerospace knowledge doesn't necessarily give you the upper hand in this game. Just look at our lone wolf over there. I've already gotten my private pilot's license in Australia 3 years ago. The listless young man looked at the middle-aged man standing in the center of the room. As a research engineer, your theoretical knowledge is inferior to his for sure. In fact, even the dead guy is way ahead of you in physical training. In my humble opinion, you have almost zero advantage in this competition. With Anthony dead, the first to benefit is our friend with glasses, and the second is you. The listless young man blew out a smoke ring, then continued. And to be honest, I don't get what's the point of this little meeting. Each of us here wants the other dead. Isn't it all common sense? Livingston answered calmly. But the problem is, today, the killer killed Anthony, and tomorrow, he may use the same method to kill the rest of us. You don't want to be in the Johnsville centrifuge knowing that it wouldn't stop spinning. Instead, it just goes faster and faster until your prostate and tonsils are pulled out of your body. I have something to say. The high school student suddenly spoke up again. What is it? The high school student pointed to the listless young man. Last night, I saw him leave his room and sneak out of the space center. Last night, Livingston raised an eyebrow. By the time we finished our 3rd class, it was already 2 in the morning. He turned to the listless guy and said, "Why didn't you use the opportunity for some shut-eye? Why did you go out?" The listless young man shrugged. "That was my own prerogative. It's got nothing to do with any of you. You won't answer that because you must have rigged the lunar landing training vehicle. Our schedule for this week had been bumped up, and the last time the captain roll called, he changed the order of the names. Now that I think about it, your name was called last this time." Livingston pushed his glasses up his nose. "It's already a hazardous machine on its own. If the ejection seat fails, it means losing the only of escape in an event of an emergency. Whoever who flew on the machine could have easily died. But this was no targeted murder. You didn't target Anthony. You just used the vehicle as a means to get rid of one unlucky bastard. That brings us back to the first question. Why would I want to do it? I'm not worried about the scores. So why would I need to get rid of a player? I don't know. Perhaps you simply wanted to eliminate a threat before anyone else did it. Or maybe you wanted to create chaos. After all, as you said, we weren't too suspicious of you when we first met." But Livingston turned to look at Yin Xiong and Zhao Lai. "A random murder like this would benefit you more. You both come last. It doesn't matter who dies. You will benefit nonetheless." "Wow. If that's the case, then we'd have to kill a lot more people," Yin Xiong sneered. "Besides, I'm only one place below Anthony, and I've never passed a single flight test. How could I have known how to tamper with that machine? If Anthony managed to land the machine successfully, then wouldn't I be sabotaging myself?" To protect her ally, Zhao Lai, who had avoided causing trouble all the while, she told Livingston, "If I remember correctly, you seem to have paid close attention to the weather in the past 2 days. The wind played a major part in today's crash." "Great. So other than our lone friend here, the rest of us are all suspects, huh?" The listless young man mocked. "I think. No one should be ruled out," Zhao Lai said. "David has the highest scores among us. Even though he has no reason to kill anyone, he's also most likely to be the most skilled killer. We cannot rule out the possibility that someone might have bribed him with points or items to kill Anthony off. Zhang Heng said nothing in response to the allegation. He had not spoken a word throughout the entire discussion, listening intently to what the other players were saying instead. He could sense that Plump Zhao Lai seemed to be more aggressive than usual tonight. Concerning what Yin Xiong told him earlier, Anderson behaved really suspiciously too. The listless guy obviously felt a little uneasy after the high school student ratted about him sneaking out of the space center, but he quickly covered it up by acting indifferent. Not to be discounted, the school kid himself was also questionable. He and now deceased Anthony were direct competitors. In fact, Zhang Heng also noticed another small detail. When the lunar landing training vehicle crashed, he was the only one who looked unsurprised. As for Yin Xiong, Zhang Heng had always kept her at arm's length. She was definitely not as weak and vulnerable as she appeared to be, which was also why he did not let her into his room, even though she looked awful just now. Lastly, there was the middle-aged Livingston. He had working hard to play the role of team leader, meticulously analyzing the cause of Anthony's death, and subsequently pointing his accusations at the listless young man. With emotions peaking, fingers pointing, and heads rolling, the meeting this time bore no fruit. No one knew the exact cause of the lunar landing training vehicle malfunctioning, and NASA's experts were expected to arrive soon to conduct a psychological evaluation on all 6 of them, mainly to assess if witnessing the accident caused the trainees to experience negative emotions and whether these would affect the subsequent mission to the moon. Soon, the captain received the results of the evaluation, and to his surprise, the emotions of the 6 trainees did not fluctuate too much. Chapter 294. Huge shock at first. The captain was concerned that Anthony's death would throw the candidates into irrational fear and post-traumatic stress disorder. After the evaluation results were released, it seemed he might have just overthought the whole thing. Considering that time was of the essence, training resumed that afternoon itself. According to the original schedule, flight training was supposed to be slotted after the lunar landing research vehicle training. Nonetheless, this part was going to be different from all the other regimes that they were through so far. This time, the instructors would no longer be guiding them. After a month of intensive training, this would be the players' first solo flight. All the while, NASA had been paying a lot of attention to the Space Training Academy. Ordinary pilots and spacecraft commanders had many similarities, both required to continually monitor the aircraft, weather, fuel, flight path, and the all-important mission. With the enormous amount of information at hand, they would have to come up with different decisions in the shortest time possible. Once a problem arose, the players were required to diagnose and deal with it accurately. At the same time, concurrently, they would keep radio contact with ground control at all times, making their workload immense. Great focus and diligence would be required of the candidates, which was why flight training was the most crucial part of the entire course. Most players dedicated all their time and effort to make sure that they would ace their flight training. Anthony had just died from an accident not too long ago. Before the authorities hunted his killer down and NASA releasing the investigation results, one could only guess the reason behind his untimely death. The most important thing was that none of them knew how the mysterious killer killed him. Other than the young man accused of leaving his room last night, none of the players left their rooms. It was the same thing during lunch, where they all knew each other's whereabouts. Technically, the suspect couldn't have tampered with the lunar landing research vehicle without anyone noticing. When Anthony's turn arrived, the other players were gathered around the captain. Since Zhang Heng knew that he would end up first place, he did not pay attention to the lunar landing training vehicle, but observed the other players instead. He spotted nothing out of the ordinary at that time. A supernatural force, perhaps? Considering those who entered this quest were players themselves, there was a high chance that they carried powerful game items with them. For now, this was the most plausible explanation for Anthony's death. This meant several new possibilities in the case. Zhang Heng could understand why the knowledgeable middle-aged man wanted to look for the murderer as soon as possible. As long as the case remained unsolved, everyone would be carrying a Damocles sword on their heads. To complete their main quest, they would have no choice but to weed the killer out. The severe accident that had just occurred caused a nervous and ominous atmosphere to hang over Cape Canaveral Air Force Station. Everyone tiptoed around with a cautious tone about them, checking all the equipment thrice, just to be sure. For the next stint, the technicians had just done the second round of ground checks for the aircraft, making very sure everything was airworthy. After that, Zhang Heng put on his custom-made flight suit, helmet, and oxygen mask. He then hopped into the cockpit. For the other players, this might be their first time flying a jet trainer, but during the transitional quest, Zhang Heng had flown this particular type many times himself. When he took the T-38 out for a spin earlier, the instructor was impressed by his performance, unable to stop complimenting him when he landed. Zhang Heng's level 1 flying skills may not match up to that of professional pilots, but they were sufficient for him to pass the current quest. This was especially true after he spent a long time honing his airmanship, where all he needed right now was more flying experience. The young man and school kid in front of him had completed their sorties. As for the rest, they no longer seemed to be worried about their safety as well. Zhang Heng was third to get on the plane. Once the seat belts were fastened, he pulled the safety pin of his ejection seat, for good measure, of course. He then turned on the flight display and flipped a row of switches. Subsequently, the radar and gauges came to life, and he did a radio check. The pre-flight checks were done, and he was ready to start the engines. The moment he held the start button, the engine whirred to life, beginning from a low hum and increasing to an almost deafening high-pitched whine. The aircraft was now configured to fly, and after making sure that everything was in check, Zhang Heng signaled ground with his hand indicating that he was ready. Immediately, they ran to the plane, dismantling the ladder and removing the chocks. Once the ground power was disconnected, Zhang Heng released the brakes and gave it a little throttle. The T-38 rolled out of the hangar slowly, taxiing to the runway. It was still a windy afternoon, albeit a lot better than the morning's gusty weather. More importantly, the skies had cleared, and it was the perfect time to fly. At 13:45 sharp, Zhang Heng requested to take off from the tower. The moment he was cleared, he pushed the throttle on his left to full, and the airplane screamed and shuddered as the engine spun up. Then, the aircraft started barreling down the runway, pushing Zhang Heng back into his seat with massive force. The moment he reached 220 knots, he pulled the stick back, and the T-38 lifted its nose off the ground. Zhang Heng took a quick look at his instruments, making sure that he was on a steady climb and that the aircraft headed in the designated direction. He was required to fly out to sea and find a corvette named Miller. Once he spotted it, he would turn around and return home. The mission wasn't all that complicated, really. All he needed to do was to ensure that he didn't miss the target. All too soon, everything worked as intended, and Zhang Heng could relax a little. He looked outside the glass canopy, enjoying the stunning view Earth had to offer from above. He had to admit that this game changed him a lot. Half a year ago, he would never have thought that something insane like this would happen to him. Even second-generation rich kids could only imagine drifting like Takumi Fujiwara on a twisty mountain road. Now, Zhang Heng was speeding in a fighter jet over America's territorial waters. At 13.52, he contacted Tower again, informing them of his altitude, speed, and heading, at the same time, checking the aircraft's fuel consumption. All gauges were within their designated parameters, and nothing was out of ordinary so far. The sunlight outside the window was dazzling, bathing the cockpit in bright light. In less than 10 minutes, the aspiring astronaut managed to locate the corvette. At 13:59, Zhang Heng communicated with the tower for the third time. He told them that the mission was complete, and he was now turning home. Around 4.5 minutes later, the jet aircraft suddenly jolted violently. There was a loud rattling and grinding, and through the glass canopy, he spotted the left engine in flames. Seconds later, a loud alarm started beeping on the instrument panel. At the same time, air traffic control could be heard over the radio. "David, what is going on? I think it might be a bird strike, hit a seagull or something." Immediately, Zhang Heng killed the flaming engine. "David, can you make it back to the base?" "Let me try," grunted Zhang Heng while glancing at the altimeter. From the beginning, he managed to keep his calm through the frightening anomaly. All those long hours spent flying and training with Armstrong were precisely to prepare for situations like this. He still had one engine left, and if all went well, returning to base should be a textbook maneuver. Just when the jet began to stabilize itself, another loud explosion rocked Zhang Heng to the bone. It was the right engine this time, and now, except for the muffled sound of the wind, the cockpit was silent. Chapter 295, following closely, and that was Zhang Heng's last contact with the tower before all communications were lost. Base instantly sent out a rescue team to his last known location. This was the second major accident on the same day, and even the steady and calm captain started to feel nervous. Undeniably, the risks were astronomical when it came to astronaut training. The Apollo 1 incident was a tragedy that NASA would remember for the rest of their days. During a launch test, the command module of a test article caught fire suddenly, with 3 unfortunate astronauts inside. The hyperbaric oxygen atmo caused the fire to spread a lot faster than expected, and tragically, all 3 astronauts were charred to oblivion when ground control eventually got to the rocket. This catastrophe caused the Apollo program to be delayed for 20 months. After that, many other accidents continued to plague space exploration. This was, however, the first time they witnessed 2 people losing their lives while training on the same day. Once communications were dead, the tower had no way to know Zhang Heng's current situation. For a twin-engine aircraft, an experienced pilot would usually be able to coax the plane back home even if one engine suffered a critical failure. Alternatively, the pilot could land the aircraft as soon as he could. However, if both the engines failed, the aircraft would lose altitude quickly, seeing how the heavy trainer wasn't a very good glider. In such a situation, Zhang Heng's best chance of survival would be ejecting and parachuting to the ground safely. Ever since Anthony's ejection seat failure, the players did not have much faith in the aircraft anymore. Not too long ago, Livingston gathered everyone in a meeting, looking for Anthony's murderer. Logically, that should have pressured the killer into not acting again within such a short period. Nobody expected the murderer to go as far as to kill Zhang Heng within a few hours of Anthony's death. It appeared that this time, the assassin targeted someone they expected least. Until now, Zhang Heng's scores always came in first for astronaut training. Killing him would indeed empty one of the seats on Apollo 11. However, the other players also believed that the killer wouldn't benefit much even if Zhang Heng was eliminated. Other than the fact that he looked like a guy who shouldn't be messed with, killing the person in first and third place made no difference. Seeing that space was the ultimate goal here, everybody hoped that their crewmates were reliable. It wasn't a solo mission, anyway, and the 3 had each other's lives in their hands. Logically, the killer should have targeted the second and third place instead of the best man for the job. There was only one person who could have had the motive to kill Zhang Heng. What's going on? Why are all of you staring at me like I'm the killer? The listless young man asked while snorting. You said that you had no reason to kill Anthony because he wasn't a worthy opponent for you. This time, you must have found your reason, said Yin Xiong. What do you mean by that? You realize that you are now in grave danger. Most players hope for your elimination. Now that David is gone, chances are you'll get first place in astronaut training. So what? The listless young man rubbed his chin thoughtfully. You and David are the only 2 pilots with a solid foundation on flying. With us losing David, we'll have no choice but to choose you as our pilot. I like how you think. If I had a choice, I'd like you to be my moon landing partner. Dream on. If I were you, I wouldn't be so rude to my future commander. If you are unhappy with me, I would like to invite you to my room for an in-depth discussion. The listless young man sneered with an emphasis on the words, in-depth. Now that you've got what you wanted, can you tell us how you did it? You knew the sequence of the people who would get on the lunar landing training vehicle, which prompted you to mess with the machine a night before it happened. We just need to know how you messed with the plane. How did you cause a twin-engine failure? David is a better flyer than you. How had he not found something wrong with the engines before takeoff? Besides, wasn't Mark between you and David earlier? What kind of game items do you possess? What if I don't tell you? Are you going to bite me? It's true that we need someone to fly the ship. However, we shall cross that bridge only when we get on Apollo 11. Before that, we shouldn't place our lives at the mercy of someone's whim. Besides, I'm pretty sure that you don't have it as well. Livingston cleaned his glasses before continuing. To protect ourselves, you must show us your game items and tell us the way to activate and deactivate them. Otherwise, we'll have to take it from you by force. By that time, we might take other things as well. Hee hee. Uncle, you sound a lot tougher than you look. Unfortunately, you asked the wrong guy. I wish I could tell you how I made them crash. I wish I could tell you how I killed that idiot, Anthony. The truth is, this is my last time repeating myself. This is so stupid. Listen, I didn't kill them. I don't care how you look at me. I didn't do it. At the same time, I can't say that I hate the fact that they both got killed. That's all there is to it. We're wasting our time. He's full of lies. We should restrain and search him, the school kid suggested. I agree, seconded Yin Xiong. I will kill whoever that lays their hands on me. I will make sure of it. I ain't kidding. The listless young man's face had darkened to a somber facade, and the other players could see the furious rage burning in his eyes. Why? If you didn't do it, why can't we search you? Just like what you said, you are the most qualified pilot among us after David. If you can prove that you had nothing to do with their deaths, you can just sit aside and watch the show. Don't you want to complete the main quest yourself? I will not display my trump cards. Not before the game ends. Everything then came to a halt. They thought twice about roughing someone up. Livingston had some concerns as well, considering this was an Air Force base after all. Even though they outnumbered the listless young man, it was still hard for them to exert such force in such a high-security area. Suddenly, Zhao Lai, who had been quiet all the while, spoke up as he pointed at the beach. Is there something wrong with my eyes? Or is that David on the speedboat? Chapter 296. Miracle. The rescue team was shocked to find Zhang Heng on a cruise ship. He was bathing in the sun with a man in trunks who seemed a Lothario, the few women in bikinis standing close to him a testament to his influence. It appeared the man was the captain of the ship. At that moment, he stared at Zhang Heng as if he was looking at a god. 20 minutes ago, Zhang Heng found both of his engines failing on him. An airplane without its engines was like a bird without wings, and the aircraft started falling out of the sky the moment they flamed out. The numbers on the altimeter were dropping quickly, and he knew there wasn't much time left. Running out of options in a crippled airplane, Zhang Heng pulled the eject handle. And just as expected, nothing happened. During a critical time like this, the life-saving ejection seat suddenly stopped working just like that. This was precisely what happened to Anthony in the lunar landing training vehicle earlier. Zhang Heng didn't expect to be the mysterious murderer's second target. He would have to save the gripes for later. This wasn't the time to think about these, a time where life was quickly slipping away from his hands. Many people assumed that crashing at sea was better than land, thinking that a water landing was safer than the hard ground. The truth was, the impact from the speeding plane on the water surface was no different from ramming head-on into a concrete wall. When that happened, even the most experienced pilots would not survive the crash. If the engines couldn't be restarted, there wasn't much the stricken pilots could do to save themselves. Thankfully, Zhang Heng possessed a game item that might just save his life, Betty's shell. Until today, Zhang Heng had never thought that he could use this game item so unconventionally. In this life-threatening situation, there was nothing else he could rely on except for Betty's shell, used to escape his enemies and speed up his ship. Throughout that period, he also realized he could control the storm better. That said, whatever he was about to do to save himself was insane. Not only would he need to invoke a gigantic storm, but he would also need to control it in the most precise way possible. When the left engine stopped working, Zhang Heng realized that things weren't as simple as he thought. While attempting to fly with only one engine, he began to prepare a backup plan. Then, when the right engine failed, a massive storm cloud had already appeared in the sky. It expanded so quickly that he could literally see it changing by the second. The temperature variance increased amid the newly formed clouds, and water vapor molecules rose rapidly. The convection became more and more intense, and in the end, the evaporated vapor hypercooled and started to shrink. At the same time, gas molecules under the cloud kept on filling up the empty space. All these things combined were the perfect recipe for a tornado. In that split second, the aircraft was violently sucked into the vortex. Zhang Heng felt like he was back into the Johnsville human centrifuge, where everything around him began spinning into a blur. Never had he thought the training simulations would be put to use even before he launched to space. Pressure within the tornado was extremely low, and the air was thin, and despite the conditions, the oxygen mask allowed him to breathe normally. With the tornado spinning faster and faster, the suction near the center got more energetic as well. This greatly helped in reducing the descent rate of the malfunctioning plane. Zhang Heng paid close attention to the altimeter, calibrating the size of the tornado based on the altitude and descent rate of the airplane. His goal was to do a smooth and soft water landing. However, it was no easy feat to achieve. Any small mistake made, and he might be thrown out of the vortex or sucked higher up. Thankfully, none of that happened, and eventually, he managed to guide the plane out of the tornado. The airplane glided on the water for some distance before coming to a complete stop. Once the ordeal was over, Zhang Heng received an achievement. The man who entered a tornado. This achievement earned him 15 game points. When he exited the plane, he received another achievement. Successfully maneuvering an aircraft on water. Considering how difficult the feat was, the system rewarded Zhang Heng a generous 25 points, although not the highest he had received in one go. He would, however, never attempt such a thing again, even if the system threw him 100 points. 500 meters from where he landed, a cruise ship witnessed Zhang Heng emerging from the twister and landing on the water. It was the first time the captain witnessed something so unbelievable, a person surviving two catastrophic events at the same time. This explained why he saw Zhang Heng as a god later on. Those things were undoubtedly miraculous, powerful enough to change someone's belief. Zhang Heng thanked the captain after receiving a towel and a set of clean clothes. With the assistance of the two bikini-clad ladies, he managed to get out of the hefty flight suit. Feeling literally 20 pounds lighter, he got into his new clothes, slightly oversized since they belonged to the captain. The nice thing was that they were clothes meant for a holiday, and after the ordeal, he actually felt comfortable and snug. Bathing in the warm sunlight, Zhang Heng could finally relax again. While waiting for the arrival of the rescue team, he and the captain managed to talk a little. Although his mind was still on the events that had happened earlier, he had to admit that the accident was something completely unexpected. Judging from the killer's decision to murder Anthony, it seemed the killer wished to eliminate the ones closest to his grade or ranked lower than him. By doing that, he would be able to push up his ranking. If that were to be the case, it meant the murderer's next target should be Livingston or the school kid. The listless young man might be a target as well. If the killer made Zhang Heng the target, no one would benefit from it except the young man. And it also didn't explain Anthony's death. Although unpleasant to hear, the listless young Moss was not lying. The truth was that he did not have a motive to kill Anthony. All too soon, Zhang Heng realized that he had just complicated the whole thing. No matter who the killer was or for what reason, all that was needed was killing the listless young man, and its safety would be guaranteed. Both of them were the only experienced pilots of the entire team, putting the safety and lives of the crew in mind. No matter who the 3 Apollo 11 astronauts were, they would definitely want Zhang Heng or the listless young man on board. Zhang Heng had no intention to wait for the killer to pick his target, though. This time, he wanted to strike first to guarantee his safety. Chapter 297. Note: although a fighter jet worth millions had crashed at sea and sank to its bottom, NASA was relieved to see Zhang Heng returning in one piece. 2 deadly incidents had occurred on the same day, and if another accident were to take place, it would certainly catch the unwanted attention of the public even if it had nothing to do with the lunar landing research vehicle. In fact, ever since Congress approved the Apollo program, public opposition had been gaining traction by the day. Taxpayers started to question the sensibility of the astronomical expense required to fund the program, or whether the so-called space race and moon landing were simply political dick-measuring among the superpowers. Political significance seemed to far outweigh the project's practical relevance, where all that money could have been used to improve the livelihood of the common man. Such funds could have been easily used to increase unemployment benefits, decrease interest rates, and even help colored communities in a time where they faced great oppression. Then, there was the press. Media would have had a field day, unceasingly pursuing NASA and the players if they caught wind of the accidents. Fortunately, unlike Anthony, Zhang Heng miraculously survived. The moment he reached the shore, he did not meet with the other players but was instead sent directly to the infirmary. Although Zhang Heng appeared to be unscathed on the surface, the medical team still ran full physical tests on him just to be on the safe side. When they confirmed he was in good health, they brought him to a conference room where an inquiry had been set up to investigate the cause of the accident. It was more like a discussion session, where a team of investigators listened as he related his experience. This included reigniting the engine, measures the pilot had taken, and the condition of the fighter at the point of failure. They even questioned him about how he escaped. Because he was found on a cruise ship, Zhang Heng made no attempts to hide the truth and told the investigators everything, including the part where his jet was sucked into the tornado. He did, however, leave out the part about using Betty's shell to control it. Trying to be as transparent as possible, he told of how the tornado spat him out, subsequently granting him a safe landing on the water. The whole story sounded more like a ridiculous myth to the investigators' ears, and although Zhang Heng's narrative couldn't be completely ruled out theoretically, their professional experience told them that the chances of such a remarkable thing happening were just too small. Equally small was the probability of both engines failing in midair at the same time, and the part about the jet being caught inside a tornado was even more far-fetched. Before the investigators called upon him, they had done their homework. At that time, the waterspout was just off the coast and many around the area had seen it. Moreover, the stories of eyewitnesses on the cruise ship matched Zhang Heng's statements precisely. So, as incredulous and impossible as it sounded, the investigators had to accept the only explanation they had at the end of the day. Moreover, they also paid particular attention to the faulty ejection device. The fatal incident that morning that cost Anthony his life was directly related to the ejection seat failing to launch on the lunar landing research vehicle. Less than a few hours after the first incident, the ejection seat on the T-38 malfunctioned as well. Naturally, a suspicious connection hung between the two. NASA had already sent divers to recover the jet trainer, intending to conduct a detailed investigation when it was brought back ashore. On top of that, they even looked into the possibility that Zhang Heng might have intentionally damaged the plane himself. Was 0S by the time the interrogation was over, it was already dark. Zhang Heng was informed that until the final report was out, he was grounded and wouldn't be allowed to fly. He didn't object the decision, knowing that it was somehow a blessing in disguise. Staying on the ground would ensure his safety, and before the culprit was caught, he did not wish to endure the same ordeal again. After a hearty dinner, Zhang Heng returned to aerodynamics class. He only just sat down when he received a note. On it was a simple sentence: "You suspect Bruno too, right? Meet me in the corridor tonight at 3. Bruno was the alias of that listless young man. Yin Xiong passed Zhang Heng the note, but Livingston had actually written it. As Zhang Heng received it, Livingston nodded at him covertly. Zhang Heng wasn't surprised. 2 consecutive accidents had taken place on the same day, one successful and the other a failure. The other players would surely worry about their lives, desperate to find out who was behind all this. For the moment, it appeared that everyone had reached a consensus that Bruno was the most likely suspect, and that they weren't about to let him decide their fate. So they decided to take action. That basically meant that Bruno would be prematurely kicked out of the game. Even if he wasn't the culprit, the players wouldn't want a potential threat staying on either, not especially after that argument. Never mind the fact that many were vying for his spot in the first place. Since Zhang Heng managed to survive, they did not really need Bruno around. The 4 players joined forces and planned to ambush Bruno. That meant he had almost no chance at winning. Livingston had also invited Zhang Heng to join the cause. Of course, it wasn't because he valued Zhang Heng's strengths, but to keep him from ratting to NASA about the ambush. It was, undoubtedly, a very wise decision. With 2 serious accidents happening in one day, and from the manner of questions being asked, it seemed that the investigators, too, suspected the accidents could have been premeditated. They couldn't risk such things happening again, not even if it looked like a genuine accident. Lives and reputation were at stake here, and with the recent public backlash, it couldn't have come at a worse time. Only through complicity could the secret be kept under wraps. Zhang Heng didn't take too long to decide, agreeing to go along with Livingston's suggestion. Regardless of whether Bruno was the murderer or not, getting rid of him would definitely benefit Zhang Heng. Even if the other 4 players restrained themselves, he would still have to find a way to kick Bruno out to protect himself. Since they were all on the same side, Zhang Heng had no reason to disagree, something that Livingston had previously expected. In the subsequent physical training session, Livingston got up close to Zhang Heng quietly, explaining briefly about the plans tonight. To avoid alarming Bruno, the pair quickly separated after the message got across. Livingston even made it a point to gather everyone, informing them that the discussion would continue tomorrow at noon. Bruno, on the other hand, seemed displeased with the suggestion. Even so, he approached Zhang Heng after training ended. He tried to explain that he had nothing to do with the jet trainer's accident and, at the same time, wished to be an ally of his. Bruno clearly knew that he had fallen out with the other players and sorely needed support. According to him, he and Zhang Heng were the ones with the highest scores, and working together would exponentially increase the success rate of qualifying for the moon landing mission. Zhang Heng only said that he'd consider it. When the hour hand on the clock struck 3, he opened the door as promised. Chapter 298. Elimination. Jin Xiong, changed from Yin Xiong, Jia Lai, Livingstone, and the school kid were all waiting in the hallway, remaining as silent as possible and even making sure the doors were closed gently. Once Livingston saw that everyone was present, he produced a lighter from his pocket. He lit it up and placed it near the copper lock on Bruno's door. A few seconds later, something magical happened before their eyes. The lock, which was supposed to be made out of solid copper, melted in the lighter's flames. It was typically impossible to melt copper in such a matter of seconds, what more with a mere lighter? That left only one explanation for this magic trick. The lighter had to be a game item. However, Livingston seemed to have no intention of explaining how it worked. The moment the lock melted down, he quickly kept away the lighter. The school kid opened the door next and entered the room with the others. Once everyone was in the room, Jin Xiong swiftly shut the door. At the same time, she stuffed a towel she was holding into the keyhole to prevent any sound from escaping out. Soon, they realized that all that stealthiness was pointless. Although they made little noise while melting the lock, light sleepers would still be awoken by the shuffling of footsteps, especially with that many entering the room at the same time. To their amusement, Bruno was still fast asleep despite the less than graceful entrance. Livingstone hurried to his bedside and tapped his face a few times. Surprisingly, he didn't respond. All he did was grunt, turn himself around, and continued sleeping. After that, Livingston turned on the lamp beside the bed, picked up a bottle from the ground, and examined it under the light. "What are these? Sleeping pills?" asked the school kid curiously. Livingstone didn't answer. Instead, he pulled a pill from the bottle, opened the capsule, and poured its contents out on his palm. However, after attempting to smell it, he still failed to determine what the substance was. "Can I take a look?" asked Jin Xiong while extending her hand. Of course. Livingston handed the bottle to her. Shun then examined it carefully, sniffing it, then dipping her thumb into the powder to taste it. "It tastes like LSD. LSD is a hallucinogenic substance. Its scientific name is lysergic acid diethylamide. Once consumed, the user would experience powerful hallucinations. It's really difficult to describe the effects. Some say you can hear strange sounds and see kaleidoscopic colors moving around you. Your perception of your surroundings distorts and deforms. All these happening in your mind, of course. I was once tricked into tripping on LSD when I was at a club. According to what I know, it should be highly addictive." "Huh? So, what are you trying to say?" asked a confused Jia Lai. "He's saying this stuff right here is a drug," said Livingston. At the same time, the school kid took the initiative to tie Bruno up. It was at that time they realized that Bruno was actually not asleep. His eyes were actually open all the time, albeit so small that no one realized it. At the same time, there was a smile on his face, as if he was completely oblivious to his surroundings. "This man is an addict. No wonder he always looks so weak," Jia Lai scoffed. "Let's put that aside first. We need to focus on something more important. Search and see if he's carrying any game items with him," instructed Livingston. To prevent anybody from secretly taking possession of the items, they agreed to pair up and keep an eye on each other. 15 minutes later, they were done with searching Bruno and his room. They even went as far as to look in the water tank of his toilet. In the end, they found 2 game items in his room. One looked like a fork, and the other one looked like the fang of an animal that probably belonged to a big cat. As of now, these 2 were considered as unidentified items. They would have to wait until Bruno regained consciousness before they could question him. Unfortunately, the effect of the LSD lasted quite a long time. Bruno came around at 5, quickly realizing that he wasn't in the best state. Rage overwhelmed him right away, and he swore that he would kill Livingston. However, when Livingston placed the bottle in front of him, Bruno swiftly calmed himself down. "You refused to let us search you because of this thing, right? You knew all too well that NASA would never allow an addict to travel to space, huh? I have told you time and again that I'm not the darn killer. You are looking at an innocent person." "Oh, wait." Bruno then stared at Livingston. "Maybe you are actually the one behind all this. You are trying to divert everyone's attention to me. By doing that, you'll get away with whatever you've done. Don't you think it's a little too late to divide us? We will have to solve this problem first, no matter what. I will now ask you some questions, and I hope you can answer me truthfully. So what if I answer you truthfully? Does that mean you won't tell NASA that I have been on LSD?" Bruno stared and shook his head in disbelief at the other 4 players before going on. "Sooner or later, You will regret what you have done to me. Hasn't it occurred to you that it doesn't matter who the killer really is? The real killer is using this opportunity to eliminate players that threaten him the most. It seems I'm the first one. After that, Bruno turned his gaze to the school kid and warned him gravely. You will be second. His statement managed to make the student rethink the whole thing. A hesitant look now appeared on his face. Don't allow his words to sway your emotions and thoughts. If you want to get to a higher rank, you have to get past him first. With him out of the game, it's nothing but good news for you. That's something that will never change, I'm afraid. Right now, we need to focus on finding the real killer. Anything else on your mind? We can discuss that later. Agree? Nobody disagreed with Livingston's decision. Seeing how he had everyone's support, Livingston pulled a chair and placed it in front of Bruno. I know that you must hate me a lot right now. I have to admit, I was the one who planned the whole thing tonight. However, it's only because you are the most suspicious among us. But I must also admit that your deduction made perfect sense. If I were to be the murderer, I would kill the player that threatened me the most. I'm fair, and so I'll give you a chance to prove you're not the killer. By doing that, your point will automatically be validated. Even though you will still be kicked from the game, you won't be the most suspicious person anymore after you leave. Isn't that what you wanted to see? Heh, save it. I'm no 3-year-old kid. I know exactly what you want. Rest assured, I'll make sure not to give you what you want. You'll never know who the real killer is. Therefore, you better pray you're not the next target. Bruno was strangely calm at a time when his resolve was put on trial before his teammates. He knew that once the other players found out that he had been consuming contraband, it was the end of him. He also made it clear that he was not about to work with Livingston's investigation. Chapter 299. Result is released without cooperation from Bruno. It was hard for them to continue with the investigation. According to the plan, Livingston was supposed to threaten Bruno by killing him to force him to cooperate with them. Now that the LSD incident was exposed, Bruno knew that he would not be able to complete the main quest. It was no different for him to live for a few days less or a few days more. That was why he had no intention to cooperate with the investigation. At a time like this, even violence would be ineffective against him. Besides, it was now unnecessary to kill him and make it look like an accident since they caught him red-handed consuming LSD. However, if they handed him to NASA right now, they would no longer be able to question him. After an entire night of messing around, Livingston still did not get the answer he wanted. In frustration, he stood up from the chair, went to the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and started splashing water on his face. What now? Does that mean we have found the killer? Asked Jai Lai. Jai Lai was waiting for Livingston to come out from the bathroom. Both his legs were getting tired after standing for so long. I don't know, Livingston replied while using a towel to dry his face. What's that supposed to mean? Just like what you see. He could be our killer or not. We can never get him to confess. It will be a waste of our time if we carry on with the investigation. Livingston was exhausted after staying up for the entire night. So, that's it, asked Jia Lai with both of his eyes wide open. Unless you have a better idea, that is. Livingston took a look at his watch. We only have half an hour before morning training. We need to figure out a way to put an end to this. What should we do now? Clean up the room and hand him over to NASA. There should be some traces of LSD traces left in his blood. It's enough to eliminate him from this round of the game. What should we do with his 2 game items? Asked the school kid. We still don't know their function, and we will not be able to identify them before this round ends. In other words, we can't use them. So, let's look for somebody to hold the items for us. We can talk about the allocation right before the game ends. Who's going to take care of them? You? Asked Jin Xiong. Do you guys have any better suggestions? The least suspicious person among us is David. I think he would be the best candidate to keep them for us. Initially, the school kid wanted to volunteer as the keeper, but when he heard Jin Xiong suggesting Zhang Hong, he had to admit that it was still the best option for them right now. It was also the only solution that everyone could accept. I don't have any opinions. Livingston then handed the 2 items to Zhang Hong. Be careful. These 2 are still unidentified. There could be side effects. You shouldn't carry them on you all the time, reminded Livingston. Zhang Hong nodded and used a towel to wrap the 2 game items carefully. All of them then waited until 6 a.m. for the captain to show up. They then handed him Bruno with his bottle of LSD. At that time, the captain was numb when he heard that a NASA astronaut was involved in drugs. For the past 24 hours, 2 fatal accidents had happened, and now, he was presented with a drug scandal. Such mishaps and misgivings were unprecedented throughout NASA's entire history, and only half a month was left before they needed to launch Apollo 11. It was too late to stop the project. The government had invested $20 billion, accounting for 0.57% of the American GDP at that time. 20,000 organizations, 200 universities, 80 research facilities, and 300,000 people were involved in this project as well. Anything short of a meteor crashing down on the United States, nothing would stop the project from soldering on, considering the fierce competition with the Soviet Union. So, despite the challenges, the morning's training carried on as usual. During the break, the captain announced the results. Without a doubt, Zhang Heng ranked first place. The worst he received was a B-. Other than that, he received A's for another 3 subjects. As for this multi-axis trainer and psychological evaluation, he received A+ for both as well. NASA commended Zhang Heng, adding that he was born to be an astronaut. He was equipped with an extraordinary mental state and relentless spirit. In terms of physical attributes, there was still space for growth. All he needed was time. For now, he was definitely getting on Apollo 11. Jia Li's results contrasted drastically in comparison to Zhang Heng's. He got the last place for all training completed so far. The comment that the evaluation team gave him was pretty straightforward. Whether it was his physical or mental state, he was not ready for space. If he did not want a horrible accident broadcasted across the screens of the entire world, it was best for him not to take on any space jobs. The others' rankings were very much expected by everyone. Bruno was placed second, and the school kid came after him. Following those two was Zhen Xiong. Her mental state was excellent, but unfortunately, she wasn't in a good physical state. Her gender was undesirable as well. Now that the results were released, competition between the players became even more apparent now. The team of 7 was now reduced to 5. In other words, chances for them to fly on Apollo 11 had significantly increased. Among them, the school kid was the happiest. Supposedly, his result was ranked behind Anthony and Bruno. Since the two of them were now out of the game, he had managed to enter the top 3 places. If he can live until the takeoff of Apollo 11, he would be able to complete the main quest. There were only 10 days left until the official launch. The school kid realized that he had to keep an eye on Jia Li and Zhen Xiong since the two of them had partnered up. Under this 1 versus 2 situation, he wasn't confident that he would win the fight. So, he decided that he wanted to partner up with someone as well. He could forget about Zhang Heng because no one would target him. Other than the fact that he scored well in all the subjects, he could help to increase the success rate of landing on the moon. Besides, he managed to survive the assassination and return to the base unharmed. No one knew how he did it. Under such circumstances, he would not attack anyone as long as no one messed with him. That would mean the school kid was left with one final option. Whatever that Bruno said earlier had affected him a lot. He suspected that Livingston was actually the real killer, but after analyzing his current situation, he realized that Jia Li and Zhen Xiong needed 2 slots, but not 1. That would mean they would target him and Livingston. As he stood on the same spot, the school kid felt that it wouldn't be too bad a thing if Livingston was indeed the killer. Chapter 300. Only the living have the right to worry about tomorrow. After the results were released, the players started to grow more cautious of each other. It resulted in an awkward happening during lunch hour. The remaining players were so worried that their food was poisoned that none dared take the first bite. At the same time, the players were clearly divided. Zhang Heng was still alone, whereas Livingston and the high school kid decided to partner up, telling themselves that they would both pull through. Although not the best partnership, these two were definitely more robust than the Jia Li-Zhen Xiong duo. Still, despite everything, nobody could figure out the identity of the real killer. Suspicions among the players were rife, and the matter had turned into a hugely destabilizing factor. Since there were now fewer people in a team, it meant everyone was a step closer to victory. At the same time, the players would also have to bear greater risks. The opportunist would surely strike first in a time like this. What's with the rush? The school kid hesitated a little after hearing Livingston's plan. I know that your mind is constantly bugged about whether I killed those 2 players or not. Since we are now partners, I can tell you confidently that it wasn't me. If you are not lying, then we better pray that Bruno is the killer. Otherwise, the culprit must be either of those 2 in our opponent's team. The worst part is, we don't know how it was done. Judging by the 2 accidents, We know that their items must have an ability that could affect an aircraft. We will have zero-gravity training tomorrow morning, and we have to get on a plane for the parabolic flight. If you don't want any accidents happening to us, I think we should deal with the threat as soon as possible. By the way, how many times have you joined a single-player game with competitive mode? Still have those wild imaginations in your head? This is my second time. The first time, I was in a far more dangerous situation than what we are in. Many players were killed in an earthquake in my previous game. In the end, the survivors were even fewer than the minimum amount of players required to complete the game. You are really lucky then. In my previous game, two of my real childhood buddies had to fight each other to grab the last spot. Since they used fake names and their looks had been modified, they didn't recognize each other until the final moment. Did they work together to eliminate other players? It was too late for that. There wasn't enough time to work out a plan. Besides, the others weren't that weak as well. Even if they worked together, they weren't confident enough that the plan could be executed successfully. When one of them hesitated, his friend struck and killed him, grabbing the last slot for himself. The school kid was shocked by the dramatic ending. To conceal his surprised face, he quickly moved on with the conversation. I don't sympathize with them, you know. I'm just worried about NASA's employees. After all, one too many accidents happen on the same day. I'm pretty sure the authorities are starting to suspect that it's all a deliberate act. Oh, and the public isn't painting NASA in the best light at the moment. The media has also been focusing a lot on NASA's accidents recently, doubting they can safely get our people on the moon. If we act on your plan right now, you think it might affect the Apollo program. Only the living have the right to worry about tomorrow. Don't worry about Apollo. In such times, NASA has no option but to carry on with the project. They will try their best to prove the world wrong, and all. What we need to do now is to eliminate the rest of them and get ourselves on Apollo 11. You're right. I couldn't agree more. We'll go according to your plan during the fire drill. The school kid nodded. After a month training and studying, the players were already familiar with Kennedy Space Center's surroundings. Hence, the school kid managed to make his way to one of the storerooms during his break. The smallish room located on the 7th floor stored the base daily rations, and security there wasn't too tight. Usually, a single administrative officer would watch over the place. It wasn't too difficult to sneak in without alerting anyone. After the accidents, NASA increased the security of the entire facility. Although the store wasn't of great importance, they placed a guard there anyway to ensure nothing untoward would happen again. However, that didn't stop the school kid from breaking in. He took out a small piece of glass, and after a few tries, he managed to turn the sunlight's reflection to the guard's face. He then placed it outside the wall and waited for him to pick it up. The startled guard immediately got up, approaching the curious, shiny object with caution. It was at that time that something magical took place. Right after the guard picked up the glass, his mind went completely blank, and he plopped to the ground with a gaping mouth, stunned and oblivious. Relieved, the school kid emerged from the back of the wall, took a quick look at his surroundings, and hurried into the storeroom. After a while, he walked out hiding something under his shirt. Once he picked the glass from the ground, the guard returned to his normal state. Great. I have been looking for this thing. I'm glad you found it. Thank you so much, the school kid exclaimed, with an ear-to-ear smile beaming over his face. The guard was still in a daze, unable to remember what happened after he picked up the glass. As a NASA employee, he quickly recognized the school kid as one of the astronaut candidates. So, he nodded at him and returned to his post. After getting the items he wanted, the school kid quickly ran back to the training center. He arrived at the training center right before the fire drill started, ending up beside Livingston and gasping for air. Many people were looking at him. Are you trying to tell everyone you've just done something behind their backs? Easy for you to say. Try running from the canteen to the storeroom to the training center in such a short time. I'm nowhere on time. I think I did a good job, though. Managed to figure out how to make the captain team us up without raising our opponent's suspicion. We don't have to say anything. They are weaker than us. Logically, they should be the ones worried, not us. Before Livingston could finish, Zhang Xiong pointed at Zhao Lai and asked the captain a question. Kinhas, can you put us in the same team? Reason. I've teamed up with the others during our previous sessions. Anderson is the only person I haven't teamed up with. I would like to team up with different people so I can familiarize myself with the way others do things. Very reasonable. Request granted. Zhang Heng had no intention to get involved in their fight. Hence, he asked to team with the trainer. Thus, Everyone now had their partner with them. Everyone also knew that this part of the training wasn't going to be as simple as they thought it would be.